Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross. The Prologue. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. The first book, The Prologue. Lo, I, the man whose muse whilom did mask, as time her taught, in lowly shepherd's weeds, am now enforced a far unfitter task, for trumpets stern to change mine oaten reeds, and sing of knights and ladies' gentle deeds, whose praises, having slept in silence long, me all too mean, the sacred muse areeds to blazon broad amongst her learned throng. Fierce wars and faithful loves shall moralize my song. Help then, O Holy Virgin, chief of nine, thy weaker novice to perform thy will. Lay forth out of thine everlasting scrine the antique rolls which there lie hidden still, of fairy knights and fairest Tanaquil, whom that most noble Briton prince so long sought through the world, and suffered so much ill, that I must rue his undeserved wrong. O help thou my weak wit, and sharpen my dull tongue. And thou, most dreaded imp of highest love, fair Venus' son, that with thy cruel dart at that good knight so cunningly didst rove, that glorious fire it kindled in his heart, lay now thy deadly Heban bow apart, and with thy mother mild come to mine aid. Come both, and with you bring triumphant Mart, in love's and gentle jollities arrayed, after his murderous spoils and bloody rage allayed. And with them eke, O goddess heavenly bright, mirror of grace and majesty divine, great lady of the greatest isle, whose light like Phoebus' lamp throughout the world doth shine, shed thy fair beams into my feeble eyne, and raise my thoughts, too humble and too vile, to think of that true glorious type of thine, the argument of mine afflicted style, the which to hear vouchsafe, O dearest dread, awhile. End of the prologue. Book 1, Canto 1, Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1, Canto 1. The patron of true holiness foul error doth defeat, hypocrisy him to entrap, doth to his home entreat. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, clad in mighty arms and silver shield, wherein old dints of deep wounds did remain, the cruel marks of many a bloody field. Yet armes till that time did he never wield, his angry steed did chide his foaming bit, as much disdaining to the curb to yield. Full jolly knight he seemed, and fair did sit, as one for knightly jousts and fierce encounters fit. But on his breast a bloody cross he bore, the dear remembrance of his dying lord, for whose sweet sake that glorious badge he wore, and dead as living ever him adored. Upon his shield the like was also scored, for sovereign hope which in his help he had. Right faithful true he was in deed and word, but of his cheer did seem too solemn sad. Yet nothing did he dread, but ever was adrad. Upon a great adventure he was bound, that greatest Gloriana to him gave, that greatest glorious Queen of Fairyland, to win him worship and her grace to have, which of all earthly things he most did crave. And ever as he rode, his heart did earn to prove his puissance in battle brave upon his foe, and his new force to learn. Upon his foe, a dragon, horrible and stern. A lovely lady rode him fair beside, upon a lowly ass more white than snow, yet she much whiter, but the same did hide under a veil that wimpled was full low. And over all a black stole she did throw, as one that inly mourned, so was she sad, and heavy sat upon her palfrey slow. Seemed in heart some hidden care she had, and by her in a line a milk-white lamb she lad. So pure and innocent as that same lamb she was in life and every virtuous lore, and by descent from royal lineage came, of ancient kings and queens, that had of yore their sceptres stretched from east to western shore, and all the world in their subjection held, till that infernal fiend with foul uproar forwasted all their land, and them expelled, whom to avenge she had this night from far compelled. Behind her, far away, a dwarf did lag, that lazy seemed in being everlast, or wearied with bearing of her bag of needments at his back. Thus as they passed, the day with clouds was sudden overcast, and angry love an hideous storm of rain did pour into his leman's lap so fast, that every wight to shroud it did constrain, and this fair couple eke to shroud themselves were fain. Enforced to seek some covert nigh at hand, a shady grove not far away they spied, that promised aid the tempest to withstand, whose lofty trees, aclad with summer's pride, did spread so broad that heaven's light did hide, not pierceable with power of any star. And all within were paths and alleys wide, with footing worn, and leading inward far. Fair harbour that them seems, so in they entered are. And forth they pass, with pleasure forward led, joying to hear the birds' sweet harmony, which therein shrouded from the tempest dread, seemed in their song to scorn the cruel sky. Much can they praise the trees so straight and high, the sailing pine, the cedar proud and tall, the vine-prop elm, the poplar never dry, the builder oak, sole king of forests all, the aspen good for staves, the cypress funeral, the laurel mead of mighty conquerors and poets sage, the fir that weepeth still, the willow worn of forlorn paramours, the yew obedient to the bender's will, the birch for shafts, the sallow for the mill, the myrrh sweet bleeding in the bitter wound, the warlike beech, the ash for nothing ill, the fruitful olive and the platane round, the carver holm, the maple seldom inward sound. Led with delight, they thus beguile the way until the blustering storm is overblown, when weening to return whence they did stray, they cannot find that path which first was shown, but wander to and fro in ways unknown, furthest from end then when they nearest ween, that makes them doubt their wits be not their own. So many paths, so many turnings seen, the which of them to take, in diverse doubt they been. At last, resolving forward still to fare, till that some end they find, or in or out, that path they take that beaten seemed most bare, and like to lead the labyrinth about, which when by tract they hunted had throughout, at length it brought them to a hollow cave amid the thickest woods. The champion stout eftsoons dismounted from his courser brave, and to the dwarf awhile his needless spear he gave. "Be well aware," quoth then that lady mild, "lest sudden mischief ye too rash provoke. The danger hid, the place unknown and wild, breeds dreadful doubts. Oft fire is without smoke, and peril without show. Therefore your stroke, Sir Knight, withhold, till further trial made." "Ah, lady," said he, "shame were to revoke the forward footing for an hidden shade. Virtue gives herself light through darkness for to wade." "Yea, but," quoth she, "the peril of this place I better wot than you. Though now too late to wish you back return with foul disgrace, yet wisdom warns, whilst foot is in the gate, to stay the step, ere forced to retreat. This is the wandering wood, this error's den, a monster vile, whom God and man does hate. Therefore I rede, beware." "Fly, fly," quoth then the fearful dwarf, "this is no place for living men." But, full of fire and greedy hardiment, the youthful knight could not for aught be stayed, but forth unto the darksome hole he went, and looked in. His glistering armour made a little glooming light, much like a shade, by which he saw the ugly monster plain, half like a serpent horribly displayed, but t'other half did woman's shape retain, most loathsome, filthy, foul, and full of vile disdain. And as she lay upon the dirty ground, her huge long tail her den all overspread, yet was in knots and many bouts upwound, pointed with mortal sting. Of her there bred 1,000 young ones, which she daily fed, sucking upon her poisonous dugs, each one of sundry shapes, yet all ill-favoured. Soon as that uncouth light upon them shone, into her mouth they crept, and sudden all were gone. Their dam upstart out of her den afraid, and rushed forth, hurling her hideous tail about her cursed head, whose folds displayed were stretched now forth at length without entrail. She looked about, and seeing one in mail armed to point, sought back to turn again, for light she hated as the deadly bale, aye wont in desert darkness to remain, where plain none might her see, nor she see any plain. Which when the valiant elf perceived, he leapt as lion fierce upon the flying prey, and with his trenchant blade her boldly kept from turning back, and forced her to stay. Therewith enraged, she loudly gan to bray, and turning fierce her speckled tail advanced, threatening her angry sting him to dismay, who, naught aghast, his mighty hand enhanced, the stroke down from her head unto her shoulder glanced. Much daunted with that dint, her sense was dazed, yet, kindling rage, herself she gathered round, and all at once her beastly body raised with double forces high above the ground. Though wrapping up her wreathed stern around, leapt fierce upon his shield, and her huge train all suddenly about his body wound, that hand or foot to stir he strove in vain. God help the man, so wrapped in error's endless train. His lady, sad to see his sore constraint, cried out, "Now, now, Sir Knight, show what ye be, add faith unto your force, and be not faint. Strangle her, else she sure will strangle thee." That when he heard, in great perplexity his gall did grate for grief and high disdain, and knitting all his force, got one hand free, wherewith he gripped her gorge with so great pain, that soon to loose her wicked bands did her constrain. Therewith she spewed out of her filthy maw a flood of poison, horrible and black, full of great lumps of flesh and gobbets raw, which stunk so wildly that it forced him slack his grasping hold, and from her turn him back. Her vomit full of books and papers was, with loathly frogs and toads, which eyes did lack, and creeping sought way in the weedy grass. Her filthy paw-brake all the place defiled has. As when old Father Nilus gins to swell with timely pride above the Egyptian vale, his fatty waves do fertile slime outwell, and overflow each plain and lowly dale. But when his later spring gins to avail, huge heaps of mud he leaves, wherein there breed 10,000 kinds of creatures, partly male and partly female of his fruitful seed. Such ugly monstrous shapes elsewhere may no man read. The same so sore annoyed has the knight, that well nigh choked with the deadly stink, his forces fail, ne can no longer fight, whose courage when the fiend perceived to shrink, she poured forth out of her hellish sink her fruitful cursed spawn of serpents small, deformed monsters foul and black as ink, which swarming all about his legs did crawl, and him encumbered sore, but could not hurt at all. As gentle shepherd in sweet eventide, when ruddy Phoebus gins to welk in west, high on an hill his flock to viewen wide, marks which do bite their hasty supper best, a cloud of cumbrous gnats do him molest, all striving to infix their feeble stings, that from their annoyance he nowhere can rest, but with his clownish hands their tender wings he brusheth oft, and oft doth mar their murmurings. Thus ill bestead, and fearful more of shame than of the certain peril he stood in, half furious unto his foe he came, resolved in mind all suddenly to win, or soon to lose, before he once would lin, and struck at her with more than manly force, that from her body, full of filthy sin, he raft her hateful head without remorse. A stream of coal-black blood forth gushed from her course. Her scattered brood, soon as their parent dear they saw so rudely falling to the ground, groaning full deadly, all with troublous fear, gathered themselves about her body round, weening their wonted entrance to have found at her wide mouth, but being there withstood, they flocked all about her bleeding wound, and sucked up their dying mother's blood, making her death their life, and eke her hurt their good. That detestable sight him much amazed, to see the unkindly imps of heaven accurst devour their dam, on whom, while so he gazed, having all satisfied their bloody thirst, their bellies swoln he saw with fullness burst, and bowels gushing forth. Well were the end of such as drunk her life, the which them nursed. Now needeth him no longer labour spend, his foes have slain themselves, with whom he should contend. His lady, seeing all that chanced, from far approached in haste to greet his victory, and said, "Fair knight, born under happy star, who see your vanquished foes before you lie, well worthy be you of that armoury, wherein ye have great glory won this day, and proved your strength on a strong enemy, your first adventure. Many such, I pray, and henceforth ever wish, that like succeed it may." Then mounted he upon his steed again, and with the lady backward sought to wend. That path he kept, which beaten was most plain, ne ever would to any byway bend, but still did follow one unto the end, the which at last out of the wood them brought. So forward on his way, with God to friend, he passed forth, and new adventure sought. Long way he travelled before he heard of aught. At length they chanced to meet upon the way an aged sire, in long black weeds aclad, his feet all bare, his beard all hoary grey, and by his belt his book he hanging had. Sober he seemed, and very sagely sad, and to the ground his eyes were lowly bent, simple in show, and void of malice bad. And all the way he prayed as he went, and often knocked his breast, as one that did repent. He fair the knight saluted, louting low, who fair him quited, as that courteous was, and after asked him if he did know of strange adventures which abroad did pass. "Ah, my dear son," quoth he, "how should, alas, silly old man that lives in hidden cell, bidding his beads all day for his trespass, tidings of war and worldly trouble tell? With holy father sits not with such things to mell. But if of danger which hereby doth dwell, and home-bred evil ye desire to hear, of a strange man I can you tidings tell, that wasteth all this country far and near. Of such," said he, "I chiefly do inquire, and shall you well reward to show the place, in which that wicked wight his days doth wear. For to all knighthood it is foul disgrace, that such a cursed creature lives so long a space. Far hence," quoth he, "in wasteful wilderness his dwelling is, by which no living wight may ever pass, but thorough great distress." "Now," said the lady, "draweth toward night, and well I wot that of your later fight ye all forwearied be, for what so strong but wanting rest will also want of might? The sun that measures heaven all day long, at night doth bait his steeds the ocean waves among. Then with the sun take, sir, your timely rest, and with new day new work at once begin. Untroubled night, they say, gives counsel best. "Right well, Sir Knight, ye have advised been," quoth then that aged man. "The way to win is wisely to advise. Now day is spent, therefore with me ye may take up your inn for this same night." The knight was well content, so with that godly father to his home they went. A little lowly hermitage it was, down in a dale hard by a forest side, far from resort of people that did pass in travel to and fro. A little wide there was an holy chapel edified, wherein the hermit duly wont to say his holy things each morn and eventide. Thereby a crystal stream did gently play, which from a sacred fountain welled forth alway. Arrived there, the little house they fill, ne look for entertainment where none was. Rest is their feast, and all things at their will. The noblest mind the best contentment has. With fair discourse the evening so they pass, for that old man of pleasing words had store, and well could file his tongue as smooth as glass. He told of saints and popes, and evermore he strode an Ave Mary after and before. The drooping night thus creepeth on them fast, and the sad humour loading their eyelids, as messenger of Morpheus on them cast sweet slumbering dew, the which to sleep them bids. Unto their lodgings then his guests he rids, where, when all drowned in deadly sleep he finds, he to his study goes, and there, amidst his magic books and arts of sundry kinds, he seeks out mighty charms to trouble sleepy minds. Then choosing out few words most horrible, let none them read, thereof did verses frame, with which and other spells like terrible, he bade awake black Pluto's grisly dame, and cursed heaven, and spake reproachful shame of highest God, the Lord of life and light, a bold bad man, that dared to call by name great Gorgon, prince of darkness and dead night, at which Cocytus quakes, and Styx is put to flight. And forth he called, out of deep darkness dread, legions of sprites, the which, like little flies fluttering about his ever damned head, await whereto their service he applies, to aid his friends or fray his enemies. Of those he chose out two, the falsest two, and fittest for to forge true seeming lies. The one of them he gave a message to, the other by himself stayed, other work to do. He, making speedy way through spursed air, and through the world of waters wide and deep, to Morpheus' house doth hastily repair, amid the bowels of the earth full steep. And lo, where dawning day doth never peep, his dwelling is. There Tethys his wet bed doth ever wash, and Cynthia still doth steep in silver dew his ever drooping head, while sad night over him her mantle black doth spread. Whose double gates he findeth locked fast, the one fair framed of burnished ivory, the other all with silver overcast, and wakeful dogs before them far do lie, watching to banish care their enemy, who oft is wont to trouble gentle sleep. By them the sprite doth pass in quietly, and unto Morpheus comes, whom drowned deep in drowsy fit he finds, of nothing he takes keep. And more, to lull him in his slumber soft, a trickling stream from high rock tumbling down, and ever drizzling rain upon the loft, mixed with a murmuring wind, much like the sound of swarming bees. No other noise, nor people's troublous cries, as still are wont to annoy the walled town, might there be heard, but careless quiet lies, wrapped in eternal silence, far from enemies. The messenger approaching to him spake, But his waste words returned to him in vain, so sound he slept, that nought might him awake. Then rudely he him thrust and pushed with pain, whereat he gan to stretch, but he again shook him so hard, that forced him to speak. As one then in a dream, whose drier brain is tossed with troubled sights and fancies weak, he mumbled soft, but would not all his silence break. The sprite then gan more boldly him to wake, and threatened unto him the dreaded name of Hecate, whereat he gan to quake, and lifting up his lumpish head, with blame half angry asked him for what he came. Hither, quoth he, me Archimago sent, he that the stubborn sprites can wisely tame. He bids thee to him send for his intent a fit false dream that can delude the sleeper's scent. The god obeyed, and calling forth straightway a diverse dream out of his prison dark, delivered it to him, and down did lay his heavy head, devoid of careful cark, whose senses all were straight benumbed and stark. He back returning by the ivory door, remounted up, as light as cheerful lark, and on his little wings the dream he bore in haste unto his lord, where he him left afore. Who all this while with charms and hidden arts had made a lady of that other sprite, and framed of liquid air her tender parts, so lively and so like in all men's sight, that weaker sense it could have ravished quite. The maker self, for all his wondrous wit, was nigh beguiled with so goodly sight. Her all in white he clad, and over it cast a black stole, most like to seem for Una fit. Now when that idle dream was to him brought, unto that elfin knight he bade him fly, where he slept soundly, void of evil thought, and with false shows abuse his fantasy, in sort as he him schooled privily. And that new creature, born without her due, full of the maker's guile, with usage sly, he taught to imitate that lady true, whose semblance she did carry under feigned hue. Thus well instructed, to their work they haste, and coming where the knight in slumber lay, the one upon his hardy head him plast, and made him dream of loves and lustful play, that nigh his manly heart did melt away, bathed in wanton bliss and wicked joy. Then seemed him his lady by him lay, and to him plained how that false winged boy her chaste heart had subdued, to learn Dame Pleasure's toy. And she herself of beauty, sovereign queen, fair Venus seemed unto his bed to bring her, whom he waking evermore did ween to be the chastest flower that aye did spring on earthly branch, the daughter of a king, now a loose leman to vile service bound. And eke the Graces seemed all to sing Hymen, yo Hymen, dancing all around, whilst freshest Flora her with ivy garland crowned. In this great passion of unwonted lust, or wonted fear of doing aught amiss, he started up, as seeming to mistrust some secret ill or hidden foe of his. Lo, there before his face his lady is, under black stole hiding her baited hook, and as half blushing offered him to kiss, with gentle blandishment and lovely look, most like that virgin true which for her knight him took. All clean dismayed to see so uncouth sight, and half enraged at her shameless guise, he thought have slain her in his fierce despite. But hasty heat tempering with sufferance wise, he stayed his hand, and gan himself advise to prove his sense, and tempt her feigned truth. Wringing her hands in women's piteous wise, though can she weep to stir up gentle ruth, both for her noble blood and for her tender youth, and said, "Ah, sir, my liege lord and my love, shall I accuse the hidden cruel fate and mighty causes wrought in heaven above, or the blind God that doth me thus amate for hoped love to win me certain hate? Yet thus perforce he bids me do, or die. Die is my due, yet rue my wretched state you, whom my hard avenging destiny hath made judge of my life or death indifferently. Your own dear sake forced me at first to leave my father's kingdom." There she stopped with tears. Her swollen heart her speech seemed to bereave, and then again begun. "My weaker years, captive to fortune and frail worldly fears, fly to your faith for succour and sure aid. Let me not die in languor and long tears." "Why, dame," quoth he, "what hath ye thus dismayed? What frayes ye, that were wont to comfort me afraid?" "Love of yourself," she said, "and dear constraint, lets me not sleep, but waste the weary night in secret anguish and unpitied plaint, whiles you in careless sleep are drowned quite." Her doubtful words made that redoubted knight suspect her truth. Yet since no untruth he knew, her fawning love with foul disdainful spite he would not shend, but said, "Dear dame, I rue that for my sake unknown such grief unto you grew. Assure yourself it fell not all to ground, for all so dear as life is to my heart, I deem your love, and hold me to you bound. Ne let vain fears procure your needless smart, where cause is none, but to your rest depart." Not all content, yet seemed she to appease her mournful plaints, beguiled of her art, and fed with words that could not choose but please. So sliding softly forth, she turned as to her ease. Long after lay he musing at her mood, much grieved to think that gentle dame so light, for whose defence he was to shed his blood, at last, dull weariness of former fight, having rocked asleep his irksome sprite, that troublous dream gan freshly toss his brain, with bowers and beds and ladies' dear delight. But when he saw his labour all was vain, with that misformed sprite he back returned again. End of Canto 1.
Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of the Redcrosse, or of Holiness, Canto 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton Smith. The Faerie Queene, by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of the Redcrosse, or of Holiness, Canto 2. The guileful great enchanter parts the Redcrosse knight from truth, into whose stead fair falsehood steps, and works him woeful ruth. By this the northern wagoner had set his sevenfold team behind the steadfast star, that was in ocean waves yet never wet, but firm as fixed, and sendeth light from far to all that in the wide deep wandering are. And cheerful Chanticleer with his note shrill had warned once that Phoebus' fiery car in haste was climbing up the eastern hill, full envious that night so long his room did fill. when those accursed messengers of hell, that feigning dream, and that fair forged sprite, came to their wicked master, and gan tell their bootless pains and ill-succeeding night, who, all in rage to see his skilful might deluded so, gan threaten hellish pain, and sad Proserpin's wrath them to affright. But when he saw his threatening was but vain, he cast about, and searched his baleful books again. Eftsoons he took that miscreated fair, and that false other sprite, on whom he spread a seeming body of the subtle air, like a young squire, and loves and lusty had his wanton days that ever loosely led, without regard of arms and dreaded fight. Those two he took, and in a secret bed, covered with darkness and misdeeming night, them both together laid, to joy and vain delight. Forthwith he runs with feigned faithful haste unto his guest, who, after troublous sights and dreams, gan now to take more sound repast, whom suddenly he wakes with fearful frights, as one aghast with fiends, or damned sprites, and to him calls, Rise, rise, unhappy swain, that here wax old in sleep, whiles wicked wights have knit themselves in Venus' shameful chain. Come see where your false lady doth her honour stain. All in amaze he suddenly upstart with sword in hand, and with the old man went, who soon him brought into a secret part, where that false couple were full closely mint in wanton lust and lewd embracement, which when he saw, he burnt with jealous fire. The eye of reason was with rage y-blent, and would have slain them in his furious ire, but hardly was restrained of that aged sire. Returning to his bed, in torment great, and bitter anguish of his guilty sight, he could not rest, but did his stout heart eat, and waste his inward gall with deep despite, irksome of life, and too long lingering night. At last, fair Hesperus, in highest sky had spent his lamp, and brought forth dawning light. Then up he rose, and clad him hastily. The dwarf him brought his steed, so both away do fly. Now, when the rosy-fingered morning, fair, weary of aged Tithonus' saffron bed, had spread her purple robe through dewy air, and the high hills Titan discovered, the royal virgin shook off drowsy head, and rising forth out of her baser bower, looked for her knight, who far away was fled, and for her dwarf, that wont to wait each hour. Then gan she wail and weep to see that woeful stour. And after him she rode with so much speed as her slow beast could make, but all in vain, for him so far had borne his light-foot steed, pricked with wrath and fiery fierce disdain, that him to follow was but fruitless pain. Yet she her weary limbs would never rest, but every hill and dale, each wood and plain did search. Sore grieved in her gentle breast, he so ungently left her, whom she loved best. But subtle Archimago, when his guests he saw divided into double parts, and Una wandering in woods and forests, the end of his drift, he praised his devilish arts, that had so much might over true-meaning hearts. Yet rests not so, but other means doth make how he may work unto her further smarts. For her he hated as the hissing snake, and in her many troubles did most pleasure take. He then devised himself how to disguise, for by his mighty science he could take as many forms and shapes, in seeming wise, as ever Proteus to himself could make. Sometime a fowl, sometime a fish in lake, now like a fox, now like a dragon fell, that of himself he oft for fear would quake, and oft would fly away. Oh, who can tell the hidden power of herbs, and might of magic spell? But now seemed best the person to put on of that good knight, his late beguiled guest. In mighty arms he was clad anon, and silver shield upon his coward breast, a bloody cross, and on his craven crest a bunch of hairs discoloured diversely. Full jolly knight he seemed, and well addressed, and when he sate upon his courser free, St. George himself you would have deemed him to be. But he, the knight, whose semblant he did bear, the true St. George, was wandered far away, still flying from his thoughts and jealous fear. Will was his guide, and grief led him astray. At last, him chanced to meet upon the way a faithless Saracen, all armed to point, in whose great shield was writ with letters gay, Sans Foy. Full large of limb and every joint he was, and cared not for God or man a point. He had a fair companion of his way, a goodly lady, clad in scarlet red, purfled with gold and pearl of rich assay, and like a Persian mitre on her head she wore, with crowns and ochres garnished, the which her lavish lovers to her gave. Her wanton palfrey all was overspread with tinsel trappings, woven like a wave, whose bridle rung with golden bells and bosses brave. With fair disport and courting dalliance she entertained her lover all the way. But when she saw the knight his spear advance, she soon left off her mirth and wanton play, and bade her knight address him to the fray. His foe was nigh at hand. He pricked with pride and hope to win his lady's heart that day. Forth spurred fast. Adown his courser's side the red blood trickling stained the way as he did ride. The knight of the Redcrosse, when him he spied, spurring so hot, with rage despidious, gan fairly couch his spear, and towards ride. Soon meet they both. Both fell and furious, that daunted with their forces hideous, their steeds do stagger, and amazed stand, and eke themselves, too rudely rigorous, astonied with the stroke of their own hand, do back rebut, and each to other yieldeth land. As when two rams, stirred with ambitious pride, fight for the rule of the rich fleeced flock, their horned fronts, so fierce on either side do meet, that with the terror of the shock, astonied both, stand senseless as a block, forgetful of the hanging victory. So stood these twain, unmoved as a rock, both staring fierce, and holding idly the broken relics of their former cruelty. The Saracen, sore daunted with the buff, snatcheth his sword, and fiercely to him flies, who well it wards, and quiteth cuff with cuff. Each other's equal puissance envies, and through their iron sides with cruel spies does seek to pierce. Repining courage yields no foot to foe. The flashing fire flies as from a forge out of their burning shields, and streams of purple blood new dyes the verdant fields. Curse on that cross, quoth then the Saracen, that keeps thy body from the bitter fit. Dead long ago, I wot thou hadst been, had not that charm from thee forewarned it. But yet, I warn thee now, assured sit and hide thy head. Therewith upon his crest, with rigour so outrageous, he smit, that a large share it hewed out of the rest, and glancing down his shield, from blame him fairly blessed. Who thereat wondrous wroth? The sleeping spark of native virtue gan eftsoons revive, and at his haughty helmet making mark, so hugely stroke, that it the steel did rive, and cleft his head. He, tumbling down alive, with bloody mouth his mother earth did kiss, greeting his grave. His grudging ghost did strive with the frail flesh. At last it flitted is, whither the souls do fly of men that live amiss. The lady, when she saw her champion fall, like the old ruins of a broken tower, stayed not to wail his woeful funeral, but from him fled away with all her power, who after her as hastily gan scour, bidding the dwarf with him to bring away the Saracen's shield, sign of the conqueror. Her soon he overtook, and bade to stay, for present cause was none of dread her to dismay. She, turning back with rueful countenance, cried, "Mercy, mercy, sir, vouchsafe to show on silly dame, subject to hard mischance, and to your mighty will. her humblest low, in so rich weeds and seeming glorious show, did much immove his stout, heroic heart, and said, Dear dame, your sudden overthrow much rueth me, but now put fear apart, and tell both who ye be, and who that took your part. Melting in tears, then gan she thus lament, The wretched woman whom unhappy hour hath now made thrall to your commandment, before that angry heaven's lists allower, and fortune false betrayed me to your power, was, oh, what now availeth that I was, born the sole daughter of an emperor, he that the wide west under his rule has, and high hath set his throne, where Tiberus doth pass. He, in the first flower of my freshest age, betrothed me unto the only heir of a most mighty king, most rich and sage. Was never prince so faithful and so fair, was never prince so meek and debonair. But ere my hoped day of spousal shone, my dearest lord fell from high honour's stair into the hands of his accursed foe, and cruelly was slain. That shall I ever moan. His blessed body, spoiled of lively breath, was afterward, I know not how, conveyed and fro me hid, of whose most innocent death, when tidings came to me, unhappy maid, oh, how great sorrow my sad soul essayed. Then forth I went his woeful course to find, and many years throughout the world I strayed, a virgin widow, whose deep wounded mind with love long time did languish as the stricken hind. At last it chanced this proud Saracen to meet me wandering, who perforce me led with him away, but yet could never win the fort that ladies hold in sovereign dread. There lies he now with foul dishonour dead, who whiles he lived was called proud sans foy, the eldest of 3 brethren, all 3 bred of one bad sire, whose youngest is sans joy, and twixt them both was born the bloody, bold sans loy. In this sad plight, friendless, unfortunate, now miserable, I, Fidessa, dwell, craving of you, in pity of my state, to do none ill, if please ye not do well. He in great passion all this while did dwell, more busying his quick eyes her face to view, than his dull ears to hear what she did tell, and said, Fair lady, heart of flint would rue the undeserved woes and sorrows which ye show. Henceforth in safe assurance may ye rest, having both found a new friend you to aid, and lost an old foe that did you molest. Better new friend than an old foe is said. With change of cheer the seeming simple maid let fall her eyen, as shamefast to the earth, and yielding soft, in that she naught gainsaid, so forth they rode, he feigning seemly mirth, and she coy looks, so dainty they say maketh dearth. Long time they thus together travelled, till weary of their way, they came at last where grew 2 goodly trees, that fair did spread their arms abroad, with grey moss overcast, and their green leaves, trembling with every blast, made a calm shadow far encompass round. The fearful shepherd, often there aghast, under them never sat, ne wont there sound his merry oaten pipe, but shunned the unlucky ground. But this good knight, soon as he them can spy, for the cool shade him thither hastily got, for golden Phoebus, now mounted high from fiery wheels of his fair chariot, hurled his beams so scorching cruel hot, that living creature mote it not abide, and his new lady it endured not. There they alight, and hope themselves to hide from the fierce heat, and rest their weary limbs a tide. Fair seemly pleasant each to other makes, with goodly purposes, there as they sit, and in his falsed fancy he her takes to be the fairest wight that lived yet, which to express he bends his gentle wit, and thinking of those branches green, to frame a garland for her dainty forehead fit, he plucked a bough, out of whose rift there came small drops of gory blood that trickled down the same. Therewith a piteous yelling voice was heard, crying, "O spare with guilty hands to tear my tender sides in this rough rind embarred. But fly, fly far hence away, for fear lest to you hap that happened to me here, and to this wretched lady, my dear love, oh too dear love, love bought with death, too dear." Astond he stood, and up his hair did hove, and with that sudden horror could no member move. At last, when as the dreadful passion was overpast, and manhood well awake, yet musing at the strange occasion, and doubting much his sense, he thus bespake, "What voice of damned ghost from limbo lake, or guileful sprite wandering in empty air, both which frail men do oftentimes mistake, sends to my doubtful ears these speeches rare and rueful plaints, me bidding guiltless blood to spare?" Then groaning deep, "Nor damned ghost," quoth he, "nor guileful sprite, to thee these words doth speak, but once a man, fra dubio, now a tree. Wretched man, wretched tree, whose nature, weak, a cruel witch her cursed will to wreak hath thus transformed, and placed in open plains, where Boreas doth blow full bitter bleak, and scorching sun does dry my secret veins, for though a tree I seem, yet cold and heat me pains." "Say on, fra dubio then, or man, or tree," quoth then the knight, "by whose mischievous arts art thou mishaped thus as now I see?" "He oft finds medicine who his grief imparts, but double griefs afflict concealing hearts as raging flames who striveth to suppress. The author then," said he, "of all my smarts is one Duessa, a false sorceress, that many errant knights hath brought to wretchedness. In prime of youthly years, when courage hot the fire of love and joy of chivalry first kindled in my breast, it was my lot to love this gentle lady whom ye see, now not a lady, but a seeming tree, with whom as once I rode accompanied. Mechanced of a knight encountered be, that had a like fair lady by his side, like a fair lady, but did foul Duessa hide, whose forged beauty he did take in hand, all other dames to have exceeded far. I, in defence of mine, did likewise stand, mine, that did then shine as the morning star. So both to battle fierce arranged are, in which his harder fortune was to fall under my spear. Such is the die of war. His lady, left as a prize martial, did yield her comely person to be at my call. So doubly loved of ladies, unlike fair, the one seeming such, the other such indeed. One day in doubt I cast, for to compare whether in beauty's glory did exceed. A rosy garland was the victor's meed. Both seemed to win, and both seemed one to be. So hard the discord was to be agreed. For Elissa was as fair mote be, and ever false Duessa seemed as fair as she. The wicked witch now seeing all this while the doubtful balance equally to sway, what not by right, she cast to win by guile, and by her hellish science raised straightway a foggy mist that overcast the day, and a dull blast, that breathing on her face dimmed her former beauty's shining ray, and with foul ugly form did her disgrace. Then was she fair alone, when none was fair in place. Then cried she out, "Fie, fie, deformed wight, whose borrowed beauty now appeareth plain, to have before bewitched all men's sight. O leave her soon, or let her soon be slain. Her loathly visage viewing with disdain, eftsoons I thought her such as she me told, and would have killed her. But with feigned pain the false witch did my wrathful hand withhold. so left her, where she now is turned to tree and mould. Thenceforth I took Duessa for my dame, and in the which, unweeting, joyed long time, ne ever wist but that she was the same, till on a day, that day is every prime when witches wont do penance for their crime, I chanced to see her in her proper hue, bathing herself in Oregon and thyme. A filthy, foul old woman I did view, that ever to have touched her I did deadly rue. Her nether parts, misshapen, monstrous, were hidden water, that I could not see, but they did seem more foul and hideous than woman's shape man would believe to be. Thenceforth from her most beastly company I again refrain, and mind to slip away, soon as appeared safe opportunity. For danger great, if not assured decay, I saw before mine eyes, if I were known to stray. The devilish hag, by changes of my cheer, perceived my thought, and drowned in sleepy night with wicked herbs and ointments did besmear my body all, through charms and magic might, that all my senses were bereaved quite. Then brought she me into this desert waste, and by my wretched lover's side me pight, where now, enclosed in wooden walls full fast, banished from living whites, our weary days we waste. But how long time, said then the elfin knight, are you in this misformed house to dwell? We may not change, quoth he, this evil plight, till we be bathed in a living well, that is the term prescribed by the spell. Oh, how, said he, mote I that well outfind, that may restore you to your wonted well? Time and suffised fates to former kind shall us restore, none else from hence may us unbind. The false Duessa, now Fidessa hight, heard how in vain Fra Dubio did lament, and knew well all was true. But the good knight, full of sad fear and ghastly dreariment, when all this speech the living tree had spent, the bleeding bough did thrust into the ground, that from the blood he might be innocent, and with fresh clay did close the wooden wound. Then, turning to his lady, dead with fear her found. Her seeming dead he found with feigned fear, as all unweeting of that well she knew, and pained himself with busy care to rear her out of careless swoon. Her eyelids blue and dimmed sight, with pale and deadly hue at last she up gan lift. With trembling cheer her up he took, too simple and too true, and oft her kissed. At length, all past fear, he set her on her steed, and forward forth did bear. End of Canto 2, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross, or of Holiness.
Section 4 of the Faerie Queene. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 3. Forsaken truth long seeks her love, and makes the lion mild, mars blind devotion's mart, and falls in hand of lecher viled. Naught there under heaven's wild hollowness that moves more dear compassion of mind than beauty brought to unworthy wretchedness, through envy's snare or fortune's freaks unkind. I, whether lately through her brightness blind, or through allegiance and fast fealty, which I do owe unto all womankind, feel my heart pierced with so great agony, when such I see, that all for pity I could die. And now it is in passion so deep, for fair Una's sake, of whom I sing, that my frail eyes these lines with tears do steep, to think how she through guileful handling, though true as touch, though daughter of a king, though fair as ever living wight was fair, thought nor in word nor deed ill meriting, is from her knight divorced in despair, and her due loves derived to that vile witch's share. Yet she most faithful lady all this while, forsaken, woeful, solitary maid, far from all people's praise, as in exile, in wilderness and wasteful deserts strayed, to seek her knight, who subtly betrayed through that late vision which the enchanter wrought, had her abandoned. She of nought afraid, through woods and wasteness wild him daily sought, yet wished tidings none of him unto her brought. One day, nigh weary of the irksome way, from her unhasty beast she did alight, and on the grass her dainty limbs did lay in secret shadow, far from all men's sight. From her fair head her fillet she undight, and laid her stole aside. Her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place, did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace. It fortuned out of the thickest wood, a ramping lion rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after salvage blood. Soon as the royal virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to have at once devoured her tender corse. But to the prey, whenas he drew more nigh, his bloody rage assuaged with remorse, and with the sight amazed, forgot his furious force. Instead thereof he kissed her weary feet, and licked her lily hands with fawning tongue, as he her wronged innocence did weet. O how can beauty master the most strong, and simple truth subdue avenging wrong? Whose yielded pride and proud submission, still dreading death, when she had marked long, her heart gan melt in great compassion, and drizzling tears did shed for pure affection. The lion, lord of every beast in field, quoth she, his princely puissance doth abate, and mighty proud to humble weak does yield, forgetful of the hungry rage, which late him pricked, in pity of my sad estate. But he, my lion and my noble lord, how does he find in cruel heart to hate her that him loved, and ever most adored as the god of my life? Why hath he me abhorred? Redounding tears did choke the end of her plaint, which softly echoed from the neighbour wood, and sad to see her sorrowful constraint, the kingly beast upon her gazing stood, with pity calmed, down fell his angry mood. At last in close heart shutting up her pain, arose the virgin born of heavenly brood, and to her snowy palfrey got again, to seek her strayed champion, if she might attain. The lion would not leave her desolate, but with her went along, as a strong guard of her chaste person, and a faithful mate of her sad troubles and misfortunes hard. Still when she slept, he kept both watch and ward, and when she waked, he waited diligent, with humble service to her will prepared. From her fair eyes he took commandment, and ever by her looks conceived her intent. Long she thus travelled through deserts wide, by which she thought her wandering night should pass, yet never shew of living wight espied, till that at length she found the trodden grass, in which the tract of people's footing was, under the steep foot of a mountain hoar. The same she follows, till at last she has a damsel spied slow footing her before, that on her shoulders sad a pot of water bore. To whom approaching she to her gan call, to weet if dwelling place were nigh at hand. But the rude wench her answered nought at all, she could not hear, nor speak, nor understand, till seeing by her side the lion stand, with sudden fear her pitcher down she threw, and fled away, for never in that land face of fair lady she before did view, and that dread lion's look her cast in deadly hue. Full fast she fled, nor ever looked behind, as if her life upon the wager lay, and home she came, whereas her mother blind sate in eternal night, nought could she say, but sudden catching hold did her dismay with quaking hands, and other signs of fear, who full of ghastly fright and cold affray, gan shut the door. By this arrived there Dame Una, weary dame, and entrance did requere, which when none yielded, her unruly page with his rude claws the wicket open rent, and let her in, whereof his cruel rage, nigh dead with fear and faint astonishment, she found them both in darksome corner pent, where that old woman day and night did pray upon her beads devoutly penitent, 900 paternosters every day, and thrice 900 aves she was wont to say, and to augment her painful penance more, thrice every week in ashes she did sit, and next her wrinkled skin rough sackcloth wore, and thrice 3 times did fast from any bit. But now for fear her beads she did forget, whose needless dread for to remove away, fair Una framed words and countenance fit, which hardly doen, at length she gan them pray, that in their cottage small, that night she rest her may. The day is spent, and cometh drowsy night, when every creature shrouded is in sleep. Sad Una down her lays in weary plight, and at her feet the lion watch doth keep. Instead of rest, she does lament and weep for the late loss of her dear loved knight, and sighs and groans, and evermore does steep her tender breast in bitter tears all night. All night she thinks too long, and often looks for light. Now when Aldebaran was mounted high above the shiny Cassiopeia's chair, and all in deadly sleep did drowned lie, one knocked at the door, and in would fare. He knocked fast, and often cursed and sware, that ready entrance was not at his call, for on his back a heavy load he bare, of knightly stealths and pillage several, which he had got abroad by purchase criminal. He was to weet a stout and sturdy thief, wont to rob churches of their ornaments, and poor men's boxes of their due relief, which given was to them for good intents. The holy saints of their rich vestments he did disrobe, when all men careless slept, and spoiled the priests of their habiliments, whiles none the holy things in safety kept. Then he by cunning sleights in at the window crept, and all that he by right or wrong could find, unto this house he brought, and did bestow upon the daughter of this woman blind, Abessa, daughter of Corcera slow, with whom he whoredom used, that few did know, and fed her fat with feast of offerings, and plenty, which in all the land did grow, nor spared he to give her golden rings, and now he to her brought part of his stolen things. Thus long the door with rage and threats he bet, yet of those fearful women none durst rise. The lion frayed them, him in to let. He would no longer stay him to advise, but open breaks the door in furious wise, and entring is, when that disdainfull beast, encountering fierce, him sudden doth surprize, and seizing cruel claws on trembling breast, under his lordly foot him proudly hath supprest. Him booteth not resist, nor succour call, his bleeding heart is in the venger's hand, who straight him rent in 1,000 pieces small, and quite dismembred hath. The thirsty land drunk up his life, his corse left on the strand. His fearful friends wear out the woeful knight, nor dare to weep, nor seem to understand the heavy hap which on them is alight, afraid, least to themselves the like mishappen might. Now when broad day the world discovered has, up Una rose, up rose the lion eke, and on their former journey forward pass, in ways unknown, her wandering knight to seek, with paines far passing that long wandering Greek, that for his love refused deity. Such were the labours of this lady meek, still seeking him, that from her still did fly, then furthest from her hope, when most she weened nigh. Soon as she parted thence, the fearful twain, that blind old woman and her daughter dear, came forth, and finding Cercrapine there slain, for anguish great they gan to rend their hair, and beat their breasts, and naked flesh to tear. And when they both had wept and wailed their fill, then forth they ran like two amazed deer, half mad through malice, and revenging will to follow her, that was the causer of their ill. Whom overtaking, they gan loudly bray with hollow howling and lamenting cry, shamefully at her railing all the way, and her accusing of dishonesty, that was the flower of faith and chastity. And still amidst her railing she did pray, that plagues and mischiefs and long misery might fall on her, and follow all the way, and that in endless error she might ever stray. But when she saw her prayers nought prevailed, she back returned with some labour lost, and in the way, as she did weep and wail, a knight her met in mighty arms embossed. Yet knight was not for all his bragging boast, but subtle archimage, that Una sought by trains into new troubles to have tost. Of that old woman tidings he besought, if that of such a lady she could tellen aught. Therewith she gan her passion to renew, and cry and curse, and rail, and rend her hair, saying, that harlot she too lately knew, that caused her shed so many a bitter tear, and so forth told the story of her fear. Much seemed he to moan her hapless chance, and after for that lady did enquire, which being taught, he forward gan advance his fair enchanted steed, and eke his charmed lance. Ere long he came, where Una travelled slow, and that wild champion waiting her beside, whom seeing such, for dread he durst not show himself too nigh at hand, but turned wide unto an hill, from whence she him spied. By his like seeming shield, her knight by name she weened it was, and towards him gan ride. Approaching nigh, she wist it was the same, and with fair fearful humbleness towards him she came, and weeping said: "Ah, my long lacked lord, where have ye been thus long out of my sight? Much feared I to have been quite abhorred, or aught have done that ye displeasen might, that should as death unto my dear heart light. For since mine eye your joyous sight did miss, my cheerful day is turned to cheerless night, and eke my night of death the shadow is. But welcome now my light, and shining lamp of bliss." He thereto meeting said: "My dearest dame, far be it from your thought, and for my will, to think that knighthood I so much should shame as you to leave, that have me loved still, and chose in Faerie Court of mere good will, where noblest knights were to be found on earth. The earth shall sooner leave her kindly skill to bring forth fruit, and make eternal dearth, than I leave you, my lief, y-born of heavenly birth. And sooth to say, why I left you so long, was for to seek adventure in strange place, where Archimagos said a felon strong to many knights did daily work disgrace. But knight he now shall never more deface. Good cause of mine excuse, that mote ye please well to accept, and evermore embrace my faithful service, that by land and seas have vowed you to defend. Now then, your plaint appease." His lovely words her seemed due recompense of all her passed pains. One loving hour for many years of sorrow can dispense. A dram of sweet is worth a pound of sour. She has forgot how many a woeful star for him she late endured. She speaks no more of past. True is, that true love hath no power to looken back, his eyes be fixed before. Before her stands her knight, for whom she toiled so sore. Much like as when the beaten mariner, that long hath wandered in the ocean wide, oft soused in swelling Tethys' saltish tear, and long time having tend his tawny hide with blustering breath of heaven, that none can bide, and scorching flames of fierce Orion's hound, soon as the port from far he has espied, his cheerful whistle merrily doth sound, and Nereus crowns with cups his mates him pledged around. Such joy made Una, when her knight she found, and eke the enchanter joyous seemed no less than the glad merchant, that does view from ground his ship far come from watery wilderness. He hurls out vows, and Neptune oft doth bless. So forth they passed, and all the way they spent, discoursing of her dreadful late distress, in which he asked her what the lion meant, who told her all that fell in journey as she went. They had not ridden far, when they might see one pricking towards them with hasty heat, full strongly armed, and on a courser free, that through his fierceness foamed all with sweat, and the sharp iron did for anger eat, when his hot rider spurred his chauffed side. His look was stern, and seemed still to threat cruel revenge, which he in heart did hide, and on his shield Saint Roy in bloody lines was dyed. When night he drew unto this gentle pair, and saw the red cross which the knight did bear, he burnt in fire, and gan eftsoons prepare himself to battle with his couched spear. Loth was that other, and did faint through fear to taste the untried dint of deadly steel, but yet his lady did so well him cheer, that hope of new good hap he gan to feel, so bent his spear, and spurned his horse with iron heel. But that proud Paynim forward came so fierce and full of wrath, that with his sharp head-spear through vainly crossed shield he did quite pierce, and had his staggering steed not shrunk for fear, through shield and body eke he should him bear. Yet so great was the puissance of his push, that from his saddle quite he did him bear. He tumbling rudely down to ground did rush, and from his gored wound a well of blood did gush. Dismounting lightly from his lofty steed, he to him leapt, in mind to reave his life, and proudly said: "Lo, there the worthy meed of him, that slew Sans Foy with bloody knife. Henceforth his ghost freed from repining strife, in peace may passen over Lethe lake, when morning altars purged with enemies' life, the black infernal furies Donus slake. Life from Sans Foy thou took, Sans Roy shall from thee take. Therewith in haste his helmet gan unlace, till Una cried, O hold that heavy hand, dear Sir, whatever that thou be in place, enough is, that thy foe doth vanquished stand now at thy mercy. Mercy notwithstand, for he is one the truest knight alive, though conquered now he lie on lowly land, and whilst him fortune favoured, fair did thrive in bloody field, therefore of life him not deprive. Her piteous words might not abate his rage, but, rudely rending up his helmet, would have slain him straight, but when he sees his age, and hoary head of Archimago old, his hasty hand he doth amazed hold, and half ashamed, wondered at the sight, for the old man well knew he, though untold, in charms and magic to have wondrous might, nor ever want in field, nor in round lists to fight, and said, Why, Archimago, luckless sire, what do I see? What hard mishap is this, that hath thee hither brought to taste mine ire? Or thine the fault, or mine the error is, instead of foe to wound my friend amiss? He answered nought, but in a trance still lay, and on those guileful dazed eyes of his the cloud of death did sit, which doen away, he left him lying so, nor would no longer stay. But to the Virgin comes, who all this while amazed stands, herself so mocked to see by him, who has the guerdon of his guile, for so misfeigning her true knight to be, yet is she now in more perplexity. Left in the hand of that same Paynim bold, from whom her booteth not at all to fly, who by her cleanly garment catching hold, her from her palfrey plucked, her visage to behold. But her fierce servant, full of kingly awe and high disdain, when as his sovereign dame so rudely handled by her foe he saw, with gaping jaws full greedy at him came, and ramping on his shield, did ween the same have reft away with his sharp rending claws. But he was stout, and lust did now inflame his courage more, that from his griping paws he hath his shield redeemed, and forth his sword he draws. O then, too weak and feeble was the force of salvage beast, his puissance to withstand, for he was strong, and of so mighty course as ever wielded spear in warlike hand, and feats of arms did wisely understand. Eftsoons he pursed through his chauffed chest, with thrilling point of deadly iron brand, and launched his lordly heart with death oppressed, he roared aloud, whilst life forsook his stubborn breast. Who now is left to keep the forlorn maid from raging spoil of lawless victors' will, her faithful guard removed, her hope dismayed, herself a yielded prey to save or spill? He now lord of the field, his pride to fill with foul reproaches and disdainful spite her wildly entertains, and will or nill, bears her away upon his courser light. Her prayers nought prevail, his rage is more of might. And all the way, with great lamenting pain and piteous plaints she filleth his dull ears, that stony heart could riven have in twain, and all the way she wets with flowing tears. But he, enraged with rancour, nothing hears. Her servile beast yet would not leave her so, but follows her far off, nor aught he fears to be partaker of her wandering woe, more mild in beastly kind, than that her beastly foe. End of Canto 3, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse.
Book 1, Canto 4, The Legend of the Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1, The Legend of the Redcrosse, Canto 4. To a sinful house of pride, Duessa guides the faithful knight, where, brother's death to wreak, sans joy doth challenge him to fight. Young knight, whatever that dost arms profess, and through long labours huntest after fame, beware of fraud, beware of fickleness in choice and change of thy dear loved dame, lest thou of her believe too lightly blame, and rash misweening do thy heart remove. For unto knight there is no greater shame than lightness and inconstancy in love. That doth this Redcrosse knight's ensample plainly prove, who, after that he had fair Una lorn through light misdeeming of her loyalty, and false Duessa in her stead had borne, called Fides, and so supposed to be, long with her travelled, till at last they see a goodly building bravely garnished, the house of mighty prince it seemed to be, and towards it a broad highway that led all bare through people's feet, which thither travelled. Great troops of people travelled thitherward, both day and night, of each degree and place, but few returned, having scaped hard with baleful beggary or foul disgrace, which ever after in most wretched case like loathsome Lazars by the hedges lay. Thither Duessa bade him bend his pace, for she is weary of the toilsome way, and also nigh consumed is the lingering day. A stately palace, built of squared brick, which cunningly was without mortar laid, whose walls were high, but nothing strong nor thick, and golden foil all over them displayed, that purest sky with brightness they dismayed. High lifted up were many lofty towers, and goodly galleries far overlaid, full of fair windows and delightful bowers, and on the top a dial told the timely hours. It was a goodly heap for to behold, and spake the praises of the workman's wit. But full great pity that so fair a mould did on so weak foundation ever sit. For on a sandy hill that still did flit and fall away, it mounted was full high, that every breath of heaven shaked it, and all the hinder parts that few could spy were ruinous and old, but painted cunningly. Arrived there, they passed in forthright, for still to all the gates stood open wide. Yet charge of them was to a porter hight, called Malvenu, who entrance none denied. Thence to the hall, which was on every side with rich array and costly arras dight. Infinite sorts of people did abide there, waiting long to win the wished sight of her that was the lady of that palace bright. By them they pass, all gazing on them round, and to the presence mount, whose glorious view their frail amazed senses did confound. In living prince's court none ever knew such endless richesse and so sumptuous show. Nay, Persia self, the nurse of pompous pride, like ever saw. And there a noble crew of lords and ladies stood on every side, which with their presence fair the place much beautified. High above all a cloth of state was spread, and a rich throne as bright as sunny day, on which there sat most brave, embellished with royal robes and gorgeous array, a maiden queen that shone as Titan's ray in glistering gold and peerless precious stone. Yet her bright blazing beauty did assay to dim the brightness of her glorious throne, as envying herself that too exceeding shone. Exceeding shone, like Phoebus' fairest child, that did presume his father's fiery wain, and flaming mouths of steeds unwonted wild through highest heaven with weaker hand to reign. Proud of such glory and advancement vain, while flashing beams do daze his feeble iron, he leaves the welkin way most beaten plain, and wrapped with whirling wheels inflames the skyen with fire not made to burn, but fairly for to shine. So proud she shined in her princely state, looking to heaven, for earth she did disdain, and sitting high, for lowly she did hate. Lo, underneath her scornful feet was lain a dreadful dragon with an hideous train, and in her hand she held a mirror bright, wherein her face she often viewed fain, and in her self-loved semblance took delight, for she was wondrous fair as any living wight. Of grisly Pluto she the daughter was, and sad Proserpina the queen of hell. Yet did she think her peerless wrath to pass that parentage, with pride so did she swell, and thundering love that high in heaven doth dwell, and wield the world she claimed for her sire, or if that any else did love excel. For to the highest she did still aspire, or if aught higher were than that, did it desire. And proud Lucifera men did her call, that made herself a queen, and crowned to be. Yet rightful kingdom she had none at all, ne heritage of native sovereignty, but did usurp with wrong and tyranny upon the sceptre which she now did hold. Ne ruled her realms with laws, but policy, and strong advisement of 6 wizards old, that with their counsels bad her kingdom did uphold. Soon as the elfin knight in presence came, and false Duessa, seeming lady fair, a gentle usher, Vanity by name, made roam, and passage for them did prepare. So goodly brought them to the lowest stair of her high throne, where they on humble knee, making obeisance, did the cause declare why they were come, her royal state to see, to prove the wide report of her great majesty. With lofty eyes, half loath to look so low, she thanked them in her disdainful wise, ne other grace vouchsafed them to show of princess worthy, scarce them bade arise. Her lords and ladies all this while devise themselves to setten forth to strangers' sight. Some flounce their curled hair in courtly guise, some prank their ruffs, and others trimly dight their gay attire, each other's greater pride despite. Goodly they all that night do entertain, right glad with him to have increased their crew, but to Duesse each one himself did pain all kindness and fair courtesy to show, for in that court whilom her well they knew. Yet the stout fairy mongst the middest crowd thought all their glory vain in knightly view, and that great princess too exceeding proud, that to strange knight no better countenance allowed. Sudden upriseth from her stately place the royal dame, and for her coach doth call. All hurtlen forth, and she with princely pace, as fair Aurora in her purple pall out of the east the dawning day doth call, so forth she comes, her brightness broad doth blaze. The heaps of people thronging in the hall do ride each other upon her to gaze. Her glorious glitter and light doth all men's eyes amaze. So forth she comes, and to her coach does climb, adorned all with gold and garlands gay, that seemed as fresh as Flora in her prime, and strove to match, in royal rich array, great Juno's golden chair, the which, they say, the gods stand gazing on, when she does ride to love's high house through heaven's brass-paved way, drawn of fair peacocks that excel in pride, and full of Argus eyes, their tails dispreaden wide. But this was drawn of 6 unequal beasts, on which her 6 sage counsellors did ride, taught to obey their bestial behests, with like conditions to their kinds applied, of which the first, that all the rest did guide, was sluggish idleness, the nurse of sin. Upon a slothful ass he chose to ride, arrayed in habit black, and amice thin, like to an holy monk, the service to begin. And in his hand his portesse still he bare, that much was worn, but therein little read. For of devotion he had little care, still drowned in sleep, and most of his days dead. Scarce could he once uphold his heavy head, to looken whether it were night or day. May seem the wain was very evil led, when such an one had guiding of the way, that knew not whether right he went, or else astray. From worldly cares himself he did esloin, and greatly shunned manly exercise. From every work he challenged essoin, for contemplation's sake, yet otherwise his life he led, in lawless rioties, by which he grew to grievous malady, for in his lustless limbs through evil guise a shaking fever reigned continually. Such one was Idleness, first of this company. And by his side rode loathsome Gluttony, deformed creature on a filthy swine. His belly was upblown with luxury, and eke with fatness swollen were his eyne, and like a crane his neck was long and fine, with which he swallowed up excessive feast, for want whereof poor people oft did pine. And all the way, most like a brutish beast, he spewed up his gorge, that all did him detest. In green vine leaves he was right fitly clad, for other clothes he could not wear for heat, and on his head an ivy garland had, from under which fast trickled down the sweat. Still as he rode he somewhat still did eat, and in his hand did bear a boozing can, of which he supped so oft, that on his seat his drunken course he scarce upholden can, in shape and life more like a monster than a man. Unfit he was for any worldly thing, and eke unable once to stir or go, not meet to be of counsel to a king, whose mind in meat and drink was drowned so, that from his friend he seldom knew his foe. Full of diseases was his carcass blue, and a dry dropsy through his flesh did flow, which by misdiet daily greater grew. Such one was Gluttony, the second of that crew. And next to him rode lustful Lechery upon a bearded goat, whose rugged hair and whorly eyes, the sign of jealousy, was like the person's self whom he did bear, who rough and black and filthy did appear, unseemly man to please fair ladies' eye, yet he of ladies oft was loved dear, when fairer faces were bid standen by. Oh, who does know the bent of women's fantasy? In a green gown he clothed was full fair, which underneath did hide his filthiness, and in his hand a burning heart he bare, full of vain follies and new-fangleness, for he was false and fraught with fickleness, and learned had to love with secret looks, and well could dance and sing with ruefulness, and fortunes tell, and read in loving books, and 1,000 other ways to bait his fleshly hooks. Inconstant man, that loved all he saw, and lusted after all that he did love, ne would his looser life be tied to law, but joyed weak women's hearts to tempt, and prove if from their loyal loves he might them move. Which lewdness filled him with reproachful pain of that foul evil which all men reprove, that rots the marrow and consumes the brain. Such one was lechery, the third of all this train. And greedy avarice by him did ride upon a camel, loaden all with gold. 2 iron coffers hung on either side, with precious metal full as they might hold, and in his lap an heap of coin he told. For of his wicked pelf his god he made, and unto hell himself for money sold. Accursed usury was all his trade, and right and wrong alike in equal balance weighed. His life was nigh unto death's door aplast, and threadbare coat and cobbled shoes he wear, ne scarce good morsel all his life did taste, but both from back and belly still did spare to fill his bags, and riches to compare. Yet child ne kinsman living had he none to leave them to, but thorough daily care to get, and nightly fear to lose his own. He led a wretched life, unto himself unknown. Most wretched wight, whom nothing might suffice, whose greedy lust did lack in greatest store, whose need had end, but no end covetise, whose wealth was want, whose plenty made him poor, who had enough, yet wished evermore. A vile disease, and eke in foot and hand a grievous gout, tormented him full sore, that well he could not touch, nor go, nor stand. Such one was avarice, the fourth of this fair band. And next to him malicious envy rode upon a ravenous wolf, and still did chaw between his cankered teeth a venomous toad, that all the poison ran about his chaw. But inwardly he chawed his own maw at neighbours' wealth, that made him ever sad. For death it was when any good he saw, and wept that cause of weeping none he had. But when he heard of harm, he wexed wondrous glad. All in a kirtle of discoloured say he clothed was, a-painted full of eyes, and in his bosom secretly there lay an hateful snake, the which his tail upties in many folds, and mortal sting implies. Still as he rode he gnashed his teeth, to see those heaps of gold, with grippled covetise, and grudged at the great felicity of proud Lucifera and his own company. He hated all good works and virtuous deeds, and him no less that any like did use, and who with gracious bread the hungry feeds, his alms for want of faith he doth accuse. So every good to bad he doth abuse, and eke the verse of famous poets' wit he does backbite, and spiteful poison spews from leprous mouth on all that ever writ. Such one vile envy was, that fifth in row did sit. And him beside rides fierce revenging Wrath upon a lion, loath for to be led, and in his hand a burning brand he hath, the which he brandisheth about his head. His eyes did hurl forth sparkles fiery red, and stared stern on all that him beheld, as ashes pale of hue and seeming dead. And on his dagger still his hand he held, trembling through hasty rage, when choler in him swelled. His ruffian raiment all was stained with blood which he had spilt, and all to rags arent, through unadvised rashness waxen wood. For of his hands he had no government, ne cared for blood in his avengement, but when the furious fit was overpast, his cruel facts he often would repent. Yet wilful man he never would forecast how many mischiefs should ensue his heedless hast. Full many mischiefs follow cruel wrath, abhorred bloodshed and tumultuous strife, unmanly murder and unthrifty scath, bitter despite with rancor's rusty knife, and fretting grief the enemy of life. All these and many evils mow haunt ire, the swelling spleen and frenzy raging rife, the shaking palsy and St. Francis fire. Such one was wrath, the last of this ungodly tire. And, after all, upon the waggon beam rode Satan, with a smarting whip in hand, with which he forward lashed the lazy team, so oft as sloth still in the mire did stand. Huge routs of people did about them band, shouting for joy, and still before their way a foggy mist had covered all the land, and underneath their feet all scattered lay dead skulls and bones of men whose life had gone astray. So forth they marchen in this goodly sort, to take the solace of the open air, and in fresh flowering fields themselves to sport. Amongst the rest rode that false lady fair, the foul Duessa, next unto the chair of proud Lucifer as one of the train. But that good knight would not so nigh repair, himself estranging from their joyance vain, whose fellowship seemed far unfit for warlike swain. So having solaced themselves a space with pleasance of the breathing fields y-fed, they back returned to the princely place, whereas an errant knight in arms clad, and heathenish shield, wherein with letters red was writ Sans joy, they knew arrived find. Enflamed with fury and fierce hardihead, he seemed in heart to harbour thoughts unkind, and nourish bloody vengeance in his bitter mind. Who when the shamed shield of slain Sans Foy he spied, with that same fairy champion's page, bewraying him that did of late destroy his eldest brother, burning all with rage, he to him leapt, and that same envious gage of victor's glory from him snatched away. But the elfin knight, which ought that warlike wage, disdained to loose the meed he won in fray, and him rencountering fierce, rescued the noble prey. Therewith they gan to hurtlen greedily, redoubted Batail ready to darraign, and clash their shields, and shake their swords on high, that with their stir they troubled all the train, till that great queen, upon eternal pain of high displeasure that ensuein might, commanded them their fury to refrain, and if that either to that shield had right, in equal lists they should the morrow next it fight. Ah, dearest dame, quoth then the Paynim bold, pardon the error of enraged wight, whom great grief made forget the reins to hold of reason's rule, to see this recreant knight no knight, but treacher full of false despite and shameful treason, who through guile hath slain the prowest knight that ever field did fight, even stout Sans Foy. Oh, who can then refrain, whose shield he bears renversed, the more to heap disdain? And to augment the glory of his guile, His dearest love, the fair Fidessa, lo, is there possessed of the traitor vile, who reaps the harvest, sown by his foe, sown in bloody field, and bought with woe. That brother's hand shall dearly well requite, so be, O Queen, you equal favour show. Him little answered the angry elfin knight. He never meant with words, but swords, to plead his right, but threw his gauntlet as a sacred pledge, his cause in combat the next day to try. So being they parted both, with hearts on edge, to be avenged each on his enemy. That night they pass in joy and jollity, feasting and courting both in bower and hall. For steward was excessive gluttony, that of his plenty poured forth to all, which do'n the chamberlain Sloth did to rest them call. Now when as darksome night had all displayed her coal-black curtain over brightest sky, the warlike youths on dainty couches laid did chase away sweet sleep from sluggish eye, to muse on means of hoped victory. But when as Morpheus had with leaden mace arrested all that courtly company, uprose Duessa from her resting place, and to the Paynim's lodging comes with silent pace, whom broad awake she finds in troublous fit, forecasting how his foe he might annoy, and him amoves with speeches seeming fit. Ah, dear sans joy, next dearest to sans foy, cause of my new grief, cause of my new joy, joyous to see his image in mine eye, and grieved to think how foe did him destroy, that was the flower of grace and chivalry. Lo, his Fidessa, to thy secret faith I fly. With gentle wordes he can her fairly greet, and bade say on the secret of her heart. Then sighing soft, I learn that little sweet oft-tempered is, quoth she, with muchel smart. For since my breast was launched with lovely dart of dear sans foy, I never joyed hour, but in eternal woes my weaker heart have wasted, loving him with all my power, and for his sake have felt full many an heavy stour. At last, when perils all I weened past, and hoped to reap the crop of all my care, into new woes unweeting I was cast by this false Fator, who unworthy ware his worthy shield, whom he with guileful snare entrapped slew, and brought to shameful grave. Me, silly maid, away with him he bare, and ever since hath kept in darksome cave, for that I would not yield that to sans foy I gave. But since fair sun hath spursed that lowering cloud, and to my loathed life now shows some light, under your beams I will me safely shroud from dreaded storm of his disdainful spite. To you the inheritance belongs by right of brother's praise, to you eke longs his love. Let not his love, let not his restless sprite be unrevenged, that calles to you above from wandering Stygian's shores, where it doth endless move. Thereto said he, Fair dame, be naught dismayed for sorrows past. Their grief is with them gone, ne yet of present peril be afraid, for needless fear did never vantage none, and helpless hap it booteth not to moan. Dead is sans foy, his vital pains are past, though grieved ghost for vengeance deep do groan. He lives that shall him pay his duties last, and guilty elfin blood shall sacrifice in hast. "Oh, but I fear the fickle freaks," quoth she, "of fortune false, and odds of arms in field." "Why, dame," quoth he, "what odds can ever be, where both do fight alike to win or yield?" "Yea, but," quoth she, "he bears a charmed shield, and eke enchanted arms that none can pierce, nay, none can wound the man that does them wield." "Charmed or enchanted," answered he then fierce, "I no whit reck, ne you the like need to rehearse. But fair Fidessa, sithens fortune's guile or enemy's power hath now captived you, return from whence ye came, and rest a while till morrow next, that I the elf subdue, and with Sansfoy's dead dowry you endue." "Ay me, that is a double death," she said, "with proud foes' sight my sorrow to renew. Wherever yet I be, my secret aid shall follow you." So, passing forth, she him obeyed. End of Canto 4, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross, Canto 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross, Canto 5. The faithful knight in equal field subdues his faithless foe, whom false Duessa saves, and for his cure to hell does go. The noble heart that harbours virtuous thought, and is with child of glorious great intent, can never rest until it forth have brought the eternal brood of glory excellent. Such restless passion did all night torment the flaming courage of that fairy knight, devising how that doughty tournament with greatest honour he achieven might. Still did he wake, and still did watch for dawning light. At last the golden oriental gate of greatest heaven gan to open fair, and Phoebus, fresh as bridegroom to his mate, came dancing forth, shaking his dewy hair, and hurled his glistering beams through gloomy air. Which when the wakeful elf perceived, straightway he started up, and did himself prepare in sun-bright arms and batteilous array, for with that pagan proud he combat will that day. And forth he comes into the commune hall, where early wait him many a gazing eye, to weet what end to stranger knights may fall. There many minstrels maken melody, to drive away the dull melancholy, and many bards that to the trembling chord can tune their timely voices cunningly, and many chroniclers that can record old loves and wars for ladies done by many a lord. Soon after comes the cruel Saracen in woven mail, all armed warily, and sternly looks at him, who not a pin does care for look of living creature's eye. They bring them wines of Greece and Araby, and dainty spices fetched from furthest Ind, to kindle heat of courage privily. And in the wine a solemn oath they bind, to observe the sacred laws of arms that are assigned. At last forth comes that far-renowned queen, with royal pomp and princely majesty. She is brought unto a paled green, and placed under stately canopy, the warlike feats of both those knights to see. On th' other side, in all men's open view, Duessa placed is, and on a tree, sans foy his shield, is hanged with bloody hue. Both those the laurel garlands to the victor due. A shrilling trumpet sounded from on high, and unto battle bade themselves address. Their shining shields about their wrists they tie, and burning blades about their heads do bless, the instruments of wrath and heaviness. With greedy force each other doth assail, and strike so fiercely that they do impress deep dinted furrows in the battered mail. The iron walls, to ward their blows, are weak and frail. The Saracen was stout and wondrous strong, and heaped blows like iron hammers great, for after blood and vengeance he did long. The knight was fierce and full of youthly heat, and doubled strokes like dreaded thunder's threat. For all for praise and honour he did fight. Both stricken strike, and beaten both do beat, that from their shields forth flieth fiery light, and helmets hewn deep show marks of either's might. So the one for wrong, the other strives for right, as when a griffin, seized of his prey, a dragon fierce encountereth in his flight, through widest air making his idle way, that would his rightful ravin rend away. With hideous horror both together smite, and souse so sore that they the heavens affray. The wise soothsayer, seeing so sad sight, the amazed vulgar tells of wars and mortal fight. So the one for wrong, the other strives for right, and each to deadly shame would drive his foe. The cruel steel so greedily doth bite in tender flesh, that streams of blood down flow, with which the arms, that erst so bright did show, into a pure vermilion now are dyed. Great ruth in all the gazers' hearts did grow, seeing the gored wounds to gape so wide, that victory they dare not wish to either side. At last the Paynim chanced to cast his sudden eye, flaming with wrathful fire, upon his brother's shield, which hung thereby. Therewith redoubled was his raging ire, and said, "Ah, wretched son of woeful sire, dost thou sit wailing by black Stygian lake, whilst here thy shield is hanged for victor's hire, and sluggish German dost thy forces slake, to after send his foe, that him may overtake? Go, caitiff elf, him quickly overtake, and soon redeem from his long wandering woe. Go, guilty ghost, to him my message make, that I his shield have quit from dying foe." Therewith upon his crest he struck him so, that twice he reeled, ready twice to fall. End of the doubtful battle deemed though the lookers on, and loud to him gan call the false Duessa, "Thine the shield, and I, and all." Soon as the fairy heard his lady speak, Out of his swooning dream he gan awake, and quickening faith that erst was waxen weak, the creeping deadly cold away did shake. Though moved with wrath and shame and lady's sake, of all at once he cast avenged to be, and with so exceeding fury at him strake, that forced him to stoop upon his knee. Had he not stooped so, he should have cloven be. And to him said, Go now, proud miscreant, thyself thy message do to German dear. Alone he wandering thee too long doth want. Go, say his foe thy shield with his doth bear. Therewith his heavy hand he high gan rear, him to have slain. When lo, a darksome cloud upon him fell, he nowhere doth appear, but vanished is. The elf him calls aloud, but answer none receives. The darkness does him shroud. In haste Duessa from her place arose, and to him running said, O prowest knight, that ever lady to her love did choose, let now abate the terror of your might, and quench the flame of furious despite and bloody vengeance. Lo, the infernal powers, covering your foe with cloud of deadly night, have borne him hence to Pluto's baleful bowers. The conquest yours, I yours, the shield and glory yours. Not all so satisfied, with greedy eye he sought all round about, his thirsty blade to bath in blood of faithless enemy, who all that while lay hid in secret shade. He stands amazed, how he thence should fade. At last the trumpet's triumph sound on high, and running heralds humble homage made, greeting him goodly with new victory, and to him brought the shield, the cause of enmity. Wherewith he goeth to that sovereign queen, and falling her before on lowly knee, to her makes present of his service seen, which she accepts with thanks and goodly gree, greatly advancing his gay chivalry. So marcheth home, and by her takes the knight, whom all the people follow with great glee, shouting and clapping all their hands on height, that all the air it fills, and flies to heaven bright. Home is he brought, and laid in sumptuous bed, where many skilful leeches him abide, to salve his hurts that yet still freshly bleed. In wine and oil they wash his wounds wide, and softly can embalm on every side. And all the while most heavenly melody about the bed sweet music did divide, him to beguile of grief and agony. And all the while Duessa wept full bitterly, as when a weary traveller that strays by muddy shore of broad seven-mouthed Nile, unweeting of the perilous wandering ways, doth meet a cruel crafty crocodile, which in false grief hiding his harmful guile, doth weep full sore, and sheddeth tender tears. The foolish man that pities all this while his mournful plight, is swallowed up unwares, forgetful of his own, that minds another's cares. So wept Duessa until eventide, that shining lamps in love's high house were lit. Then forth she rose, ne longer would abide, but comes unto the place where the heathen knight in slumbering swound, nigh void of vital sprite, lay covered with enchanted cloud all day, whom when she found, as she him left in plight, to wail his woeful case she would not stay, but to the eastern coast of heaven make speedy way, where grisly night, with visage deadly sad, that Phoebus cheerful face durst never view, and in a foul black pitchy mantle clad, she findes forthcoming from her darksome mew, where she all day did hide her hated hue. Before the door her iron chariot stood, already harnessed for journey new, and coal-black steeds, aborn of hellish brood, that on their rusty bits did champ as they were wood. Who, when she saw Duessa sunny bright, adorned with gold and jewels shining clear, she greatly grew amazed at the sight, and the unacquainted light began to fear, for never did such brightness there appear, and would have back retired to her cave, until the witch's speech she gan to hear, saying, "Yet, O thou dreaded dame, I crave abide, till I have told the message which I have." She stayed, and forth Duessa gan proceed. "O thou most ancient grandmother of all, more old than love whom thou at first did breed, or that great house of gods celestial, which was begot in Demogorgon's hall, and sawest the secrets of the world unmade, why sufferedst thou thy nephews dear to fall with elfin sword, most shamefully betrayed? Lo, where the stout Sans Joy doth sleep in deadly shade, and him before I saw with bitter eyes the bold Sans Foy shrink underneath his spear, and now the prey of fowls in field he lies, nor wailed of friends, nor laid on groaning bier, that whilom was to me too dearly dear. Oh, what of gods then boots it to be born, if old Virgil's sons so evil hear? Or who shall not great Nightes' children scorn, when 2 of 3 her nephews are so foul forlorn? Up then, up, dreary dame, of darkness queen, go, gather up the relics of thy race, or else go them avenge, and let be seen that dreaded night in brightest day hath place, and can the children of fair light deface." Her feeling speeches some compassion moved in heart, and change in that great mother's face. Yet pity in her heart was never proved till then, for evermore she hated, never loved, and said, "Dear daughter, rightly may I rue the fall of famous children, born of me, and good successes which their foes ensue. But who can turn the stream of destiny, or break the chain of strong necessity, which fast is tied to love's eternal seat? The sons of day he favoureth, I see, and by my ruins thinks to make them great. To make one great by others' loss is bad excheat. Yet shall they not escape so freely all, for some shall pay the price of others' guilt, and he, the man that made Sans Foy to fall, shall with his own blood price that he hath spilt. But what art thou that tell'st of nephews kilt?" "I that do seem not I, Duessa am," quoth she. "However now in garments gilt and gorgeous gold arrayed I to thee came, Duessa I, the daughter of deceit and shame." Then bowing down her aged back, she kissed the wicked witch, saying, "In that fair face the false resemblance of deceit I wist did closely lurk, yet so true seeming grace it carried, that I scarce in darksome place could it discern, though I the mother be of falsehood. and root of Duessa's race. A welcome child, whom I have longed to see, and now have seen unwares. Lo, now I go with thee. Then to her iron waggon she betakes, and with her bears the foul well-favoured witch. Through mirksome air her ready way she makes, her twyfold team, of which 2 black as pitch, and 2 were brown, yet each to each unleach, did softly swim away, ne ever stamp, unless she chanced their stubborn mouths to twitch. Then foaming tar, their bridles they would champ, and trampling the fine element would fiercely ramp. So well they sped, that they become at length unto the place whereas the Paynim lay, devoid of outward sense and native strength, covered with charmed cloud from view of day and sight of men, since his late luckless fray. His cruel wounds with cruddy blood congealed, they binden up so wisely as they may, and handle softly till they can be healed. So lay him in her chariot, close in night concealed. And all the while she stood upon the ground, the wakeful dogs did never cease to bay, as giving warning of the unwonted sound with which her iron wheels did them affray, and her dark grisly look them much dismay. The messenger of death, the ghastly owl, with dreary shrieks did also her bewray, and hungry wolves continually did howl at her abhorred face, so filthy and so foul. Thence turning back in silence, soft they stole, and brought the heavy course with easy pace to yawning gulf of deep Avernus hole. By that same hole an entrance dark and base, with smoke and sulphur hiding all the place, descends to hell. There creature never passed that back returned without heavenly grace, but dreadful furies which their chains have brast, and damned sprites sent forth to make ill men aghast. By that same way the direful dames do drive their mournful chariot, filled with rusty blood, and down to Pluto's house are come believe, which passing through, on every side them stood the trembling ghosts with sad amazed mood, chattering their iron teeth, and staring wide with stony eyes, and all the hellish brood of fiends infernal flocked on every side, to gaze on earthly wight that with the night durst ride. They pass the bitter waves of Acheron, where many souls sit wailing woefully, and come to fiery flood of Phlegethon, whereas the damned ghosts in torments fry, and with sharp shrilling shrieks do bootless cry, cursing high love the which them thither sent. The house of endless pain is built thereby, in which 10,000 sorts of punishment the cursed creatures do eternally torment. Before the threshold, dreadful Cerberus his 3 deformed heads did lay along, curled with 1,000 adders venomous, and lilied forth his bloody flaming tongue. At them he gan to rear his bristles strong, and felly gnar, until day's enemy did him appease. Then down his tail he hung, and suffered them to passen quietly, for she in hell and heaven had power equally. There was Ixion, turned on a wheel, for daring tempt the Queen of Heaven to sin, and Sisyphus, an huge round stone did reel against an hill, ne might from labour lin. There thirsty Tantalus hung by the chin, and Tityus fed a vulture on his maw, Typhoeus' joints were stretched on a gin, Theseus condemned to endless sloth by law, and 50 sisters water in leaky vessels draw. They all, beholding worldly wights in place, leave off their work, unmindful of their smart, to gaze on them, who forth by them do pace, till they become unto the furthest part, where was a cave, wrought by wondrous art, deep, dark, uneasy, doleful, comfortless, in which sad Aesculapius far apart imprisoned was, in chains remediless, for that Hippolytus rent course he did redress. Hippolytus a jolly huntsman was, that wont in chariot chase the foaming boar. He all his peers in beauty did surpass, but ladies' love as loss of time forbore. His wanton stepdame loved him the more, but when she saw her offered sweets refused, her love she turned to hate, and him before his father fierce of treason false accused, and with her jealous terms his open ears abused. Who all in rage his sea-god sire besought some cursed vengeance on his son to cast. From surging gulf 2 monsters straight were brought, with dread whereof his chasing steeds aghast, both chariot swift and huntsman overcast. His goodly corpse on ragged cliffs arent was quite dismembered, and his members chased scattered on every mountain as he went, that of Hippolytus was left no monument. His cruel stepdame, seeing what was done, her wicked days with wretched knife did end, in death avowing the innocence of her son. Which hearing, his rash sire began to rend his hair and hasty tongue that did offend. Though gathering up the relics of his smart by Dian's means, who was Hippolyte's friend, them brought to Aesculape, that by his art did heal them all again, and joined every part. Such wondrous science in man's wit to reign, when love avised, that could the dead revive, and fates expired could renew again, of endless life he might him not deprive, but unto hell did thrust him down alive, with flashing thunderbolt a wounded sore, where long remaining he did always strive himself with salves to health for to restore, and slake the heavenly fire that raged evermore. There ancient night arriving, did alight from her nigh weary wain, and in her arms to Aesculapius brought the wounded knight, whom having softly disarrayed of arms, though gan to him discover all his harms, beseeching him with prayer and with praise, if either salves or oils or herbs or charms a fordone wight from door of death mote raise, he would at her request prolong her nephew's days. Ah, dame, quoth he, thou temptest me in vain to dare the thing which daily yet I rue, and the old cause of my continued pain, with like attempt to like end to renew. Is not enough that thrust from heaven due, here endless penance for one fault I pay, but that redoubled crime with vengeance new thou biddest me to eke? Can night defray the wrath of thundering Jove, that rules both night and day? Not so, quoth she. But sith that heaven's king from hope of heaven hath thee excluded quite, why fearest thou that canst not hope for thing, and fearest not that more thee hurten might now in the power of everlasting night? Go to then, O thou far-renowned son of great Apollo, show thy famous might in medicine, that else hath to thee won great pains and greater praise, both never to be done. Her words prevailed, and then the learned leech his cunning hand gan to his wounds to lay, and all things else the which his art did teach, which having seen, from thence arose away the mother of dread darkness, and let stay a Virgil's son there in the leech's cure, and back returning took her wonted way to run her timely race, whilst Phoebus pure in western waves his weary wagon did recure. The false Duessa, leaving Noyous night, returned to stately palace of Dame Pride, where, when she came, she found the fairy knight departed thence, albeit his wound is wide, not thoroughly healed, unready were to ride. Good cause he had to hasten thence away, for on a day his wary dwarf had spied, where in a dungeon deep huge numbers lay of captive wretched thralls that wailed night and day. A rueful sight, as could be seen with eye, of whom he learned had in secret wise the hidden cause of their captivity, how mortgaging their lives to covetous, through wasteful pride and wanton riotous, they were by law of that proud tyranness provoked with wrath and envy's false surmise, condemned to that dungeon merciless, where they should live in woe and die in wretchedness. There was that great proud king of Babylon, that would compel all nations to adore, and him as only God to call upon, till through celestial doom, thrown out of door, into an ox he was transformed of yore. There also was King Croesus, that enhanced his heart to high through his great riches store, and proud Antiochus, the which advanced his cursed hand 'gainst God, and on his altars danced. And them long time before great Nimrod was, that first the world with sword and fire warrayed, and after him old Ninus far did pass in princely pomp, of all the world obeyed. There also was that mighty monarch laid low under all, yet above all in pride, that name of native sire did foul upbraid, and would as Ammon's son be magnified, till scorned of God and man, a shameful death he died. All these together in one heap were thrown, like carcasses of beasts in butcher's stall. And in another corner wide were strown the antique ruins of the Romans' fall. Great Romulus, the grandsire of them all, proud Tarquin, and too lordly Lentulus, stout Scipio, and stubborn Hannibal, ambitious Sylla, and stern Marius, high Caesar, great Pompey, and fierce Antonius. Amongst these mighty men were women mixed, proud women, vain, forgetful of their yoke. The bold Semiramis, whose sides transfixed with sun's own blade, her foul reproaches spoke. Fair Zenobia, that herself did choke with wilful cord for wanting of her will. High-minded Cleopatra, that with stroke of aspis sting herself did stoutly kill. And thousands more the like, that did that dungeon fill. Besides the endless routs of wretched thralls, which thither were assembled day by day, from all the world after their woeful falls, through wicked pride and wasted wealth's decay. But most of all, which in the dungeon lay, fell from high princes' courts, or ladies' bowers, where they in idle pomp or wanton play consumed had their goods and thriftless hours, and lastly thrown themselves into these heavy stowres. Whose case, when as the careful dwarf had told, and made an ensample of their mournful sight unto his master, he no longer would there dwell in peril of like painful plight, but early rose, and ere that dawning light discovered had the world to heaven wide, he by a privy postern took his flight, that of no envious eyes he might be spied, for doubtless death ensued, if any him descried. Scarce could he footing find in that foul way, for many corses, like a great lay-stall of murdered men, which therein strowed lay, without remorse or decent funeral, which all through that great princess' pride did fall and came to shameful end. And then beside, forth riding underneath the castle wall, a dunghill of dead carcasses he spied, the dreadful spectacle of that sad house of pride. End of Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of the Red Cross, Canto 5.
Book 1, Canto 6, The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse, Canto 6. From lawless lust by wondrous grace fair Una is released, whom salvage nation does adore, and learns her wise beheast. As when a ship that flies fair under sail, an hidden rock escaped hath unawares, that lay in wait her wrack for to bewail, the mariner yet half amazed stares at peril past, and yet in doubt ne dares to joy at his full happy oversight. So doubly is distressed twixt joys and cares the dreadless courage of this elfin knight, having escaped so sad ensamples in his sight. Yet sad he was that his too hasty speed the fair Jewess had forced him leave behind, and yet more sad that Una, his dear dreed, her truth had stained with treason so unkind. Yet crime in her could never creature find, but for his love and for her own self's sake, she wandered had from one to other end, him for to seek, nor ever would forsake, till her unawares the fierce Sansloy did overtake. Who after Archimago's foul defeat, led her away into a forest wild, and turning wrathful fire to lustful heat, with beastly sin thought her to have defiled, and made the vassal of his pleasures viled. Yet first he cast by treaty and by trains, her to persuade that stubborn fort to yield, for greater conquest of hard love he gains, that works it to his will, than he that it constrains. With fawning words he courted her a while, and looking lovely, and oft sighing sore, her constant heart did tempt with divers guile, but words and looks and sighs she did abhor, as rock of diamond stedfast evermore. Yet for to feed his fiery lustful eye, he snatched the veil that hung before her face before, then gan her beauty shine as brightest sky, and burnt his beastly heart to force her chastity. So when he saw his flattering arts to fail, and subtle engines bet from battery, with greedy force he gan the fort assail, whereof he wend possessed soon to be, and win rich spoil of ransacked chastity. Our heavens, that do this hideous act behold, And heavenly Virgin thus outraged see, How can ye vengeance just so long withhold, And hurl not flashing flames upon that Paynim bold? The piteous maiden, careful, comfortless, does throw out thrilling shrieks, and shrieking cries, The last vain help of womans great distress, And with loud plaints importuneth the skies, That molten stars do drop like weeping eyes, And Phoebus flying so most shamefull sight, His blushing face in foggy cloud implies, And hides for shame. What wit of mortall wight Can now devize to quit a thrall from such a plight? Eternal Providence exceeding thought, Where none appeares can make herself away, A wondrous way it for this Lady wrought, From lions clawes to pluck the griped prey. Her shrill outcries and shriekes so loud did bray, That all the woods and forrests did resound. A troupe of fawnes and satyrs farre away Within the wood were dancing in a round, Whileft old Sylvanus slept in shady arbour sound. Who when they heard that piteous strained voice, In haft forsooke their rural merriment, And ran towards the farre rebounded noise, To weet, that wight so loudly did lament. Unto the place they come incontinent, Whom when the raging Sarazin espide, A rude, misshapen, monftrous rabblement, Whofe like he never faw, he durft not bide, But got his ready fteed, and faft away gan ride. The wild wood gods arrived in the place, There find the Virgin dolefull desolate, With ruffled raiments and faire blubbered face, As her outrageous foe had left her late, And trembling yet through feare of former hate, All stand amazed at so uncouth fight, And gin to pity her unhappy ftate, All stand astoned at her beauty bright, In their rude eyes unworthy of so wofull plight. She more amazed in double dread doth dwell, And every tender part for feare does shake, As when a greedy wolfe through hunger fell, A seely lambe farre from the flocke does take, Of whom he meanes his bloody feaft to make. A lion spies fast running towards him, The innocent prey in haft he does forsake, Which quit from death yet quakes in every limbe, With change of feare to see the lion look so grim. Such fearefull fit aflayd her trembling hart, No word to speake, no joynt to move fhe had. The falvage nation feel her fecret fmart, And read her sorrow in her countenance fad. Their frowning foreheads with rough hornes yclad, And rusticke horror all afide do lay, And gently grinning, shew a femblance glad To comfort her, and feare to put away. Their backward bent knees teach her humbly to obay. The doubtfull damzell dare not yet commit Her single perfon to their barbarous truth, But still twixt feare and hope amazed does fit, Late learned what harme to hasty truft enfuth. They in compaffion of her tender youth, And wonder of her beauty foveraine, Are wont with pity and unwonted ruth, And all proftrate upon the lowly plaine, Do kiffe her feet, and fawne on her with countenance faine. Their hearts fhe guesseth by their humble guize, And yields her to extremity of time. So from the ground fhe fearlefle doth arize, And walketh forth without fufpect of crime. They all as glad, as birds of joyous prime, Thence lead her forth, about her dancing round, Shouting and singing all the shepherds rhyme, And with green branches ftrowing all the ground, Do worfhip her as Queene, with olive girland crowned. And all the way their merry pipes they sound, That all the woods with doubled echo ring, And with their horned feet do weare the ground, Leaping like wanton kids in pleasant spring. So towards old Sylvanus they her bring, Who with the noyfe awakend, cometh out To weet the caufe, his weake fteps governing, And aged limbs on cypreffe stadle ftout, And with an ivy twine his waist is girt about. Farre off he wonders what them makes so glad, If Bacchus merry fruit they did invent, Or Cybele's frantic rites have made them mad. They drawing nigh unto their God prefent, That flowre of faith and beauty excellent. The God himfelfe viewing that mirror rare, Stood long amazed, and burnt in his intent. His owne faire Dryope now he thinkes not faire, And Pholoe foule, when her to this he doth compare. The wood-borne people fall before her flat, And worfhip her as Goddeffe of the wood. And old Sylvanus felfe bethinketh not, What to think of wight so faire, but gazing stood, In doubt to deeme her borne of earthly brood. Sometimes Dame Venus felfe he feemes to fee, But Venus never had so fober mood. Sometimes Diana he takes her to be, but misseth bow and shafts and buskins to her knee. By view of her he ginneth to revive his ancient love and dearest Cyparis, and calls to mind his portraiture alive, how fair he was, and yet not fair to this, and how he slew with glancing dart amisse a gentle hind, the which the lovely boy did love as life, above all worldly blisse, for griefe whereof the lad nould after joy, but pined away in anguish and self-wild annoy. The woody nymphs, fair Hamadryads, her to behold do thither run apace, and all the troupe of light-foot Naiads flock all about to see her lovely face. But when they viewed have her heavenly grace, they envy her in their malicious mind, and fly away for fear of foul disgrace. But all the Satyrs scorn their woody kind, and henceforth nothing fair but her on earth they find. Glad of such luck, the luckless lucky mayd did her content to please their feeble eyes, and long time with the salvage people stayd to gather breath in many miseries, during which time her gentle wit she plies to teach them truth, which worshipped her in vain, and made her the image of idolatries. But when their bootless zeal she did restrain from her own worship, they her asse would worship fain. It fortuned a noble warlike knight by just occasion to that forest came, to seek his kindred and the lineage right, from whence he took his well-deserved name. He had in armes abroad won muchel fame, and filled far lands with glory of his might, plain, faithfull, true, and enemy of shame, and ever loved to fight for ladies right, but in vainglorious frays he little did delight. A Satyrs sonne yborne in forest wild, by strange adventure as it did betide, and there begotten of a lady mild, faire Thyamis, the daughter of the bride, that was in sacred bands of wedlock tied to Therion, a loose unruly swaine, who had more joy to range the forest wide, and chace the salvage beast with busy paine, than serve his lady's love, and wast in pleasures vaine. The forlorn mayd did with loves longing burne, and could not lack her lovers company, but to the wood she goes, to serve her turne, and seek her spouse, that from her still does fly, and follows other game and venery. A Satyr chanced her wandring for to find, and kindling coals of lust in brutifh eye, the loyal links of wedlock did unbind, and made her person thrall unto his beastly kind. So long in secret cabin there he held her captive to his sensual desire, that with timely fruit her belly swelled, and bore a boy unto that salvage sire. Then home he suffered her for to retire, for ransome leaving him the late born child, whom till to riper years he gan aspire, he noursled up in life and manners wild, amongst wild beasts and woods from laws of men exiled. For all he taught the tender imp was but to banish cowardize and bastard feare. His trembling hand he would him force to put upon the lion and the rugged beare, and from the she beares teats her whelps to teare, and eke wild roaring bulls he would him make to tame and ride their backs not made to beare, and the roebucks in flight to overtake, that every beast for fear of him did fly and quake. Thereby so fearless and so fell he grew, that his own sire and maister of his guise did often tremble at his horrid view, and oft for dread of hurt would him advise the angry beasts not rashly to despise, nor too much to provoke, for he would learne the lion stoupe to him in lowly wise, a lesson hard, and make the libbard sterne leave roaring, when in rage he for revenge did earne. And for to make his powre approved more, wild beasts in iron yokes he would compell, the spotted panther and the tusked boar, the pardale swift and the tiger cruel, the antelope and wolf both fierce and fell, and them constrain in equal team to draw. Such joy he had their stubborn hearts to quell, and sturdy courage tame with dreadful awe, that his behest they feared as tyrants law. His loving mother came upon a day unto the woods to see her little son, and chanced unawares to meet him in the way after his sports and cruel pastime done, when after him a lioness did run, that roaring all with rage did loud require her children dear, whom he away had won. The lion whelps she saw how he did beare, and lull in rugged armes withouten childifh feare. The fearfull dame all quaked at the sight, and turning back gan fast to fly away, until with love revoked from vain affright, she hardly yet persuaded was to stay, And then to him thefe womanifh words gan say: Ah, Satyrane, my dearling and my joy, For love of me leave off this dreadfull play. To dally thus with death is no fit toy. Go find some other playfellowes, mine owne fweet boy. In thefe and like delights of bloody game He trayned was, till riper yeares he wrought, And there abode, while any beaft of name Walked in that forest, whom he had not taught To feare his force, and then his courage haught Defir'd of forreign foemen to be knowne, And farre abroad for ftrange adventures sought, In which his might was never overthrowne, But through all Faerie land his famous worth was blowne. Yet evermore it was his manner faire, After long labours and adventures spent, Unto thofe native woods for to repaire, To see his fire and offspring ancient. And now he thither came for like intent, Where he unawares the faireft Una found, Strange Lady, in fo ftrange habiliment, Teaching the Satyrs, which her sat around, True facred lore, which from her fweet lips did redound. He wondred at her wifdom heavenly rare, Whofe like in womens wit he never knew, And when her courteous deeds he did compare, Gan her admire, and her fad forrowes rue, Blaming of fortune, which fuch troubles threw, And joyd to make proofe of her cruelty On gentle dame, fo hurtlefle and fo true. Thenceforth he kept her goodly company, And learned her discipline of faith and verity. But fhe all vowed unto the Redcrosse Knight, His wandring perill clofely did lament, Ne in this new acquaintance could delight, But her deare hart with anguifh did torment, And all her wit in fecret counsels spent, How to efcape. At laft in privy wife to Satyrane She fhewed her intent, Who glad to gaine fuch favour, gan devize, How with that penfive mayd he beft might thence arize. So on a day, when Satyrs all were gone, To do their fervice to Sylvanus old, The gentle Virgin left behind alone, He led away with courage ftout and bold. Too late it was, to Satyrs to be told, Or ever hope recover her againe. In vaine he feekes that having cannot hold, So faft he carried her with carefull paine, That they the woods are paft, and come now to the plaine. The better part now of the lingring day They travelled had, when as they farre efpide A weary wight forwandring by the way, And towards him they gan in haft to ride, To weet of newes, that did abroad betide, Or tydings of her Knight of the Redcrosse. But he them fpying gan to turne afide, For feare as feemed, or for fome feigned loffe, More greedy they of newes, faft towards him do croffe. A filly man, in fimple weedes forworne, And foyled with duft of the long dried way, His fandals were with toilsome travell torne, And face all tanned with fcorching funny ray, As he had travelled many a fommers day Through boyling fands of Araby and Ind, And in his hand a Jacobs ftaffe to ftay His weary limbs uppon, and eke behind His fcrip did hang, in which his needments he did bind. The Knight approaching nigh of him enquir'd Tydings of warre and of adventures new, But warres nor new adventures none he heard. Then Una gan to aske, if ought he knew, Or heard abroad of that her champion true, That in his armour bare a crofflet red. Ay me, deare dame, quoth he, well may I rue To tell the fad fight, which mine eyes have red. Thefe eyes did fee that Knight both living, and eke dead. That cruel word her tender heart fo thrild, That fudden cold did run through every veine, And stony horror all her fences fild, With dying fit, that downe fhe fell for paine. The Knight her lightly reared up againe, And comforted with courteous kind reliefe. Then won from death, fhe bad him tell and plaine The further proceffe of her hidden griefe, The leffer pangs can beare, who hath endur'd the chiefe. Then gan the Pilgrim thus: I chaunce this day, this fatall day, that fhall I ever rue, To see two Knights in travaile on my way, A sorry fight, arranged in battell new, Both breathing vengeance, both of wrathfull hew. My fearefull flefh did tremble at their strife, To see their blades fo greedily embrue, That drunk with blood, yet thirsted after life. What more, the Redcrosse Knight was flaine with Paynim knife. Ah, dearest Lord, quoth fhe, how might that be, And he the stoutest Knight that ever won? Ah, dearest Dame, quoth he, how might I see the thing, That might not be, and yet was done? Where is, fayd Satyrane, that Paynims fonne, That him of life, and us of joy hath reft? Not farre away, quoth he hence doth wonne, For by a fountaine, where I late him left, washing his bloody wounds, that through the steel were cleft. Therewith the knight thence marcht forth in haste, whilst Una with huge heaviness opprest, could not for sorrow follow him so fast. And soon he came, as he the place had guest, whereas that pagan proud himself did rest, in secret shadow by a fountain side. Even he it was, that erst would have supprest faire Una, whom when Satyrane espide, with foul reproachful words he boldly him defide, and said: Arise, thou cursed miscreant, that hast with nightless guile and treacherous train faire knighthood foully shamed, and dost vaunt that good knight of the Redcrosse to have slain. Arise, and with like treason now maintaine thy guilty wrong, or else thee guilty yield. The Saracen this hearing rose amaine, and catching up in hast his 3 square shield, and shining helmet, soon him buckled to the field. And drawing nigh him, said: Ah, misborn elf, in evil hour thy foes thee hither sent, anothers wrongs to wreak upon thyself. Yet ill thou blamest me for having blent my name with guile and traitorous intent. That Redcrosse knight perdie I never slew. But had he been, where erst his armes were lent, the enchanter vaine his error should not rue. But thou his error shalt, I hope now proven true. Therewith they gan both furious and fell to thunder blowes, and fiercely to affaile, each other bent his enemy to quell. That with their force they pierced both plate and maile, and made wide furrows in their flefhes fraile, that it would pity any living eye. Large floods of blood adown their sides did raile, but floods of blood could not them satisfie. Both hungred after death, both chose to win or die. So long they fight, and fell revenge pursue, that fainting each, themselves to breathen let, and oft refresht, battell oft renew, as when 2 boars with rankling malice met, their gory sides fresh bleeding fiercely fret, till breathless both themselves aside retire, where foaming wrath their cruel tusks they whet, and trample the earth, and whilst they may respire, then back to fight again, new breathed and entire. So fiercely when these knights had breathed once, they gan to fight return, increafing more their puissant force, and cruel rage at once, with heaped ftrokes more hugely then before, that with their dreary wounds and bloody gore they both deformed, scarcely could be known. By this sad Una, fraught with anguish fore, led with their noyfe, which through the aire was throne, arrived, where they in earth their fruitless blood had sown. Whom all fo foone as that proud Saracen espide, he gan revive the memory of his lewd lufts and late attempted fin, and left the doubtful battell haftily, to catch her, newly offered to his eye. But Satyrane with ftrokes him turning stayd, and fternly bad him other bufineffe ply, then hunt the fteps of pure and spotted mayd. Wherewith he all enraged, thefe bitter fpeeches said: O foolifh Faeries fonne, what fury mad has thee incenft to haft thy dolefull fate? Were it not better I that Lady had, than that thou haft repented it too late? Most senfeleffe man he, that himfelfe doth hate, to love another. Lo, then for thine aide here take thy lovers token on thy pate. So they to fight, the whiles the royal mayd fled far away, of that proud Paynim fore affrayd. But that falfe pilgrim, which that leafing told, being indeed old Archimage, did ftay in secret shadow, all this to behold, and much rejoyced in their bloody fray. But when he faw the damzell pafle away, he left his ftond, and her purfued apace, in hope to bring her to her last decay. But for to tell her lamentable cafe, and eke this battels end, will need another place. End of Canto 6, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1. Canto 7. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 7. The Redcrosse knight is captive made by giant proud opprest. Prince Arthur meets with Una greatly with those newes distrest. What man so wise, What earthly wit so ware as to descry The crafty cunning traine, by which deceit Doth maske in visour faire, and cast her colours dyed deepe in graine, to seeme like truth, whose shape she well can feign, and fitting gestures to her purpose frame, the guiltlesse man with guile to entertaine. Great maistresse of her art was that false dame, the false Jewessa, cloaked with Fidessa's name. Who when returning from the dreary night, She frowned not in that perilous houfe of pride, Where she had left the noble Redcrosse knight. Her hoped prey she would no longer bide, But forth she went to seeke him far and wide. Ere long she found, whereas he weary sate, To rest himfelfe, for by a fountaine fide, Disarmed all of iron cloted plate, And by his fide his fteed the graflie forage ate. He feedes upon the cooling fhade, and bayes his fweaty forehead in the breathing wind, Which through the trembling leaves full gently playes, Wherein the cheerefull birds of sundry kind Do chaunt fweet musique to delight his mind. The which approaching gan him fairely greet, And with reproch of carelefneffe unkind Upbraid for leaving her in place unmeet, With foule words tempering faire, soure gall with honey fweet. Unkindneffe paft, they gan of folace treat, And bathe in pleafaunce of the joyous fhade, Which fhielded them againft the boyling heat, And with green boughes decking a gloomy glade, About the fountaine like a girland made, Whofe bubbling wave did ever frefhly well, Ne ever would through fervent fummer fade. The facred nymph, which therein wont to dwell, Was out of Dianes favour, as it then befell. The caufe was this: one day when Phoebus faire With all her band was following the chace, This nymph, quite tir'd with heat of scorching aire, Sat down to rest in middeft of the race. The Goddeffe wrath gan fouly her difgrace, And bad the waters, which from her did flow, Be fuch as fhe her felfe was then in place. Therefore her waters waxed dull and flow, And all that drunk thereof did faint and feeble grow. Hereof this gentle knight unweeting was, And lying down upon the sandy graile, Drunk of the ftreame, as cleare as crystall glas, Eftfoones his manly forces gan to faile, And mighty ftrong was turned to feeble fraile. His changed powers at firft themfelves not felt, Till crudell cold his courage gan affaile, And cheerefull blood in faintneffe chill did melt, Which like a fever fit through all his body fwelt. Yet goodly court he made ftill to his dame, Powr'd out in looseneffe on the graflie ground, Both careleffe of his health and of his fame, Till at laft he heard a dreadfull found, Which through the wood loud bellowing did rebound, That all the earth for terror feem'd to fhake, And trees did tremble. The elfe therewith aftound, Upftarted lightly from his loofer make, And his unready weapons gan in hand to take. But ere he could his armour on him dight, Or get his fhield, his monftrous enemy With fturdy fteps came ftalking in his fight, An hideous Gyant, horrible and high, That with his tallneffe feem'd to threat the sky. The ground eke groaned under him for dreed, His living like faw never living eye, Ne durft behold. His ftature did exceed the height of 3 the talleft fonnes of mortall feed. The greateft earth his uncouth mother was, And blustring Aeolus his boafted fire, Who with his breath, which through the world doth pas, Her hollow wombe did fecretly infpire, And filled her hidden caves with ftormy ire, That fhe conceived, and trebling the due time, In which the wombes of women do expire, Brought forth this monftrous maffe of earthly flime, Puffed up with empty wind, and filled with finfull crime. So growen great, through arrogant delight Of the high defcent, whereof he was yborne, And through prefumption of his matchleffe might, All other powers and knighthood he did fcorne. Such now he marcheth to this man forlorne, And left to loffe, his ftalking fteps are stayd Upon a snaggy oake, which he had torne Out of his mothers bowels, and it made His mortall mace, wherewith his foemen he difmayd. That when the knight he spide, he gan advance With huge force and infupport maine, And towards him with dreadfull fury prance, Who hapleffe, and eke hopeleffe, all in vaine, Did to him pace, fad battell to darraine, Disarm'd, difgraced, and inwardly difmayd, And eke fo faint in every joynt and veine, Through that faile fountaine, which him feeble made, That fcarcely could he wield his bootleffe fingle blade. The Gyant ftroke fo mainely mercileffe, That could have overthrowne a ftony towre. And were not heavenly grace that him did bless, he had been pounded all as thin as flour. But he was wary of that deadly starre, and lightly leapt from underneath the blow. Yet so exceeding was the villaines powre, that with the wind it did him overthrow, and all his senses stound, that still he lay full low. As when that devilifh young Injun wrought in deepeft hell, and framed by Furies skill, with windy nitre and quick sulphur fraught, and rammed with bullet round ordained to kill, conceiveth fire, the heavens it doth fill with thundering noyfe, and all the aire doth choke, that none can breathe, nor see, nor hear at will, through smoky cloud of duskifh stinking smoke, that the onely breath him daunts, who hath escaped the stroke. So daunted when the Gyant saw the Knight, his heavy hand he heaved up on high, and him to dust thought to have battered quite, until Duessa loud to him gan cry: O great Orgoglio, greateft under sky, O hold thy mortal hand for Ladies fake, hold for my sake, and do him not to die, but vanquisht thine eternal bondslave make, and me thy worthy meed unto thy leman take. He hearkened, and did stay from further harmes, to gaine so goodly guerdon, as she spake. So willingly she came into his armes, who her as willingly did grace to take, and was poffeft of his new found make. Then up he tooke the slumbred fencelefle corfe, and ere he could out of his fwoone awake, him to his caftle brought with hasty force, and in a dungeon deepe him threw without remorfe. From that day forth Duessa was his deare, and highly honoured in his haughty eye. He gave her gold and purple pall to weare, and triple crowne set on her head full high, and her endowed with royal majefty. Then for to make her dreaded more of men, and peoples hearts with awfull terror tie, a monftrous beaft ybred in filthy fen he chofe, which he had kept long time in darkefome den. Such one it was as that renowmed Snake, which great Alcides in Stremona flew, long foftred in the filth of Lerna lake, whofe many heads outbubbling ever new, did breed him endleffe labour to subdue. But this fame monfter much more ugly was, for 7 great heads out of his body grew, an iron breast, and backe of fcaly braffe, and all embrewed in blood, his eyes did shine as glaffe. His taile was ftretcht out in wondrous length, that to the houfe of heavenly Gods it wrought, and with extorted powre and borrowed ftrength, the ever burning lampes from thence it brought, and proudly threw to ground as things of nought, and underneath his filthy feet did tread the sacred things, and holy heafts foretaught. Upon this dreadfull beaft with 7fold head he set the falfe Duessa, for more awe and dread. The wofull dwarfe, which saw his mafters fall, whileft he had keeping of his grazing fteed, and valiant Knight became a cative thrall, when all was paft, tooke up his forlorn weed, his mighty armour, missing most at need, his filver fhield, now idle masterlefle, his poignant fpeare, that many made to bleed, the ruefull monuments of heavinefle, and with them all departs, to tell his great diftrefle. He had not travayled long, when on the way He wofull Lady, wofull Una met, Fast flying from the Paynims greedy pray, Whileft Satyrane him from purfuit did let, Who when her eyes fhe on the dwarfe had set, And faw the fignes that deadly tydings fpake, She fell to ground for sorrowfull regret, And lively breath her fad breaft did forsake, Yet might her piteous heart be feene to pant and quake. The messenger of fo unhappy newes would faine have died, dead was his heart within, yet outwardly some little comfort fhewes. At last recovering heart, he does begin To rub her temples, and to chafe her chin, And every tender part does tofle and turn, So hardly he the flitted life does win, Unto her native prison to return. Then gins her grieved ghoft thus to lament and mourn: Ye dreary instruments of dolefull fight, That do this deadly spectacle behold, Why do ye linger feed on lothed light, Or liking find to gaze on earthly mould? Sith cruel fates the carefull threedes unfold, The which my life and love together tide. Now let the stony dart of fencelefle cold Pierce to my heart, and pass through every fide, And let eternal night so fad fight from me hide. O lightfome day, the lampe of higheft Jove, Firft made by him, mens wandring wayes to guide, When darknefle he in deepeft dungeon drove, Henceforth thy hated face for ever hide, And shut up heavens windowes fhining wide. For earthly fight can nought but forrow breed, And late repentance, which fhall long abide. Mine eyes no more on vanity fhall feed, but fealed up with death fhall have their deadly meed. Then downe againe fhe fell unto the ground, but he her quickly reared up againe. Thrice did fhe finke adowne in deadly fwound, and thrice he her revived with busie paine. At laft when life recovered had the raine, and over wreftled his ftrong enemy, with faltering tongue and trembling every veine. Tell on, quoth fhe, the wofull tragedie, the which thefe reliques fad prefent unto mine eye. Tempestuous Fortune hath spent all her fpight, and thrilling Sorrow throwne his utmoft dart. Thy sad tongue cannot tell more heavy plight, Then that I feele, and harbour in my hart. Who hath endur'd the whole, can bear each part. If death it be, it is not the firft wound, That launcht hath my breaft with bleeding fmart. Begin, and end the bitter balefull ftound. If leffe then that I feare, more favour I have found. Then gan the Dwarfe the whole difcourfe declare, The fubtle traines of Archimago old, The wanton loves of falfe Fidessa faire, Brought with the blood of vanquifht Paynim bold, The wretched pair transform'd to Tryan mould, The houfe of pride, and perils round about, The combat, which he with fans joy did hold, The lucklefle conflict with the Gyant ftout, Wherein captiv'd or life or death he stood in doubt. She heard with patience all unto the end, And ftrove to maister sorrowfull affay, Which greater grow, the more fhe did contend, And almoft rent her tender hart in tway, And love frefh coales unto her fire did lay. For greater love, the greater is the loffe. Was never Lady loved dearer day, Then fhe did love the Knight of the Redcrosse, For whofe deare fake fo many troubles did her toffe. At laft, when fervent Sorrow flaked was, She up arofe, refolving him to find alive or dead, and forward doth pafle, all as the Dwarfe the way to her affigned, and evermore in conftant carefull mind She fed her wound with frefh renewed bale, long loft with ftormes, and bet with bitter wind. High over hills, and low adown the dale, She wandred many a wood, and measured many a vale. At laft fhe chaunft by good hap to meet A goodly Knight, faire marching by the way, Together with his Squire, arrayed meet. His glittering armour fhined farre away, Like glauncing light of Phoebus brighteft ray. From top to toe no place appeared bare, The deadly dint of fteele endangerd may. Athwart his breast a baldrick brave he wore, That fhined, like twinkling starres, with ftones moft precious rare. And in the midft thereof one precious ftone, Of wondrous worth, and eke of wondrous mights, Shaped like a Ladies head, exceeding fhone, Like Hesperus among the leffer lights, And ftrove for to amaze the weaker fights. Thereby his mortall blade full comely hung In ivory fheath, ycarved with curious flights, Whofe hilts were burnifht gold, and handles ftrong Of mother pearle, and buckled with a golden tongue. His haughty helmet, horrid all with gold, Both glorious brightnefle and great terror bred. For all the crest a Dragon did enfold With greedy paws, and over all did fpread His golden wings. His dreadfull hideous head, Clofe coucht on the bever, feem'd to throw From flaming mouth bright sparkles fiery red, That fudden horror to faint hearts did fhow, And fcaly taile was ftretcht adowne his backe full low. Upon the top of all his lofty crest A bunch of hares difcoloured diverfly, With fprinckled pearle, and gold full richly dreft, Did shake, and feem'd to daunce for jolitie, Like to an almond tree imounted high On top of green Salinis all alone, With bloffomes brave bedeckt daintily, Whofe tender locks do tremble every one At every little breath, that under heaven is blowne. His warlike fhield all clofely covered was, No might of mortall eye be ever feene, Not made of fteele, nor of enduring braffe, Such earthly metals foone confumed beene, But all of diamond perfect, pure and cleene. It framed was, one maffe entire mould, Hewne out of adamant rock with engines keene, That point of fpeare it never piercen could, Nor dint of direfull fword divide the subftance would. The fame to wight he never once difclofe, But when as monfters huge he would difmay, Or daunt unequall armies of his foes, Or when the flying heavens he would affray, For fo exceeding glon his glistering ray, That Phoebus golden face it did attaint, As when a cloud his beames doth overlay, And filver Cynthia waxed pale and faint, As when her face is ftained with magic arts conftraint. No magic arts hereof had any might, Nor bloody words of bold enchanters call, But all that was not fuch, as feem'd in fight, Before that fhield did fade, and fudden fall. And when him lift the rascall routs uppall, Men into ftones therewith he could transmew, And ftones to dust, and dust to nought at all. And when him list the prouder looks subdue, he would them gazing blind, or turne to other hue. Nor let it seeme, that credence this exceeds, for he that made the same was known right well to have done much more admirable deeds. It Merlin was, which whilome did excell all living wights in might of magic spell. Both shield and sword and armour all he wrought for this young Prince, when first to armes he fell. But when he died, the Faerie Queene it brought to Faerie Land, where yet it may be seene, if sought. A gentle youth, his dearly loved squire, his speare of Hebon wood beside him bare, whose harmfull head, thrice heated in the fire, had riven many a breast with pikehead square. A goodly person, and could menage faire his stubborn steed with curbed cannon bit, who under him did trample as the aire, and chaft, that any on his back should sit, the iron rowels into frothy foam he bit. When as this knight nigh to the Lady drew, with lovely court he gan her entertaine. But when he heard her answers loth, he knew some secret sorrow did her heart distraine, which to allay and calme her storming paine, faire feeling words he wisely gan display, and for her humour fitting purpose faine to tempt the cause it selfe for to bewray. Wherewith emmoved, these bleeding words she gan to say. What worlds delight, or joy of living speech, can heart so plunged in sea of sorrows deep, and heaped with so huge misfortune reach? The carefull cold beginneth for to creep, and in my heart his iron arrows steep, soon as I think upon my bitter bale. Such helpless harmes it's better hidden keep, then rip up griefe, where it may not availe. My last left comfort is, my woes to weep and waile. Ah, Lady deare, quoth then the gentle knight, well may I weene your griefe is wondrous great, for wondrous great griefe groaneth in my spight, while thus I hear you of your sorrows treat. But wofull Lady, let me you entreat, for to unfold the anguish of your heart. Mishaps are maystred by advice discreet, and counsel mitigates the greatest smart. Found never help, who never would his hurts impart. O but, quoth she, great griefe will not be told, and can more easily be thought than said. Right so, quoth he, but he that never would, could never. Will to might gives greatest aid, but griefe, quoth she, does greater grow displayed, if then it finds not help, and breeds despair. Despair breeds not, quoth he, where faith is stayd. No faith so fast, quoth she, but flefh does pair. Flefh may impair, quoth he, but reason can repair. His goodly reason and well guided speech so deep did settle in her gracious thought, that her perswaded to disclose the breach, which love and fortune in her heart had wrought, and said, Faire Sir, I hope good hap hath brought you to enquire the secrets of my griefe, or that your wisdom will direct my thought, or that your prowess can me yield reliefe. Then hear the story sad, which I shall tell you brief. The forlorn maiden, whom your eyes have seen, the laughing stock of fortune's mockeries, and the only daughter of a king and queen, whose parents dear, whilst equal destinies did run about, and their felicities the favourable heavens did not envy, did spread their rule through all the territories, which Phison and Euphrates floweth by, and Gehon's golden waves do wash continually. Till that their cruel cursed enemy, an huge dragon horrible in sight, bred in the loathly lakes of Tartary, with murderous ravine and devouring might their kingdom spoiled, and country wasted quite. Themselves, for fear into his jawes to fall, he forced to castles strong to take their flight, where fast embarred in mighty brazen wall, he has them now 4 years besieged to make them thrall. Full many knights adventurous and stout have enterprized that monster to subdue. From every coast that heaven walks about, have thither come the noble martial crew, that famous hard atchievement still pursue. But never any could that girland win, but all still shrunk, and still he greater grew. All they for want of faith, or guilt of sin, the piteous prey of his fierce cruelty have been. At last yled with far reported prayfe, which flying fame throughout the world had spread, of doughty knights, whom Faerie Land did raife, that noble order hight of maidenhead. Forthwith to court of Gloriane I sped, of Gloriane, great Queene of glory bright, whofe kingdom feat Cleopolis is red, there to obtaine some such redouted knight, that parents deare from tyrants powre deliver might. It was my chance was faire and good, Therefore to find a frefh unproved knight, Whofe manly hands imbrewd in guilty blood Had never been, nor ever by his might Had throwne to ground the unregarded right. Yet of his prowefle proofe he fince hath made, I witnefle am, in many a cruel fight, The groaning ghofts of many one difmayd Have felt the bitter dint of his avenging blade. And ye the forlorne reliques of his powre, His biting fword, and his devouring fpeare, Which have endur'd many a dreadfull ftowre, Can fpeake his prowefle, that did erft you beare, And well could rule, now he hath left you here, To be the record of his ruefull lofle, And of my dolefull difadventures deare. O heavy record of the good Redcrosse! Where have you left your Lord, that could fo well you tofle? Well hoped I, and faire beginnings had, That he my captive languor fhould redeeme, Till all unweeting an enchanter bad His fence abufed, and made him to misdeeme My loyalty, not fuch as it did feeme, That rather death defire, then fuch defpight. Bejudge, ye heavens, that all things right efteeme, How I him loved, and love with all my might. So thought I eke of him, and think I ought aright. Thenceforth me defolate he quite forsooke To wander, where wild fortune would me lead, And other bywayes he himfelfe betooke, Where never foot of living wight did tread, That brought not backe the balefull body dead. In which him chaunce falfe Duessa meete, Mine onely foe, mine onely deadly dread, Who with her witchcraft and misfeeming fweete Inveigled him to follow her defires unmeete. At laft by fubtle flights fhe him betrayd Unto his foe, a Gyant huge and tall, Who him difarmed, dissolute, difmayd, Unawares furprized, and with mighty mall The monfter mercilefle him made to fall, Whofe fall did never foe before behold. And now in darkfome dungeon, wretched thrall, Remedilefle, for aye he doth him hold. This is my caufe of griefe, more great then may be told. Ere fhe had ended all, fhe gan to faint, But he her comforted, and faire befpake. Certes, Madam, ye have great caufe of plaint, That ftouteft hart, I weene, could caufe to quake. But be of cheare, and comfort ye take, For till I have acquit your captive knight, Affure your felfe I will not you forsake. His chearefull words revived her chearelefle fpright, So forth they went, the Dwarfe them guiding ever right. End of Canto 7, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1, Canto 8. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 8. Fair Virgin to redeeme her deare Brings Arthur to the fight, Who flayes the Gyant, wounds the beaft, and strips Duessa quite. Ay me, how many perils do unfold The righteous man, to make him daily fall, Were not that heavenly grace doth him uphold, And stedfast truth acquite him out of all. Her love is firme, her care continuall, So oft as he through his own foolifh pride Or weaknefle is to finfull bands made thrall. Elfe fhould this Redcrosse knight in bands have died, For whofe deliverance fhe this Prince doth thither guide. They sadly travayled thus, until they came Nigh unto a caftle builded ftrong and high. Then cride the Dwarfe, Lo, yonder is the fame, In which my Lord, my Liege, doth lucklefle lie, Thrall to that Gyants hatefull tyranny. Therefore, deare Sir, your mighty powers affay. The noble knight alighted by and by From lofty fteed, and bad the Lady stay, To fee what end of fight fhould him befall that day. So with the Squire, th' admirer of his might, He marched forth towards that caftle wall, Whofe gates he found faft fhut, nor living wight To ward the fame, nor anfwere commers call. Then tooke that Squire an horne of bugle small, Which hung adowne his fide in twisted gold, And taffels gay. Wide wonders over all Of that fame hornes great vertue weren told, Which had approved been in ufes manifold. Was never wight, that heard that fhrilling found, But trembling feare did feel in every veine. 3 miles it might be easy heard around, and echoes 3 answered it self again. No false enchantment, nor deceitful train might once abide the terror of that blast, but presently was void and wholly vain. No gate so strong, no lock so firm and fast, but with that pursing noise flew open quite, or brast. The same before the Giants gate he blew, that all the castle quaked from the ground, and every door of free will open flew. The Giant self dismayd with that sound, where he with his Duessa dalliance found, in hast came rushing forth from inner bowre, with staring countenance stern, as one astound, and staggering steps, to weet what sudden starre had wrought that horror strange, and dared his dreaded powre. And after him the proud Duessa came, high mounted on her many-headed beast, and every head with fiery tongue did flame, and every head was crowned on his creast, and bloody mouthed with late cruel feast, that when the Knight beheld, his mighty shield upon his manly arme he soon addreft, and at him fiercely flew, with courage fild, and eager greedinesse through every member thrild. Therewith the Giant buckled him to fight, inflamed with scornfull wrath and high disdaine, and lifting up his dreadfull club on hight, all armed with ragged snubs and knotted graine, him thought at first encounter to have slaine. But wise and wary was that noble peere, and lightly leaping from so monstrous maine, did faire avoyd the violence him neare, it booted nought to think such thunderbolts to beare. Nor shame he thought to shun so hideous might, the idle stroke, enforcing furious way, mist the mark of his misaymed sight, did fall to ground, and with his heavy sway, so deeply dinted in the drunken clay, that 3 yards deep a furrow up did throw. The sad earth wounded with so sore affay, did groane full grievous underneath the blow, and trembling with strange feare, did like an earthquake shew. As when almighty Jove in wrathfull mood, to wreake the guilt of mortall finnes is bent, hurles forth his thundering dart with deadly food, enrolled in flames, and smouldering dreariment, through riven clouds and molten firmament, the fierce 3-forked engine making way, both lofty towers and highest trees hath rent, and all that might his angry passage stay, and shooting in the earth, cafts up a mount of clay. His boyfterous club so buried in the ground, he could not rearen up again so light, but that the Knight him at advantage found, and whiles he ftrove his combrade club to quite out of the earth, with blade all burning bright, he smote off his left arme, which like a block did fall to ground, deprived of native might. Large ftreames of blood out of the trunkard stocke forth gufht, like frefh water ftreamed from riven rock. Dismayd with so desperate deadly wound, and eke impatient of unwonted paine, he loudly brayed with beaftly yelling sound, that all the fields rebellowed again, as great a noise, as when in Cimbrian plaine an herd of bulls, whom kindly rage doth fting, do for the milky mothers wont complaine, and fill the fields with troublous bellowing. The neighbour woods around with hollow murmur ring. And when his deare Duessa heard, and faw the evill ftound, that dangered her eftate, unto his fide fhe hastily did draw her dreadfull beaft, who fwollen with blood of late came ramping forth with proud presumptuous gate, and threatned all his heads like flaming brands. But him the Squire made quickly to retrate, encountering fierce with fingle fword in hand, and twixt him and his lord did like a bulwarke stand. The proud Duessa, full of wrathfull fpight and fierce disdaine, to be affronted fo, enforced her purple breast with all her might, that stopt out of the way to overthrow, scorning the let of so unequall foe. But nethermore would that couragious fwaine to her yield passage, gainft his lord to go, but with outrageous ftrokes did him reftraine, and with his body barr'd the way atwixt them twaine. Then tooke the angry witch her golden cup, which ftill fhe bore, replete with magique arts. Death and defpaire did many thereof sup, and fecret poyfon through their inner parts, the eternal bale of heavy wounded harts, which after charmes and some enchantments fayd, fhe lightly sprinkled on his weaker parts. Therewith his fturdy courage foon was quayd, and all his fences were with sudden dread dismayd. So downe he fell before the cruel beaft, who on his necke his bloody clawes did feize, that life nigh crusht out of his panting breast. No powre had he to ftirre, nor will to rize, that when the carefull knight gan well avise, he lightly left the foe, with whom he fought, and to the beaft gan turne his enterprize. For wondrous anguifh in his heart it wrought, to see his loved Squire into such thraldome brought. And high advancing, his bloodthirsty blade ftroke one of thofe deformed heads fo fore, that of his puissance proud enfample made, his monftrous fculpe down to his teeth it tore, and that misformed shape misfhaped more. A fea of blood gufht from the gaping wound, that her gay garments stained with filthy gore, and overflowed all the field around, that overfhoes in blood he waded on the ground. Thereat he roar'd for exceeding paine, that to have heard great horror would have bred, and scourging the empty aire with his long traine, through great impatience of his grieved head, his gorgeous rider from her lofty stead would have caft down, and trod in dirty mire, had not the Gyant foone her succored, who all enraged with fmart and frantique ire, came hurtling in full fierce, and forced the knight retire. The force, which wont in two to be difperft, in one alone left hand he now unites, which is through rage more ftrong then both were erft, with which his hideous club aloft he dights, and at his foe with furious rigour smites, that ftrongeft oake might feeme to overthrow. The ftroke upon his fhield fo heavy lights, that to the ground it doubleth him full low. What mortall wight could ever beare fo monftrous blow? And in his fall his fhield, that covered was, did loose his vaile by chaunce, and open flew The light whereof, that heavens light did pas, Such blazing brightnefle to the aire threw, That eye mote not the fame endure to view. Which when the Gyant fpide with ftaring eye, He downe let fall his arme, and foft withdrew His weapon huge, that heaved was on high, For to have flaine the man, that on the ground did lie. And eke the fruitfull headed beaft, amazed At flashing beames of that funfhiny fhield, Became ftarke blind, and all his fences dazed, That downe he tumbled on the dirty field, And feemed himfelfe as conquered to yield. Whom when his Maiftris proud perceived to fall, Whileft yet his feeble feet for faintnefle reeled, Unto the Gyant loudly fhe gan call, O helpe, Orgoglio, helpe, or elfe we perifh all. At her fo piteous cry was much amoved our champion ftout, And for to ayd his friend, againe his wonted angry weapon proved. But all in vaine, for he has red his end In that bright fhield, and all their forces spend In themfelves in vaine, for fince that glauncing fight He hath no powre to hurt nor to defend. As where the Almighties lightning bronze does light, It dimmes the dazen iron, and daunts the fences quite. Whom when the Prince to battell new addreft, And threatning high his dreadfull ftroke did fee, His sparkling blade about his head he bleft, And fmote off quite his right leg by the knee, That downe he tumbled, as an aged tree High growing on the top of rocky clift, Whofe heartftrings with keene fteele nigh hewen be, That mighty trunke half rent with ragged rift, Doth roll adowne the rockes, and fall with fearefull drift. Or as a caftle, reared high and round By fubtle engines and malicious flight, Is undermined from the loweft ground, And her foundation forced and feebled quite, At laft downe falls, and with her heaped height Her hasty ruine does more heavy make, And yields it felfe unto the victors might. Such was this Gyants fall, that feemed to shake The stedfaft globe of earth, as it for feare did quake. The knight then lightly leaping to the pray, With mortall fteele him fmote againe fo fore, That headlefle his unwieldly body lay, And wallowed in his owne foule bloody gore, Which flowed from his wounds in wondrous ftore. But foone as breath out of his breaft did pas, That huge great body, which the Gyant bore, Was vanifht quite, and of that monftrous mas Was nothing left, but like an empty bladder was. Whofe grievous fall, when falfe Duessa fpide, Her golden cup fhe caft unto the ground, And crowned mitre rudely threw afide. Such piercing griefe her ftubborn heart did wound, That fhe could not endure that dolefull ftound, But leaving all behind her, fled away. The lightfoot Squire her quickly turned around, And by hard meanes enforcing her to ftay, So brought unto his Lord, as his deferved pray. The royal Virgin, which beheld from farre In penfive plight and fad perplexity The whole atchievement of this doubtfull warre, Came running faft to greet his victory, With fober gladnefle and mild modesty, And with fweet joyous cheare him thus befpake: Faire branch of noblefle, flowre of chevalry, That with your worth the world amazed make, How shall I quite the paines ye suffer for my fake? And you, frefh bud of vertue fpringing faft, Whom thefe fad eyes faw nigh unto deaths dore, What hath poore Virgin for fuch perill paft Wherewith you to reward? Accept therefore my fimple felfe, and fervice evermore, And he that high does fit, and all things fee, With equall eyes their merits to reftore. Behold what ye this day have done for mee, And what I cannot quite, requite with ufurie. But fith the heavens and your faire handling Have made you mayfter of the field this day, Your fortune mayfter eke with governing, And well begonne end all fo well, I pray. Ne let that wicked woman fcape away, For fhe it is, that did my Lord bethrall, My deareft Lord, and deepe in dungeon lay, Where he his better dayes hath wafted all. O heare, how piteous he to you for ayde doth call. Forthwith he gave in charge unto his Squire That fcarlet whore to keepen carefully, Whileft he himfelfe with greedy great defire Into the caftle entred forcibly, Where living creature none he did efpy. Then gan he loudly through the houfe to call, But no man cared to anfwere to his cry. There reigned a folemn filence over all, Nor voice was heard, nor wight was feene in bowre or hall. At laft with creeping crooked pace forth came An old man, with beard as white as fnow, That on a ftaffe his feeble fteps did frame, And guide his weary gait both to and fro. For his eye fight him failed long ago, And on his arme a bunch of keyes he bore, The which unufed ruft did overgrow. Thofe were the keyes of every inner dore, But he could not them ufe, but kept them ftill in ftore. But very uncouth fight was to behold, How he did fafhion his untoward pace. For as he forward moved his footing old, So backward ftill was turned his wrinkled face, Unlike to men, who ever as they trace, Both feet and face one way are wont to lead. This was the ancient keeper of that place, And fofter father of the Gyant dead. His name Ignaro did his nature right areed. His reverend haires and holy gravity The Knight much honored as befeemed well, And gently asked where all the people be, Which in that ftately building wont to dwell. Who anfwered him full foft, he could not tell. Againe he asked, where that fame Knight was layd, Whom great Orgoglio with his puifance fell Had made his caytive thrall. Againe he faid, he could not tell, Ne ever other anfwere made. Then asked he, which way he in might pafle. He could not tell, againe he anfwered. Thereat the courteous Knight difpleafed was, And faid, Old Sire, it feemes thou haft not read How ill it fits with that fame filver head In vaine to mock, or mocked in vaine to be. But if thou be, as thou art portrayd With natures pen in ages grave degree, Aread in graver wize what I demaund of thee. His anfwere likenefle was, he could not tell, Whofe fencelefle fpeach and doted ignorance, When as the noble Prince had marked well, He gheft his nature by his countenance, And calm'd his wrath with goodly temperance. Then to him ftepping from his arme did reach Thofe keyes, and made himfelfe free enterance. Each dore he opened without any breach, There was no barre to ftop, nor foe him to impeach. There all within full rich arayd he found With royal arras and refplendent gold, And did with ftore of every thing abound, That great Princes prefence might behold. But all the floore, too filthy to be told, With blood of guiltlefle babes and innocents true, Which there were flaine as fheepe out of the fold, Defiled was, that dreadfull was to vew, And facred afhes over it was ftrowed new. And there befide of marble ftone was built An altar, carved with cunning imagery, On which true Christians blood was often spilt, And holy martyrs often doen to die With cruel malice and ftrong tyranny, Whofe bleffed fprites from underneath the ftone To God for vengeance cryed continually, And with great griefe were often heard to groane, That hardeft heart would bleed to heare their piteous moane. Through every roome he fought, and every bowre, But no where could he find that wofull thrall. At laft he came unto an iron dore, That faft was locked, but key found not at all Amongft that bunch, to open it withall. But in the fame a little grate was pight, Through which he fent his voice, and loud did call, With all his powre, to weet, if living wight Were housed therein, whom he enlargen might. Therewith an hollow dreary murmring voice Thefe piteous plaints and dolours did refound. O who is that, which brings me happy choice of death, that here lie dying every stound, yet live perforce in balefull darknesse bound? For now 3 moons have changed thrice their hue, and have been thrice hid underneath the ground, since I the heavens cheerfull face did view. O welcome thou, that doest of death bring tidings true. Which when that champion heard, with piercing point Of pitty deare his heart was thrilled fore, And trembling horror ran through every joint, For ruth of gentle knight fo foule forlore. Which shaking off, he rent that iron dore With furious force, and indignation fell, Where entred in, his foot could find no floor, But all a deepe descent as darke as hell, That breathed ever forth a filthy banefull smell. But neither darknefle foule, nor filthy bands, Nor noyous smell his purpofe could withhold. Entire affection hateth nicer hands. But that with conftant zeale and courage bold, After long paines and labours manifold, He found the meanes that prifoner up to reare, Whofe feeble thighs, unable to uphold His pined courfe, him fcarce to light could beare, A ruefull spectacle of death and ghaftly dreare. His sad dull eyes, deepe funk in hollow pits, Could not endure th' unwonted funne to view. His bare thin cheekes, for want of better bits, And empty fides deceived of their view, Could make a stony hart his hap to rue. His raw-bone armes, whofe mighty brawnced bowes Were wont to rive fteele plates and helmets hue, Were cleane confum'd, and all his vitall powres Decayd, and all his flefh fhrunk up like withred flowres. Whom when his Lady faw, to him fhe ran With hasty joy, to fee him made her glad, And fad to view his visage pale and wan, Who earft in flowres of frefheft youth was clad. Though when her well of teares fhe wafted had, She said, Ah deareft Lord, what evill ftarre On you hath frowned, and powr'd this influence bad, That of your felfe ye thus berobbed are, And this mifeeming hue your manly lookes doth marre. But welcome now, my Lord, in weal or woe, Whofe prefence I have lackt too long a day, And fie on Fortune, mine avowed foe, Whofe wrathfull wreakes themfelves do now allay, And for thefe wrongs fhall treble penance pay Of treble good. Good growes of evills proof. The chearelefle man, whom forrow did difmay, Had no delight to treaten of his griefe, His long endured famine needed more reliefe. Faire Lady, then faid that victorious Knight, The things that grievous were to do or beare, Them to renew I wote, breeds no delight. Beft musique breeds delight in lothing eare, But the onely good, that growes of pafled feare, Is to be wife, and ware of like againe. This dayes enfample hath this leflon deare Deepe written in my hart with iron pen, That bliffe may not abide in ftate of mortall men. Henceforth, Sir Knight, take to you wonted ftrength, And maister thefe mishaps with patient might. Lo where your foe lies ftretcht in monftrous length, And lo that wicked woman in your fight, The root of all your care and wretched plight. Now in your powre to let her live or die. To do her die, quoth Una, were defpight, And fhame to avenge fo weake an enemy, But fpoile her of her fcarlet robe, and let her fly. So as fhe bad, that which they disarrayd, And robed of royal robes, and purple pall, And ornaments, that richly were difplayd. Ne spared they to strip her naked all, That when they had despoiled her tire and call, Such as fhe was, their eyes might her behold, That her mifhapen parts did them appall. A loathly wrinkeld hag, ill favoured, old, Whofe fecret filth good manners biddeth not be told. Her crafty head was altogether bald, And as in hate of honourable eld Was overgrowne with scurfe and filthy fcald. Her teeth out of her rotten gums were feld, And her foure breath abominably fmeld. Her dryed dugs, like bladders lacking wind, hung downe, And filthy matter from them weld. Her rizled skin as rough as maple rind, So fcabby was, that would have lothed all womankind. Her nether parts, the fhame of all her kind, My chafter Mufe for fhame doth blufh to write. But at her rump fhe growing had behind A foxes taile, with dung all fouly dight, And eke her feet her most monftrous were in fight. For one of them was like an eagles claw, With gripping talons arm'd to greedy flight. The other like a beares uneven paw, More ugly fhape yet never living creature faw. Which when the Knights beheld, amazed they were, And wondred at fo foule deformed wight. Such then, said Una, as she feemeth here, such is the face of falfhood, such the fight of foule Durefier, when her borrowed light is laid away, and counterfeifance knowne. Thus when they had the witch disrobed quite, and all her filthy feature open fhowne, they let her go at will, and wander wayes unknowne. She flying faft from heavens hated face, and from the world, that her discovered wide, fled to the wastefull wildernefle apace, from living eyes her open fhame to hide, and lurked in rocks and caves long unespide. But that faire crew of knights, and Una faire, did in that caftle afterwards abide, to reft themfelves, and weary powers rare, where ftore they found of all, that dainty was and rare. End of Canto 8, Book 1, The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1, Canto 9, The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 9. His loves and lineage Arthur tells, the knights knit friendly bands. Sir Trevison flies from despair, whom Redcrosse knight withstands. O goodly golden chaine, wherewith yfaire the virtues linked are in lovely wise, and noble minds of yore allied were, in brave pursuit of chivalrous emprize, that none did others safety despize, nor aid envy to him in need that stands, but friendly each did others praife devise, how to advance with favourable hands, as this good Prince redeemed Redcrosse knight from bands. Who when their powers, impair'd through labour long, with due repaft they had recured well, and that weake captive wight now wexed ftrong, them list no longer there at leifure dwell, but forward fare, as their adventures fell. But ere they parted, Una faire befought that ftranger knight his name and nation tell, least so great good, as he for her had wrought, should die unknown, and buried be in thanklefle thought. Faire Virgin, said the Prince, ye me require a thing without the compafle of my wit, for both the lineage and the certain fire from which I fprong, from me are hidden yet. For all fo foone as life did me admit into this world, and fhewed heavens light, from mothers pap I taken was unfit, and ftreight delivered to a Faerie knight, to be upbrought in gentle thews and martiall might. Unto old Timon he me brought belive, old Timon, who in youthly years hath been in warlike feats the expertest man alive, and is the wisest now on earth I weene. His dwelling is low in a valley greene, under the foot of Rowren mossy hoare, from whence the river Dee as silver cleane his tumbling billowes roll with gentle roare. There all my dayes he trained me up in virtuous lore. Thither the great magician Merlin came, as was his use, oft times to visit me, for he had charge my discipline to frame, and tutors nourriture to overfee. Him oft and oft I asked in privity, of what loynes and what lineage I did spring, whose answer bad me still assured be, that I was fon and heire unto a king, as time in her just terme the truth to light should bring. Well worthy imp, said then the Lady gent, and pupil fit for such a tutors hand, but what adventure, or what high intent hath brought you hither into Faerie land? Areed Prince Arthur, town of martiall band. Full hard it is, quoth he, to read aright the course of heavenly cause, or understand the secret meaning of the eternal might, that rules men's wayes, and rules the thoughts of living wight. For whither he through fatall deepe forefight me hither sent, for cause to me ungueft, or that frefh bleeding wound, which day and night whilome doth rankle in my riven breast, with forced fury following his behest, me hither brought by wayes yet never found, you to have helped I hold myself yet blest. Ah, courteous knight, quoth fhe, what secret wound could ever find, to grieve the gentlest heart on ground? Dear dame, quoth he, you sleeping sparks awake, which troubled once, into huge flames will grow, nor ever will their fervent fury slake, till living moisture into smoke do flow, and wasted life do lie in ashes low. Yet Scythian's silence lesseneth not my fire, but told it flames, and hidden it does glow. I will reveal, what ye so much desire. Ah, love, lay down thy bow, the whiles I may respire. It was in freshest flowre of youthly years, when courage first does creep in manly chest, then first the coale of kindly heat appears, to kindle love in every living breast. But me had warned old Timon's wise behest, those creeping flames by reason to subdue, before their rage grew to so great unrest, as miserable lovers use to rue, which still weks old in woe, whiles woe still wekseth new. That idle name of love, and lovers life, as loss of time and virtue's enemy, I ever scorned, and joyed to stir up strife in midst of their mournful tragedy. I wont to laugh when them I heard to cry, and blow the fire, which them to ashes brent. Their God himself, grieved at my liberty, shot many a dart at me with fierce intent, but I them warded all with wary government. But all in vain. No fort can be so strong, no fleshly breast can armed be so sound, but will at last be won with battery long, or unawares at disadvantage found. Nothing is sure, that grows on earthly ground, and who most trusts in arms of fleshly might, and boasts in beauty's chain not to be bound, doth soonest fall in disaventurous fight, and yields his cative neck to victors most despite. Ensample make of him your hapless joy, and of myself now mated, as you see, whose prouder vaunt that proud avenging boy did soon pluck down, and curbed my liberty. For on a day pricked forth with jollity of looser life, and heat of hardiment, ranging the forest wide on courser free, the fields, the floods, the heavens with one consent, did seem to laugh on me, and favour mine intent. For wearied with my sports, I did alight from lofty steed, and down to sleep me laid. The verdant grass my couch did goodly dight, and pillow was my helmet faire difplayed, whilst every sense the humour sweet embade, and slumbring soft my heart did steale away. Me seemed by my side a royal mayd, her dainty limbs full softly down did lay, so faire a creature yet never saw sunny day. Most goodly glee and lovely blandishment she to me made, and bad me love her deare, for dearly sure her love was to me bent, as when just time expired should appear. But whether dreames delude, or true it were, was never heart so ravisht with delight, no living man like words did ever hear, as she to me delivered all that night, and at her parting said, she Queene of Faeries hight. When I awoke, and found her place devoid, and nought but pressed grass where she had lien, I sorrowed all so much, as erst I joyd, and washed all her place with watery iron. From that day forth I loved that face divine, from that day forth I cast in carefull mind, to seek her out with labour and long tyne, and never vow to rest till her I find. 9 months I seek in vaine, yet nil that vow unbind. Thus as he spake, his visage wexed pale, and change of hue great passion did bewray. Yet still he strove to cloke his inward bale, and hide the smoke, that did his fire difplay, till gentle Una thus to him gan say, O happy Queene of Faeries, that hast found mongst many one that with his proweffe may defend thine honour, and thy foes confound. True loves are often sown, but seldom grow on ground. Thine, O then, said the gentle Redcrosse Knight, next to that Lady's love shall be the place, O fairest Virgin, full of heavenly light, whose wondrous faith, exceeding earthly race, was firmest fixt in mine extremest case. And you, my lord, the patron of my life, of that great Queene may well gain worthy grace. For only worthy you through proweffe proof, if living man mote worthy be to be her leaf. So diversly discoursing of their loves, the golden Sunne his glistering head gan show, and sad remembrance now the Prince amoves, with fresh desire his voyage to pursue, als Erna earned her travell to renew. Then those two knights, fast friendship for to bind, and love establish each to other true, gave goodly gifts, the signes of gratefull mind, and eke as pledges firm right hands together joyned. Prince Arthur gave a box of diamond shore, embowed with gold and gorgeous ornament, wherein were closed few drops of liquor pure, of wondrous worth and virtue excellent, that any wound could heal incontinent, which to requite, the Redcrosse Knight him gave a book, wherein his Saviours testament was writ with golden letters rich and brave, a work of wondrous grace, and able soules to save. Thus being they parted, Arthur on his way to seek his love, and the other for to fight with Una's foe, that all her realm did prey. But she, now weighing the decayed plight and shrunken sinewes of her chosen knight, would not a while her forward courfe pursue, nor bring him forth in face of dreadfull fight, till he recovered had his former hue. For him to be yet weake and weary, well she knew. So as they traveild, lo, they gan espy An armed knight towards them gallop fast, that seemed from some feared foe to fly, or other grisly thing, that him aghast, still as he fled, his eye was backward cast, as if his feare still followed him behind. Als flew his steed, as he his bands had brast, and with his winged heeles did tread the wind, as he had been a foal of Pegasus his kind. Nigh as he drew, they might perceive his head to be unarmed, and curled uncombed haires upstaring stiffe, dismayd with uncouth dread, nor drop of blood in all his face appeares, nor life in limbe, and to increase his feares, in foul reproach of knighthoods faire degrees, about his neck an hempen rope he weares, that with his glistering armes does ill agree. But he of rope or armes has now no memory. The Redcrosse Knight towards him croffed fast, to weet what Mr. Wight was so dismayd. There him he finds all sencelefle and aghast, that of himfelfe he feemes to be afrayd. Whom hardly he from flying forward stayd, till he thefe words to him deliver might: Sir Knight, areed who hath ye thus arayd, and eke from whom make ye this hasty flight? For never knight I faw in such meseeming plight. He answered nought at all, but adding new feare to his firft amazement, staring wide with stony eyes, and heartlefle hollow hue, astonifhed stood, as one that had espyed infernal furies, with their chaines untide. Him yet again and yet again bespake the gentle Knight, who nought to him replyde, but trembling every joynt did inly quake, and faltring tongue at last thefe words feemed forth to shake: For Gods deare love, Sir Knight, do me not stay, for lo he comes fast after me. Eft looking backe would faine have run away, but he him forced to stay, and tellen free the secret caufe of his perplexity. Yet nethermore by his bold hearty fpeach could his blood frozen heart emboldned be, but through his boldnefle rather feare did reach. Yet forced at last he made through silence sudden breach. And am I now in fafety fure, quoth he, from him that would have forced me to die? And is the point of death now turned from me, that I may tell this haplefle history? Feare nought, quoth he, no danger now is nigh. Then fhall I you recount a ruefull cafe, said he, the which with this unlucky eye I late beheld, and had not greater grace me reft from it, had been partaker of the place. I lately chaunft, would I had never chaunft, with a faire Knight to keepen company, Sir Terwin hight, that will himfelfe advaunft in all affaires, and was both bold and free, but not so happy as mote happy be. He loved, as was his lot, a Lady gent, that him againe loved in the leaft degree, for she was proud and of too high intent, and joyed to see her lover languish and lament. From whom returning sad and comfortlefle, as on the way together we did fare, we met that villaine, God from him me blefle, that cursed Wight, from which I fcapt well ere, a man of hell, that calls himfelfe Despaire, who firft us greets, and after faire areads of tidings strange, and of adventures rare, so creeping clofe, as snake in hidden weeds, enquireth of our ftates, and of our knightly deeds. Which when he knew and felt our feeble hearts embost with bale and bitter biting griefe, which love had launcht with his deadly darts, With wounding words and termes of foule repriefe, He pluckt from us all hope of due reliefe, That erft us held in love of lingring life. Then hopelefle, heartlefle, gan the cunning thiefe Perfwade us to die, to ftint all further strife. To me he lent this rope, to him a rusty knife, With which fad inftrument of hasty death That wofull lover, loathing lenger light, A wide way made to let forth living breath. But I more fearefull, or more lucky wight, Difmayd with that deformed dismal fight, Fled faft away, half dead with dying feare. Nor yet assured of life by you, Sir Knight, Whofe like infirmity like chaunce may beare, But God you never let his charmed fpeeches heare. How many a man, faid he, with idle fpeech be won, To fpoyle the caftle of his health? I wote, quoth he, whom trial late did teach, That like would not for all this worldes wealth. His fubtle tongue, like dropping honey, mealth Into the hart, and fearcheth every veine, That ere one be aware, by fecret ftealth His powre is reft, and weaknefle does remaine. O never, Sir, defire to try his guilefull traine. Certes, faid he, hence fhall I never reft, Till I that treacherous art have heard and tride. And you, Sir Knight, whofe name mote I requeft, Of grace do me unto his cabin guide. I that hight Trevifon, quoth he, will ride Against my liking backe to do you grace. But nor for gold nor glee will I abide By you, when ye arrive in that fame place, For liever had I die, then see his deadly face. Ere long they came, where that fame wicked wight His dwelling has, low in an hollow cave, Farre underneath a craggy clift ypight, Darke, dolefull, dreary, like a greedy grave, That still for carrion carcafes doth crave. On top whereof I dwelt the ghaftly owle, Shrieking his balefull note, which ever draw Farre from that haunt all other chearefull fowle, And all about it wandring ghofts did wayle and howle. And all about old stockes and ftubbes of trees, Whereon nor fruit nor leaf was ever feene, Did hang upon the ragged rocky knees, On which had many wretches hanged beene, Whofe carcafes were fcattred on the greene, And thrown about the cliffes. Arrived there, that barehead Knight for dread and dolefull teene Would faine have fled, nor durft approachen neare, But the other forced him ftay, and comforted in feare. That darkfome cave they enter, where they find That curfed man, low fitting on the ground, Musing full sadly in his sullen mind, His greafy lockes long growen and unbound, Disordred hung about his fhoulders round, And hid his face, through which his hollow eyne Looked deadly dull, and ftared as aftound. His raw-bone cheekes through penury and pine Were shrunken into his jawes, as he did never dine. His garment, nought but many rag clouts, With thorns together pinned and patched was, The which his naked fides he wrapt abouts. And him beside there lay upon the grasse A dreary corfe, whofe life away did pafle, All wallowed in his owne yet lukewarme blood, That from his wound yet welled frefh, alas, In which a rusty knife fast fixed stood, And made an open paffage for the gushing flood. Which piteous spectacle, approving true The wofull tale that Trevifon had told, When as the gentle Redcrosse Knight did vew, With fiery zeale he burnt in courage bold, Him to avenge, before his blood were cold. And to the villaine faid, Thou damned wight, The author of this fact, we here behold. What juftice can but judge against thee right, With thine owne blood to price his blood here shed in fight? What frantique fit, quoth he, has thus diftrought thee, foolifh man, so rafh a doome to give? What juftice ever other judgment taught, But he fhould die, who merits not to live? None elfe to death this man despairing drive, But his owne guilty mind deferving death. Is then unjuft to each his due to give? Or let him die, that loatheth living breath? Or let him die at eafe, that liveth here uneath? Who travels by the weary wandring way, To come unto his wifhed home in haft, And meets a flood, that doth his paffage ftay, Is not great grace to help him overpaft, Or free his feet, that in the mire fticks faft? Most envious man, that grieves at neighbours good, And fond, that joyest in the woe thou haft, Why wilt not let him paffe, that long hath stood Upon the banke, yet wilt thy felfe not paffe the flood? He there does now enjoy eternall reft, And happy eafe, which thou does want and crave. and further from it daily wanderest? What if some little paine the passage have, that makes fraile flefh to feare the bitter wave? Is not short paine well borne, that brings long ease, and layes the soule to sleep in quiet grave? Sleep after toyle, port after stormy seas, ease after warre, death after life does greatly please. The Knight much wondred at his sudden wit, and said, the terme of life is limited, nor may a man prolong nor shorten it. The Souldier may not move from watchfull stead, nor leave his stand, until his Captaine bed, who life did limit by almighty doome, quoth he, knowes best the terme establifhed, and he, that points the Sentinell his roome, doth licence him depart at sound of morning droome. Is not his deed, whatever thing is done in heaven and earth? Did not he all create to die againe? All ends that was begonne, their time in his eternall booke of fate are written sure, and have their certain date. Who then can strive with strong necessity, that holds the world in his still changing state, or shun the death ordained by destiny? When houre of death is come, let none ask whence, nor why. The lenger life I wrote, the greater sin, the greater punishment. All thofe great battles, which thou boaft'st to win through strife and bloodshed and avengement, now praised, hereafter deare thou shalt repent. For life must life, and blood must blood repay. Is not enough thy evill life forspent? For he, that once hath missed the right way, the further he doth go, the further he doth stray. Then do no further go, no further stray, but here lie down, and to thy rest betake, the ill to prevent, that life ensewen may. For what hath life, that may it loved make, and gives not rather cause it to forsake? Feare, sicknesse, age, loffe, labour, sorrow, strife, paine, hunger, cold, that makes the heart to quake, and ever fickle fortune rageth rife. All which, and thousands mo, do make a loathsome life. Thou wretched man, of death hast greateft need, if in true ballance thou wilt weigh thy ftate. For never Knight, that dared warlike deed, more lucklefle disadventures did amate. Witneffe the dungeon deepe, wherein of late thy life shut up, for death so oft did call. And though good luck prolonged hath thy date, yet death then would the like mishaps forestall, into the which hereafter thou mayest happen fall. Why then doest thou, man of sin, desire to draw thy dayes forth to their last degree? Is not the measure of thy sinfull hire high heaped up with huge iniquity against the day of wrath to burden thee? Is not enough, that to this Lady mild thou falfed hast thy faith with perjury, and sold thyself to serve Jeweffa viled, with whom in all abuse thou hast thyself defiled? Is not he just, that all this doth behold from highest heaven, and bears an equal eye? Shall he thy sins up in his knowledge fold, and guilty be of thine impiety? Is not his law, let every sinner die? Die shall all flefh. What then must needs be done? Is it not better to do willingly, than linger, till the glass be all outrun? Death is the end of woes, die soone, O Faeries Sonne. The Knight was much enmoved with his speech, that as a swords point through his heart did perce, and in his conscience made a secret breach, well knowing true all, that he did rehearse, and to his frefh resemblance did reverse the ugly view of his deformed crimes, that all his manly powers it did disperse, as he were charmed with enchanted rhymes, that oftentimes he quaked, and fainted oftentimes. In which amazement, when the miscreant perceived him to waver weak and fraile, whiles trembling horror did his conscience daunt, and hellish anguish did his soule affaile, to drive him to despaire, and quite to quaile, he shewed him painted in a table plaine the damned ghostes that do in torments waile, and thousand fiends that do them endless paine with fire and brimstone, which for ever shall remaine. The sight whereof so thoroughly him dismayd, that nought but death before his eyes he saw, and ever burning wrath before him layd, by righteous sentence of the Almighties law. Then gan the villaine him to overcraw, and brought unto him swords, ropes, poyson, fire, and all that might him to perdition draw, and bad him choose, what death he would desire. For death was due to him, that had provoked Gods ire. But when as none of them he saw him take, he to him wrought a dagger sharp and keene, and gave it him in hand, his hand did quake and tremble like a leaf of aspen greene, and troubled blood through his pale face was feene to come and go with tidings from the hart, as it a running messenger had been. At last resolved to worke his finall smart, he lifted up his hand, that backe againe did start. Which when as Una saw, through every veine the crudel cold ran to her well of life, as in a swoone, but soone relived againe. Out of his hand she snatcht the curfed knife, and threw it to the ground, enraged rife. And to him said, Fie, fie, faint-hearted knight, what meanest thou by this reprochfull strife? Is this the battell which thou vaunt'st to fight With that fire-mouthed dragon, horrible and bright? Come, come away, fraile seely, fleshly wight, nor let vaine words bewitch thy manly hart, nor devilifh thoughts dismay thy constant spright. In heavenly mercies hast thou not a part? Why shouldst thou then despaire, that chofen art? Where justice growes, there growes eke greater grace, the which doth quench the brond of hellifh smart, and that accurfed handwriting doth deface. Arife, Sir Knight, arife, and leave this curfed place. So up he rofe, and thence amounted ftreight, which when the Carle beheld, and faw his gueft would fafe depart, for all his fubtle flate, he chose an altar from among the rest, and with it hung himfelfe, unbid, unbleft. But death he could not worke himfelfe thereby, for 1000 times he so himfelfe had dreft, yet natheleffe it could not do him die, till he should die his laft, that is eternally. End of Canto 9, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1. Canto 10. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 10. Her faithful knight fair Una brings to a house of holiness, where he is taught repentance and the way to heavenly bless. What man is he, that boafts of fleshly might, and vaine assurance of mortality, which all so soone as it doth come to fight against spiritual foes, yields by and by, or from the field most cowardly doth fly? Ne let the man ascribe it to his skill, that through grace hath gained victory. If any strength we have, it is to ill, but all the good is Gods, both power and eke will. By that which lately happened, Una saw that this her knight was feeble and too faint, and all his finewes waxen weak and raw, through long imprisonment and hard conftraint, which he endured in his late reftraint, that yet he was unfit for bloody fight. Therefore to cherifh him with diets daint she cast to bring him in, where he chearen might, till he recovered had his late decayed plight. There was an ancient house not far away, renowned throughout the world for sacred lore, and pure unspotted life. So well they say it governed was, and guided evermore, through wisdom of a matron grave and hoare, whose only joy was to relieve the needs of wretched soules, and help the helpless poore. All night she spent in bidding of her beads, and all the day in doing good and godly deeds. Dame Coelia men did her call, as thought from heaven to come, or thither to rise. The mother of 3 daughters, well upbrought in goodly thewes and godly exercise. The eldest 2 most sober, chaste, and wise. Fidelia and Speranza virgins were, though spoused, yet wanting wedlocks solemnize. But faire Carissa to a lovely fere was linkt, and by him had many pledges deare. Arrived there, the door they find fast locked, for it was warely watched night and day, for feare of many foes. But when they knocked, the porter opened unto them ftreight away. He was an aged sire, all hoary grey, with lookes full lowly cast, and gait full flow, wont on a staffe his feeble steps to stay. Hight humility. They pass in stooping low, for streight and narrow was the way, which he did shew. Each goodly thing is hardest to begin, But entred in a spacious court they see, Both plaine and pleasant to be walked in, Where does them meet a Franklin faire and free, And entertaines with comely courteous glee. His name was Zeale, that him right well became, For in his speeches and behaviour he Did labour lively to exprefle the same, And gladly did them guide, till to the hall they came. There fairely them receives a gentle Squire, Of mild demeanour and rare courtefie, Right cleanly clad in comely sad attire, In word and deed that fhewed great modeftie, And knew his good to all of each degree, Hight reverence. He them with fpeeches meet, does faire entreat, No courting nicetie, but simply true, And eke unfeigned fweet, as might become A Squire so great perfons to greet. And afterwards them to his dame he leads, That aged dame, the lady of the place, Who all this while was busie at her beads, Which doen, fhe up arofe with feemely grace, And towards them full matronly did pace. Where when the faireft Una fhe beheld, Whom well fhe knew to fpring from heavenly race, Her heart with joy unwonted inly fweld, As feeling wondrous comfort in her weaker eld. And her embracing faid, Happy earth, whereon thy innocent feet do ever tread, Moft virtuous Virgin born of heavenly birth, That to redeeme thy wofull parents head From tyrants rage, and ever dying dread, Haft wandred through the world now long a day, Yet ceafest not thy weary foules to lead. What grace hath thee now hither brought this way, Or doe thy feeble feet unweeting hither ftray? Strange thing it is an errant Knight to see Here in this place, or any other wight, That hither turnes his fteps. So few there be that choofe the narrow path, or feeke the right, All keepe the broad highway, and take delight With many rather for to go aftray, Then be partakers of their evill plight, Then with a few to walk the righteft way. O foolifh men, why haft ye to your owne decay? Thy felfe to see, and tired limbs to reft, O matron fage, quoth fhe, I hither came, And this good Knight this way with me addreft, Led with thy praises and broad blazed fame, That up to heaven is blowne. The ancient dame him goodly greeted in her modeft guize, And entertained them both as beft became, With all the courtesies that fhe could devize, Ne wanted ought to fhew her bounteous or wize. Thus as they gan of sundry things devize, Lo, two moft goodly Virgins came in place, Ylinked arme in arme in lovely wize, With countenance demure and modeft grace, They numbred even fteps and equall pace. Of which the eldeft, that Vidalia hight, Like funny beames threw from her crystall face, That could have dazed the rafh beholders fight, And round about her head did fhine like heavens light. She was arrayd all in lily white, And in her right hand bore a cup of gold, With wine and water filled up to the hight, In which a Serpent did himfelfe enfold, That horror made to all, that did behold. But fhe no whit did change her conftant mood, And in her other hand fhe faft did hold A booke, that was both figned and fealed with blood, Wherein darke things were writ, hard to be understood. Her younger fister, that Speranza hight, Was clad in blew, that her befeemed well. Not all fo chearfull feemed fhe of fight, As was her fister, whether dread did dwell, Or anguifh in her heart, is hard to tell. Upon her arme a filver anchor lay, Whereon fhe leaned ever, as befell, And ever up to heaven as fhe did pray, Her stedfaft eyes were bent, nor fwerved other way. They feeing Una towards her gan wend, Who them encounters with likely courtefie, Many kind fpeeches they between them spend, And greatly joy each other well to see. Then to the Knight with fhamefast modestie They turned themfelves at Unas meeke request, And him falute with well beseeming glee, Who fare them quite, as him beseemed best, And goodly gan difcourfe of many a noble guest. Then Una thus, But fhe your fister deare, the deare Carissa, where is fhe become? Or wants fhe health, or busie is elfwhere? Ah no, faid they, but forth fhe may not come, For fhe of late is lightened of her wombe, And hath encreaft the world with one fonne more, That her to fee fhould be but troublesome. Indeed, quoth fhe, that fhould her trouble fore, But thankt be God, and her encreafe fo evermore. Then faid the aged Coelia, Deare dame, and you good Sir, I wot that of your toyle, and labours long, Through which ye hither came, ye both fore wearied be, Therefore a while I rede you rest, and to your bowres recoyle. Then called she a groome, that forth him led Into a goodly lodge, and gan despoyle Of puissant armes, and laid in eafie bed. His name was meeke Obedience rightly ared. Now when their weary limbs with kindly rest And bodies were refresht with due repaft, Faire Una gan Fidelia faire request, To have her knight into her fchoolhoufe placed, That of her heavenly learning he might tast, And heare the wisdom of her words divine. She graunted, and that knight fo much agraced, That she taught him celeftiall difcipline, And op'ned his dull eyes, that light mote in them fhine. And that her facred booke, with blood ywrit, That none could read, except fhe did them teach, She unto him difclofed every whit, And heavenly documents thereout did preach, That weaker wit of man could never reach, Of God, of grace, of juftice, of free will, That wonder was to heare her goodly fpeach. For fhe was able with her words to kill, And raife againe to life the hart, that fhe did thrill. And when fhe list pour out her larger fpright, She would command the hasty Sunne to ftay, Or backward turne his courfe from heavens hight. Sometimes great hofts of men fhe could difmay, Dry fhod to pafle, fhe parts the floods in tway, And eke huge mountaines from their native feat She would command themfelves to beare away, And throw in raging fea with roaring threat. Almighty God her gave fuch powre and puifance great. The faithfull knight now grew in little fpace, By hearing her, and by her fifters lore, To fuch perfedion of all heavenly grace, That wretched world he gan for to abhorre, And mortall life gan loath as thing forlore. Grieved with remembrance of his wicked wayes, And prickt with anguifh of his finnes fo fore, That he desired to end his wretched dayes, So much the dart of finfull guilt the foule difmayes. But wife Speranza gave him comfort fweet, And taught him how to take a fured hold Upon her filver anchor, as was meet. Elfe had his finnes fo great and manifold Made him forget all that Fidelia told. In this diftreffed doubtfull agony, When him his deareft Una did behold, Difdayning life, defiring leave to die, She found herfelfe affaild with great perplexity, And came to Coelia to declare her fmart, Who well acquainted with that commune plight, Which finfull horror workes in wounded hart, Her wifely comforted all that fhe might, With goodly counsell and advifement right, And ftreightway fent with carefull diligence To fetch a leech, that which had great infight In that difeafe of grieved conscience, And well could cure the fame. His name was Patience. Who comming to that fore difeased knight, Could hardly him entreat to tell his griefe, Which known, and all that noyd his heavy fpright, Well fearcht, eftfoones he gan apply reliefe Of falves and medicines, which had paffing priefe, And thereto added workes of wondrous might, By which to eafe he him recured briefe, And much affwaged the paffion of his plight, That he his paine endured, as feeming now more light. But yet the caufe and root of all his ill, Inward corruption and infeded fin, Not purged nor healed behind remained ftill, And festring fore did rankle yet within, Clofe creeping twixt the marrow and the fkin, Which to extirpe he layd him privily Downe in a darkefome lowly place farre in, Whereas he meant his corrofives to apply, And with ftreight diet tame his ftubborne malady. In afhes and sackcloth he did array His dainty courfe, proud humours to abate, And dieted with fasting every day, The fwelling of his wounds to mitigate, And made him pray both early and eke late, And ever as superfluous flefh did rot, Amendment ready ftill at hand did wait, To pluck it out with pincers fiery hot, That foone in him was left not one corrupted jot. And bitter penance with an iron whip Was wont him once to difpell every day, And sharp remorfe his heart did prick and nip, That drops of blood thence like a well did play, And fad repentance ufed to embay His body in fait water fmarting fore, The filthy blots of fin to wafh away. So in short fpace they did to health reftore The man, that would not live, but erft lay at deaths dore. In which his torment often was fo great, That like a lion he would cry and roare, And rend his flefh, and his own finewes eate. His own deare Una hearing evermore His ruefull fhriekes and groanings, often tore Her guiltlefle garments and her golden haire, For pity of his paine and anguifh fore. Yet all with patience wifely fhe did beare, For well fhe wist, his crime could elfe be never cleare. Whom thus recovered by wife patience and true repentance they to Una brought, who joyous of his cured conscience him dearely kifled, and fairely eke befought himfelfe to cherifh, and confuming thought to put away out of his carefull breaft. By this carefler, late in child bed brought, was woxen ftrong, and left her fruitfull neft. To her faire Una brought this unacquainted gueft. She was a woman in her frefheft age, of wondrous beauty and of bounty rare, with goodly grace and comely perfonage, that was on earth not eafie to compare. Full of great love, but Cupids wanton fnare As hell she hated, chaft in worke and will, Her necke and breafts were ever open bare, That aye thereof her babes might fucke their fill, The reft was all in yellow robes arrayed ftill. A multitude of babes about her hung, Playing their fports, that joy'd her to behold, Whom ftill she fed, whileft they were weake and young, But thruft them forth ftill, as they wexed old. And on her head fhe wore a tire of gold, Adorned with gems and ouches wondrous faire, Whofe paffing price uneath was to be told. And by her fide there fate a gentle paire Of turtle doves, fhe fitting in an ivory chaire. The Knight and Una entring, faire her greet, And bid her joy of that her happy brood, Who them requites with curtfies feeming meet, And entertaines with friendly chearefull mood. Then Una her befought to be fo good, As in her vertuous rules to fchoole her Knight, Now after all his torment well withftood, In that fad houfe of penance, where his fpright Had paft the paines of hell and long enduring night. She was right joyous of her juft requeft, And taking by her hand that Faeries Sonne, Gan him inftruct in every good beheft Of love and righteoufnefle, and well to donne, And wrath and hatred warely to fhunne, That drew on men Gods hatred and his wrath, And many foules in dolours had fordonne. In which when him fhe well inftructed hath, From thence to heaven fhe teacheth him the ready path, Wherein his weaker wandring fteps to guide. An ancient matron fhe to her does call, Whofe fober lookes her wifdom well defcride. Her name was Mercy, well knowne over all, To be both gracious and eke liberall. To whom the carefull charge of him fhe gave, To lead aright, that he fhould never fall In all his wayes throughout this wild worlds wave, That Mercy in the end his righteous foule might fave. The godly matron by the hand him beares Forth from her presence by a narrow way, Scattered with bushy thorns and ragged breares, Which ftill before him fhe removed away, That nothing might his ready paffage ftay. And ever when his feet encombred were, Or gan to fhrink, or from the right to ftray, She held him faft, and firmely did upbeare, As carefull nurfe her child from falling oft does reare. Eftfoones unto a holy hospitall, That was forby the way, fhe did him bring, In which 7 beadmen, that had vowed all Their life to fervice of high heavens King, Did spend their dayes in doing godly thing. Their gates to all were open evermore, That by the weary way were travelling, That one fate waiting ever them before, To call in commers by, that needy were and poore. The firft of them, that eldeft was and beft Of all the houfe, had charge and government, As guardian and fteward of the reft. His office was to give entertainment and lodging Unto all that came and went, Not unto fuch as could him feaft againe And double quite, for that he on them fpent, But fuch as want of harbour did conftraine, Thofe for Gods fake his duty was to entertaine. The fecond was as almoner of the place. His office was the hungry for to feed, And thirsty give to drink, a worke of grace. He feared not once himfelfe to be in need, Ne cared to hoard for thofe, whom he did breed. The grace of God he layd up ftill in ftore, Which as a stocke he left unto his feed. He had enough, what need him care for more? And had he leffe, yet fome he would give to the poore. The third had of their wardrobe cuftody, In which were not rich tires nor garments gay, The plumes of pride and wings of vanity, But clothes meet to keep keen cold away, And naked nature feemely to array. With which bare wretched wights he daily clad, The images of God in earthly clay. And if that no spare cloths to give he had, His owne coat he would cut, and it distribute glad. The fourth appointed by his office was, Poore prifoners to relieve with gracious aide, And captives to redeeme with price of braffe, From Turkes and Sarazins, which them had stayd. And though they faulty were, yet well he weighed, That God to us forgiveth every houre Much more then that, why they in bands were layd. And he that harrowed hell with heavy ftowre, The faulty foules from thence brought to his heavenly bowre. The fifth had charge sick persons to attend, and comfort thofe in point of death which lay. For them most needeth comfort in the end, when fin and hell and death do most dismay. The feeble soul departing hence away, all is but lost that living we bestow, if not well ended at our dying day. O man, have mind of that last bitter throe, for as the tree does fall, so lies it ever low. The sixth had charge of them now being dead, in seemly sort their corfes to engrave, and decke with dainty flowers their bridal bed, that to their heavenly fpouse both fweet and brave They might appeare, when he their soules fhall fave. The wondrous workmanfhip of Gods owne mould, whofe face he made all beafts to feare, and gave all in his hand, even dead we honour fhould. Our dearest God me grant, I dead be not defould. The feventh now, after death and burial done, Had charge the tender orphans of the dead, And widowes ayd, leaft they fhould be undone. In face of judgment he their right would plead, Ne ought the powre of mighty men did dread In their defence, ne would for gold or fee Be won their rightfull caufes downe to tread. And when they stood in most neceffity, He did fupply their want, and gave them ever free. There when the elfin knight arrived was, The firft and chiefest of the seven, whofe care was guefts to welcome, towards him did pas. Where feeing Mercy, that his fteps upbare, And alwayes led to her with reverence rare, He humbly louted in meeke lowlinefle, And feemly welcome for her did prepare. For of their order fhe was patronefle, Albe Carissa were their chiefeft founderefle. There fhe a while him ftays himfelfe to reft, That to the reft more able he might be. During which time in every good beheft, And godly workes of almes and charity, She him inftructed with a great induftry. Shortly therein fo perfect he became, That from the firft unto the laft degree, His mortal life he learned had to frame In holy righteoufnefle, without rebuke or blame. Thenceforward by that painfull way they paft Forth to an hill, that was both fteep and high, On top whereof a facred chappell was, And eke a little hermitage thereby, Wherein an aged holy man did lie, That day and night fayd his devotion, Ne other worldly bufineffe did apply. His name was heavenly contemplation, Of God and goodneffe was his meditation. Great grace that old man to him given had, For God he often faw from heavens hight. All were his earthly eyen both blunt and bad, And through great age had loft their kindly fight. Yet wondrous quick and perfent was his fpright, As eagles eye, that can behold the Sunne. That hill they fcale with all their powre and might, That his fraile thighs nigh weary and fordone Gan faile, but by her helpe the top at laft he wonne. There they do find that godly aged Sire, With fnowy lockes adowne his fhoulders fhed, As hoary froft with spangles doth attire The mofsie branches of an oake half dead. Each bone might through his body well be read, And every finew feene through his long faft, For nought he cared his carcaffe long unfed. His mind was full of spirituall repaft, And pined his flefh to keep his body low and chaft. Who when thefe two approaching he efpide, At their firft prefence grew aggrieved fore, That forced him lay his heavenly thoughts afide. And had he not that dame refpeded more, Whom highly he did reverence and adore, He would not once have moved for the knight. They him faluted standing farre afore, Who well them greeting humbly did requite, And asked to what end they clombe that tedious hight. What end, quoth fhe, could caufe us take fuch paine, But that fame end, which every living wight Should make his marke high heaven to attaine? Is not from hence the way, that leadeth right To that most glorious houfe, that gliftereth bright With burning starres and everlafting fire? Whereof the keyes are to thy hand behight By wife Fidelia? She doth thee require To shew it to this knight, according his desire. Thrice happy man, faid then the Father grave, Whofe ftaggering fteps thy fteddy hand doth lead, And fhewes the way, his finfull foule to fave. Who better can the way to heaven areed, Then thou thy felfe, who was both borne and bred In heavenly throne, where 1000 angels fhine? Thou doeft the prayers of the righteous feed Prefent before the Majesty divine, And his avenging wrath to clemency incline. Yet fince thou bidst, thy pleafure fhall be done, Then come thou, man of earth, and fee the way, That never yet was feene of Faeries Sonne, That never leads the traveller aftray, But after labours long and fad delay Bring them to joyous reft and endleffe blifle. But firft thou muft a feafon faft and pray, Till from her bands the fpright assoyled is, and have her strength recurred from frail infirmities. That done, he leads him to the highest mount, such one as that same mighty man of God, that blood-red billows like a walled front on either side departed with his rod, till that his army dryfoot through them yode. Dwelt 40 days upon, where writ in stone with bloody letters by the hand of God, the bitter doom of death and baleful moan he did receive, while flashing fire about him shone. Or like that sacred hill, whose head full high, adorned with fruitful olives all around, is, as it were for endless memory of that dear Lord, who oft thereon was found, for ever with a flowering girland crowned. Or like that pleasant mount, that is for aye through famous poets verse each where renowned, on which the thrice 3 learned ladies play their heavenly notes, and make full many a lovely lay. From thence far off he unto him did shew a little path, that was both steep and long, which to a goodly city led his view, whose walls and towers were builded high and strong, of pearl and precious stone, that earthly tongue can not describe, nor wit of man can tell. Too high a ditty for my simple song, the city of the great King hight it well, wherein eternal peace and happiness doth dwell. As he thereon stood gazing, he might see the blessed angels to and fro descend from highest heaven in gladsome company, and with great joy into that city wend, as commonly as friend does with his friend. Whereat he wondred much, and gan enquire what stately building durst so high extend her lofty towers unto the starry sphere, and what unknowen nature therein peopled were. Fair knight, quoth he, Jerusalem that is, the new Jerusalem, that God has built for those to dwell in that are chosen his chosen people, purged from sinful guilt with precious blood, which cruelly was spilt on cursed tree, of that unspotted Lamb that for the sins of all the world was kilt. Now are they saints in all that city Sam, more dear unto their God, than younglings to their dam. Till now, said then the knight, I weened well the great Cleopolis where I have been, in which that fairest Faerie Queene doth dwell, the fairest city was, that might be seen, and that bright tower all built of crystal clean. Panthea seemed the brightest thing that was, but now by proof all otherwise I weene, for this great city that does far surpass, and this bright Angels tower quite dimmes that tower of glass. Most true, then said the holy aged man, yet is Cleopolis for earthly frame the fairest piece that eye beholden can, and well beseems all knights of noble name, that covet in the immortal booke of fame to be eternized that same to haunt, and doen their service to that soveraine Dame, that glory does to them for guerdon grant, for she is heavenly born, and heaven may justly vaunt. And thou, fair imp, sprung out from English race, however now accompted Elfin's son, well worthy does thy service for her grace, to aid a virgin desolate fordone. But when thou famous victory hast won, and high amongst all knights hast hung thy shield, thenceforth the suit of earthly conquest shun, and wash thy hands from guilt of bloody field, for blood can nought but sin, and warres but sorrows yield. Then seek this path, that I to thee presage, which after all to heaven shall thee send. Then peaceably thy painfull pilgrimage to yonder same Jerusalem do bend, where is for thee ordained a blessed end. For thou amongst the saints whom thou dost see shalt be a saint, and thine own nations friend and patron, thou Saint George shalt called be, Saint George of merry England, the signe of victory. Unworthy wretch, quoth he, of so great grace, how dare I think such glory to attaine? These that have it attained were in like case, quoth he, as wretched, and lived in like paine. But deeds of armes must I at last be faine, and ladies love to leave so dearly bought? What need of armes, where peace doth aye remaine, said he, and battailes none are to be fought? As for loose loves they are vaine, and vanish into nought. O let me not, quoth he, then turne again back to the world, whose joys so fruitless are, but let me here for aye in peace remaine, or straightway to that last long voyage fare, that nothing may my present hope empaire. That may not be, said he, nor mayst thou yet forgo that royal maids bequeathed care, who did her cause into thy hand commit, till from her cursed foe thou have her freely quit. Then shall I soon, quoth he, so God me grace, abet that virgins cause disconsolate, and shortly back returne unto this place, to walk this way in pilgrims poore estate. But now aread, old father, why of late Did thou behight me borne of English blood, Whom all a Faerie's sonne doe nominate? That word shall I, fayd he, avouchen good, Sith to thee is unknowne the cradle of thy brood. For well I wote, thou spring'st from ancient race Of Saxon kings, that have with mighty hand And many bloody battles fought in place, High rear'd their royal throne in Britain land, And vanquisht them, unable to withstand. From thence a Faerie thee unwitting reft, There as thou slepst in tender swadling band, And her bafe elfin brood there for thee left, Such men do changelings call, so changed by Faeries theft. Thence fhe thee brought into this Faerie land, And in an heaped furrow did thee hide, Where thee a ploughman all unweeting fond, As he his toylefome teame that way did guide, And brought thee up in ploughman's ftate to bide. Whereof Georgus he thee gave to name, Till prickt with courage and thy forces pride, To Faerie court thou cam'st to feeke for fame, And prove thy puissant armes, as feemes thee beft became. O holy Sire, quoth he, how shall I quite The many favours I with thee have found, That hast my name and nation read aright, And taught the way that does to heaven bound? This fayd, adown he looked to the ground To have returned, but dazed were his eyne Through paffing brightnefle, which did quite confound His feeble fence, and too exceeding fhine. So darke are earthly things compared to things divine. At laft, when as himfelfe he gan to find, To Una back he caft him to retire, Who him awayted ftill with penfive mind. Great thanks and goodly meed to that good Sire He hence departing gave for his paines hire. So came to Una, who him joyd to fee, And after little reft gan him defire Of her adventure mindfull for to be. So leave they take of Crelia, and her daughters 3. End of Canto 10, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Book 1. Canto 11. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse. Canto 11. The Knight with that old dragon fights 2 dayes incessantly. The third him overthrowes, and gaines most glorious victory. High time now gan it wex for Una faire, To think of thofe her captive parents deare, And their forwafted kingdom to repaire. Whereto when as they now approched neare, With hearty words her Knight fhe gan to cheare, And in her modest manner thus befpake. Deare Knight, as deare as ever Knight was deare, That all thefe sorrowes fuffer for my sake, High heaven behold the tedious toyle ye for me take. Now are we come unto my native foyle, And to the place where all our perils dwell. Here haunts that fiend, and does his daily spoyle. Therefore henceforth be at your keeping well, And ever ready for your foeman fell. The sparke of noble courage now awake, And strive your excellent felfe to excell, That shall ye evermore renowmed make Above all knights on earth, that battell undertake. And pointing forth, lo yonder is, fayd fhe, The brazen tower, in which my parents deare For dread of that huge fiend imprisoned be, Whom I from farre fee on the walls appeare, Whofe fight my feeble foule doth greatly cheare. And on the top of all I do efpy The watchman waiting tidings glad to heare, That my parents might I happily unto you bring, To eafe you of your misery. With that they heard a roaring hideous sound, That all the aire with terror filled wide, And feemed unneath to fhake the stedfast ground. Eftfoones that dreadfull dragon they efpide, Where ftretcht he lay upon the sunny fide Of a great hill, himfelfe like a great hill. But all fo foone, as he from farre descried Thofe glistering armes that heaven with light did fill, He roused himfelfe full blyth, and hastned them until. Then bad the Knight his Lady yeed aloofe, And to an hill herfelfe withdraw afide, From whence fhe might behold that battels proofe, And eke be fafe from danger farre defcried. She him obayd, and turned a little wide. Now, O thou sacred Muse, most learned dame, faire imp of Phoebus and his aged bride, the nurse of time and everlasting fame, that warlike hands ennoblest with immortal name. O gently come into my feeble breast, come gently, but not with that mighty rage, wherewith the martial troupes thou dost infest, and hearts of great heroes doest enrage. That nought their kindled courage may assuage, soon as thy dreadful trump begins to sound, the God of War, with his fierce equipage thou dost awake, sleep never he so sound, and scared nations dost with horror stern astound. Faire Goddess, lay that furious fit aside, till I of warres and bloody Mars do sing, and Britain fields with Sarazin blood bedyed, twixt that great Faerie Queene and Paynim King, that with their horror heaven and earth did ring. A work of labour long, and endless praise, but now a while let down that haughty string, and to my tunes thy second tenor raise, that I this man of God his godly armes may blaze. By this the dreadful beast drew nigh to hand, half flying and half footing in his haste, that with his largeness measured much land, and made wide shadow under his huge waist, as mountain doth the valley overcaft. Approaching nigh, he reared high afore his body monstrous, horrible and vast, which to increase his wondrous greatness more, was swoln with wrath and poyson and with bloody gore. And over all with brazen scales was armed, like plated coat of steele, so couched near, that nought mote pierce, ne might his course be harmed with dint of sword, nor push of pointed speare. Which as an eagle, seeing prey appeare, his airy plumes doth rouse, full rudely dight, so shaked he, that horror was to heare, for as the clashing of an armour bright, such noyfe his roused scales did send unto the night. His flaggy wings, when forth he did difplay, were like two sailes, in which the hollow wind is gathered full, and worketh speedy way, and eke the penners, that did his pinions bind, were like mainyards, with flying canvas lined, with which whenas him list the aire to beat, and there by force unwonted passage find. The clouds before him fled for terror great, and all the heavens stood still amazed with his threat. His huge long taile wound up in 100 folds, does overspread his long brass scaly back, whose wreathed borts whenever he unfolds, and thick entangled knots adowne does slack. Bespotted with all shields of red and black, it sweepeth all the land behind him farre, and of 3 furlongs does but little lack, and at the point 2 stings infixed are, both deadly sharp, that sharpest steele exceeden farre. But stings and sharpest steele did farre exceed the sharpness of his cruel rending clawes. Dead was it sure as death indeed, whatever thing does touch his ravenous pores, or what within his reach he ever drawes. But his most hideous head my tongue to tell does tremble, for his deep devouring jawes wide gaped like the grisly mouth of hell, through which into his dark abyss all raving fell. And that more wondrous was, in either jaw 3 ranks of iron teeth enranged were, in which yet trickling blood and gobbets raw of late devoured bodies did appeare. That sight thereof bred cold congealed feare, which to increase, and as at once to kill, a cloud of smothering smoke and sulphur seare out of his stinking gorge forth steamed still, that all the aire about with smoke and stench did fill. His blazing eyes, like 2 bright shining shields, did burne with wrath, and sparkled living fire, as 2 broad beacons set in open fields fend forth their flame as far off to every shire, and warning give, that enemies conspire, with fire and sword the region to invade. So flamed his eyne with rage and rancorous ire, but far within, as in a hollow glade, thofe glaring lamps were set, that made a dreadful shade. So dreadfully he towards him did pass, for lifting up aloft his speckled breast, and off bounding on the bruised grass, as of great joyaunce of his newcome guest, eftsoons he gan advance his haughty crest, as shoferd boar his bristles doth upreare, and shook his scales to battell ready drest, that made the Redcrosse knight nigh quake for feare, as bidding bold defiance to his foeman neare. The knight gan fairely couch his steady speare, and fiercely ran at him with rigorous might. The pointed steele arriving rudely there, his harder hide would neither pierce nor bite, but glauncing forth paffed forward right. Yet fore amoved with fo puissant pufh, the wrathfull beaft about him turned light, and him fo rudely paffing by, did brufh with his long taile, that horfe and man to ground did rufh. Both horfe and man up lightly rofe againe, and frefh encounter towards him addreft, but the idle ftroke yet back recoyled in vaine, and found no place in his deadly point to reft. Exceeding rage inflam'd the furious beaft, to be avenged of fo great defpight, for never felt his imperceivable breast So wondrous force from hand of living wight, yet had he proved the powre of many a puissant knight. Then with his waving wings difplayed wide, himfelf up high he lifted from the ground, and with ftrong flight did forcibly divide the yeelding aire, which nigh too feeble found her flitting parts, and element unfound, to beare fo great a weight. He cutting way with his broad failes, about him foured round, at laft low ftooping with unwieldly fway, Snatcht up both horfe and man, to beare them quite away. Long he them bore above the fubject plaine, So farre as Eugan bow a fhaft may fend, Till ftrugling ftrong did him at laft conftraine, To let them downe before his flightes end, As haggard hawke prefuming to contend With hardy fowle, above his hable might, His weary pounces all in vaine doth fpend, To trufle the pray too heavy for his flight, Which comming downe to ground, does free it felfe by fight. He fo difeased of his griping grofle, The knight his thrillent fpeare againe aflayd In his brafle plated body to embofle, And 3 mens ftrength unto the ftroke he layd, Wherewith the ftiffe became quaked, as afrayd, And glauncing from his fcaly necke did glide Clofe under his left wing, then broad difplayd. The piercing fteele there wrought a wound full wide, That with the uncouth fmart the Monfter loudly cryd. He cryd, as raging feas are wont to roare, When wintry ftorme his wrathfull necke does threat. The rolling billowes beat the ragged fhore, As they the earth would fhoulder from her feat, And greedy gulfe does gape, as he would eat His neighbour element in his revenge. Then gin the bluftring brethren boldly threat, To move the world from off his stedfaft henge, And boyfterous battell make, each other to avenge. The fteely head ftuck faft ftill in his flefh, Till with his cruel clawes he fnatcht the wood, And quite asunder broke. Forth flowed frefh a gufhing river of blacke gory blood, That drowned all the land whereon he stood. The ftreame thereof would drive a water mill. Trebly augmented was his furious mood, With bitter fence of his deep rooted ill. The flames of fire he threw forth from his large nofethrill. His hideous taile then hurled he about, And therewith all enwrapt the nimble thies Of his froth foamy fteed, whofe courage ftout, Striving to loofe the knot, that faft him ties, Himfelfe in ftreighter bands too rafh implies, That to the ground he is perforce conftrayned To throw his rider, who can quickly rife From off the earth, with dirty blood diftayned, For that reprochfull fall right fouly he difdayned. And fiercely tooke his trenchant blade in hand, With which he ftroke fo furious and fo fell, That nothing feem'd the puifance could withftand. Upon his creft the hardned iron fell, But his more hardned creft was arm'd fo well, That deeper dint therein it would not make. Yet fo extremely did the buffe him quell, That from thenceforth he fhunned the like to take, But when he faw them come, he did them ftill forsake. The knight was wrath to see his ftroke beguyled, And fmote againe with more outrageous might. But back againe the fparkling fteele recoyled, And left not any marke where it did light, As if in adamant rock it had been pight. The beaft impatient of his fmarting wound, And of fo fierce and forcible defpight, Thought with his wings to ftie above the ground, But his late wounded wing unferviceable found. Then full of griefe and anguifh vehement, He loudly brayd, that like was never heard, And from his wide devouring oven fent A flake of fire, that flashing in his beard, Him all amazed, and almoft made afeard. The fcorching flame fore fwinged all his face, And through his armour all his body feared, That he could not endure fo cruel cafe, But thought his armes to leave, and helmet to unlace. Not that great champion of the antique world, whom famous poets verse so much doth vaunt, and hath for 12 huge labours high extolled, so many furies and sharp fits did haunt, when him the poysoned garment did enchaunt with Centaurs blood, and bloody verses charm'd, as did this knight $12,000 daunt, whom fiery steele now burnt, that erst him arm'd, that erst him goodly arm'd, now most of all him harm'd. Faint, weary, sore, emboyled, grieved, brent with heat, toil, wounds, arms, smart, and inward fire, that never man such mischiefs did torment, death better were, death did he oft desire, but death will never come when needs require. Whom so dismayd when that his foe beheld, he cast to suffer him no more respire, but gan his sturdy sterne about to weld, and him so strongly stroke, that to the ground him felled. It fortuned, as faire it then befell, behind his back unweeting where he stood, of ancient time there was a springing well, from which fast trickled forth a silver flood, full of great virtues, and for medicine good, while home, before that cursed dragon got that happy land, and all with innocent blood defiled those sacred waves, it rightly hot the well of life, nor yet his virtues had forgot. For unto life the dead it could restore, and guilt of sinful crimes clean wash away. Those that with sickness were infected sore, it could recure, and aged long decay renew, as one were born that very day. Both Silo this and Jordan did excell, and the English Bath, and eke the German Spau, nor can Cephis nor Hebrus match this well, into the same night back overthrowen fell. Now gan the golden Phoebus for to steep his fiery face in billows of the west, and his faint steeds watered in ocean deep, whilst from their journal labours they did rest, when that infernal monster, having kest his weary throe into that living well, can high advance his broad discoloured breast above his wonted pitch, with countenance fell, and clapt his iron wings, as victor he did dwell. Which when this pensive Lady saw from farre, great woe and sorrow did her soule assay, as weening that the sad end of the warre, and gan to highest God entirely pray, that feared chance from her to turn away. With folded hands and knees full lowly bent, all night she watcht, nor once adown would lay her dainty limbs in her sad dreariment, but praying still did wake, and waking did lament. The morrow next gan early to appeare, that Titan rose to run his daily race. But early ere the morrow next gan reare, out of the sea-faire Titans dewy face uprose the gentle Virgin from her place, and looked all about, if she might spy her loved knight to move his manly pace, for she had great doubt of his safety, since late she saw him fall before his enemy. At last she ware he upstarted brave out of the well, wherein he drenched lay, as eagle fresh out of the ocean wave, where he hath left his plumes all hoary grey, and deckt himself with feathers youthly gay. Like Aias hawke up mountains unto the skies, his newly budded pinions to assay, and marvels at himself, still as he flies. So new this new-born knight to battell new did rise. Whom when the damned fiend so fresh did spy, no wonder if he wondered at the sight, and doubted, whether his late enemy it were, or other new supplyed knight. He now to prove his late renewed might, high brandishing his bright dew-burning blade, upon his crested skull so sore did smite, that to the skull a yawning wound it made, the deadly dint his dulled senses all dismayd. I wote not, whether the revenging steele were hardned with that holy water dew wherein he fell, or sharper edge did feel, or his baptized hands now greater grew, or other secret virtue did ensue, else never could the force of fleshly arme nor molten metal in his blood embrue, for till that stone could never wight him harme, by subtlety, nor sleight, nor might, nor mighty charme. The cruel wound enraged him so sore, that loud he yelded for exceeding paine, as 100 ramping lions seemed to roare, whom ravenous hunger did thereto constraine. Then gan he tosse aloft his stretched traine, and therewith scourge the buxom aire so sore, that to his force to yielden it was faine, nor ought his sturdy strokes might stand afore, that high trees overthrew, and rocks in pieces tore. The same advancing high above his head, With sharp intending sting so rude him smote, That to the earth him drove, as stricken dead, Ne living wight would have him life behote. The mortall sting his angry needle shot Quite through his shield, and in his shoulder ceased, Where fast it stuck, ne would thereout be got. The griefe thereof him wondrous sore difeased, Ne might his rankling paine with patience be appeased. But yet more mindfull of his honour deare, Then of the grievous smart, which him did wring, From lothed soyle he can him lightly reare, And ftrove to loose the fowre infixed fting. Which when in vaine he tryde with ftruggling, Inflam'd with wrath, his raging blade he heft, And ftrooke fo ftrongly, that the knotty ftring Of his huge taile he quite asunder cleft. 5 joynts thereof he hewed, and but the ftump him left. Heart cannot think, what outrage and what cries, With foule enfoldred fmoke and flashing fire, The hell bred beaft threw forth unto the skies, That all was covered with darknefle dire. Then fraught with rancour and engorged ire, He caft at once him to revenge for all, And gathering up himfelfe out of the mire, With his uneven wings did fiercely fall Upon his funbright fhield, and gript it faft withall. Much was the man encombred with his hold, In feare to loose his weapon in his paw, Ne wift yet how his talents to unfold. No harder was from Cerberus' greedy jaw To pluck a bone, than from his cruel claw To reave by ftrength the griped gage away. Thrice he aflayd it from his foot to draw, And thrice in vaine to draw it did affay. It booted nought to think, to rob him of his pray. Though when he faw no powre might prevaile, His trufty fword he called to his laft aide, Wherewith he fiercely did his foe affaile, And double blowes about him ftoutly layd, That glauncing fire out of the iron playd, As fparkes from the anvil ufed to fly, When heavy hammers on the wedger fwayd. Therewith at laft he forced him to untie One of his grafping feete, him to defend thereby. The other foote, faft fixed on his fhield, Whenas no ftrength nor ftrokes mote him conftraine to loose, Ne yet the warlike pledge to yield, He fmote thereat with all his might and maine, That nought fo wondrous puifance might fuftaine. Upon the joynt the lucky fteele did light, And made fuch way, that hewed it quite in twaine. The paw yet mist not his minifht might, But hung ftill on the fhield, as it at firft was pight. For griefe thereof, and devilifh defpight, From his infernal furnace forth he threw Huge flames, that dimmed all the heavens light, And rolled in dufkifh fmoke and brimftone blew, As burning Aetna from his boyling ftew Doth belch out flames, and rocks in pieces broke, And flagged ribs of mountains molten new, Enwrapt in coal black clouds and filthy fmoke, That all the land with ftench, and heaven with horror choke. The heat whereof, and harmfull pestilence, So fore him noyd, that forced him to retire A little backwards for his beft defence, To fave his body from the scorching fire, Which he from hellifh entrayles did expire. It chaunft eternall God, that chance did guide, As he recoyled backwards in the mire, His nigh forewearied feeble feet did flide, And downe he fell, with dread of fhame fore terrifide. There grew a goodly tree him faire befide, Loaden with fruit and apples rosie red, As they in pure vermilion had been dyed, Whereof great vertues over all were read. For happy life to all, which thereon fed, And life eke everlafting did befall. Great God it planted in that bleffed ftead, With his almighty hand, and did it call The tree of life, the crime of our firft fathers fall. In all the world like was not to be found, Save in that foyle, where all good things did grow, And freely fprung out of the fruitfull ground, As incorrupted nature did them fow, Till that dread Dragon did all overthrow. Another like faire tree eke grew thereby, Whereof whoso did eate, eftfoones did know Both good and ill. O mournefull memory! That tree through one mans fault hath doen us all to die. From that firft tree forth flowed, as from a well, A trickling ftreame of balme, moft foveraine and dainty deare, Which on the ground ftill fell, and overflowed All the fertile plaine, as it had dewed been with timely raine. Life and long health that gracious ointment gave, And deadly wounds could heale, and reare againe The fencelefle courfe appointed for the grave. And to that fame he fell, which did from death him fave. For nigh thereto the ever damned beast durft not approach, for he was deadly made, and all that life preferved did deteft. Yet he it oft adventured to invade. By this the drooping daylight gan to fade, and yield his roome to fad fucceeding night, who with her fable mantle gan to fhade the face of earth, and wayes of living wight, and high her burning torch set up in heaven bright. When gentle Una faw the fecond fall of her deare knight, who weary of long fight, and faint through lofle of blood, moved not at all, but lay as in a dreame of deepe delight, Befmear'd with precious balme, whofe vertuous might did heale his wounds, and fcorching heat allay, againe fhe stricken was with fore affright, and for his fafety gan devoutly pray, and watch the noyous night, and wait the joyous day. The joyous day gan early to appeare, and faire Aurora from the dewy bed Of aged Tithon gan herfelfe to reare, With rosie cheekes, for fhame as blufhing red. Her golden lockes for haft were loosely shed About her eares, when Una did her marke, Clymbe to her charret, all with flowers fpred, From heaven high to chace the chearelefle darke, With merry note her loud falutes the morning larke. Then frefhly up arofe the doughty knight, All healed of his hurts and woundes wide, And did himfelfe to battell ready dight, Whofe early foe awaiting him befide, To have devour'd, fo foone as day he spide. When now he faw himfelfe fo frefhly reare, As if late fight had not him damnifide, He woxe difmayd, and gan his fate to feare. Nathlefle with wonted rage he him advanced neare. And in his firft encounter, gaping wide, He thought at once him to have fwallowed quite, And rufht upon him with outrageous pride, Who him rencountring fierce, as hawke in flight, Perforce rebutted backe. The weapon bright, taking advantage of his open jaw, Ran through his mouth with fo importune might, That deepe empierced his darkefome hollow maw, And backe retir'd, his life bloud forth with all did draw. So downe he fell, and forth his life did breath, That vanifht into fmoke and cloudes fwift. So downe he fell, that th' earth him underneath did groane, As feeble fo great load to lift. So downe he fell, as an huge rocky clift, Whofe falfe foundation waves have wafht away, With dreadfull poyfe is from the maine land rift, And rolling downe, great Neptune doth difmay. So downe he fell, and like an heaped mountaine lay. The knight himfelfe even trembled at his fall, So huge and horrible a maffe it feemed, And his deare Lady, that beheld it all, Durft not approach for dread, which fhe misdeemed. But yet at laft, when as the direfull fiend She faw not ftirre, oft fhaking vaine affright, She nigher drew, and faw the joyous end. Then God fhe praised, and thankt her faithfull knight, That had atchieved fo great a conqueft by his might. End of Canto 11, Book 1. The Legend of the Knight of Redcrosse.
Book 1, Canto 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Shoshi Cooper, Waltham, Massachusetts. The Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. Book 1, The Legend of Redcrosse, Canto 12. Fair Una to the Redcrosse knight betrothed is with joy, Though falfe Duessa it to bear her false sleights do employ. Behold, I see the haven nigh at hand, To which I meane my wary course to bend, Faire the main fhete, and bear up with the land, The which afore is fairly to be kend, And seemeth safe from stormes that may offend. There this faire virgin, weary of her way, Must landed be, now at her journeys end. There eke my feeble barke a while may stay, Till merry wind and weather call her thence away. Scarcely had Phoebus in the glooming east Yet harnessed his fiery-footed team, Ne rear'd above the earth his flaming crest, When the last deadly smoke aloft did seem. The sign of last outbreathed life did seem Unto the watchmen on the castle wall, Who thereby dead that balefull beast did deem, and to his lord and lady loud gan call, to tell how he had seen the dragon's fatal fall. Uprose with hasty joy and feeble speed that aged sire, the lord of all that land, and looked forth to weet if true indeed those tidings were as he did understand, which when as true by trial he outfond, he bade to open wide his brazen gate, which long time had been shut, and out of hond proclaimed joy and peace through all his state, for dead now was their foe, which them forayed late. Then gan triumphant trumpets sound on high, that sent to heaven the echoed report of their new joy and happy victory, 'gainst him that had them long oppressed with tort, and fast imprisoned in sieged fort. Then all the people, as in solemn feast, to him assembled with one full consort, rejoicing at the fall of that great beast, from whose eternal bondage now they were released. Forth came that ancient lord and aged queen, arrayed in antique robes down to the ground, and sad habiliments right well beseen. A noble crew about them waited round, of sage and sober peers all gravely gowned, whom far before did march a goodly band of tall young men, all able arms to sound. But now they laurel branches bore in hand, glad sign of victory and peace in all their land. Unto that doughty conqueror they came, and him before themselves prostrating low, their lord and patron loud did him proclaim, and at his feet their laurel boughs did throw. Soon after them all dancing on a row, the comely virgins came with guirlands dight, as fresh as flowers in meadow green do grow, when morning dew upon their leaves doth light, and in their hands sweet timbrels all upheld on height. And them before the fry of children young their wanton sports and childish mirth doth play, and to the maiden sounding timbrels sung in well attuned notes a joyous lay, and made delightful music all the way, until they came where that fair virgin stood, as fair Diana in fresh summer's day beholds her nymphs enranged in shady wood. Some wrestle, some do run, some bathe in crystal flood. So she beheld those maidens' merriment with cheerful view, who when to her they came, themselves to ground with gracious humblest bent, and her adored by honourable name, lifting to heaven her everlasting fame. Then on her head they set a guirland green, and crowned her twixt earnest and twixt game, who in her self-resemblance well beseen did seem such as she was a goodly maiden queen. And after all, the rascal many ran, heaped together in rude rabblement, to see the face of that victorious man, whom all admired, as from heaven sent, and gazed upon with gaping wonderment. But when they came where that dead dragon lay, stretched on the ground in monstrous large extent, the sight with idle fear did them dismay, ne durst approach him nigh to touch or once assay. Some feared and fled, some feared and well it feigned. One that would wiser seem than all the rest warned him not to touch, for yet perhaps remained some lingering life within his hollow breast, or in his womb might lurk some hidden nest of dragonets, his fruitful seed. Another said that in his eyes did rest yet sparkling fire, and bade thereof take heed. Another said he saw him move his eyes indeed. One mother, when as her foolhardy child did come too near, and with his talons play, half dead through fear, her little babe reviled, and to her gossips gan in counsel say, "How can I tell but that his talents may yet scratch my son, or rend his tender hand? So diversely themselves in vain they fray, while some more bold to measure him nigh stand, to prove how many acres he did spread of land." Thus flocked all the folk him round about, the whiles that hoary king with all his train, being arrived where that champion stout after his foes' defeasance did remain, him goodly greets, and fair does entertain with princely gifts of ivory and gold, and 1,000 thanks him yields for all his pain. Then when his daughter dear he does behold, he dearly doth embrace and kisseth manifold. And after to his palace he them brings, with shawms and trumpets, and with clarions sweet, And all the way the joyous people sings, and with their garments strews the paved street, whence mounting up they find purveyance meet of all that royal prince's court became, and all the floor was underneath their feet bespread with costly scarlet of great name, on which they lowly sit, and fitting purpose frame. What needs me tell their feast and goodly guise, in which was nothing riotous nor vain? What needs of dainty dishes to devise, of comely services or courtly train? My narrow leaves cannot in them contain the large discourse of royal princes' state. Yet was their manner then but bare and plain, for the antique world excess and pride did hate such proud luxurious pomp as swollen up but late. Then when with meats and drinks of every kind their fervent appetites they quenched had, that ancient lord gan fit occasion find of strange adventures and of perils sad, which in his travel him befallen had, for to demand of his renowned guest, who then with utterance grave and countenance sad, from point to point as is before expressed, discoursed his voyage long according his request. Great pleasure mixed with pitiful regard, the godly king and queen did passionate, whiles they his pitiful adventures heard, that oft they did lament his luckless state, and often blame the too importune fate, that heaped on him so many wrathful rakes. For never gentle knight, as he of late, so tossed was in fortune's cruel freaks, and all the while salt tears bedewed the hearers' cheeks. Then said that royal pair in sober wise, Dear son, great been the evils which ye bore from first to last in your late enterprise, that I note whether praise or pity more, for never living man, I ween, so sore in sea of deadly dangers was distressed. But since now safe ye seized have the shore, and well arrived are, high God be blessed, let us devise of ease and everlasting rest. Ah, dearest lord, said then that doughty knight, of ease or rest I may not yet devise, for by the faith which I to arms have plight, I bounden am straight after this emprise, as that your daughter can ye well advise, back to return to that great Faerie Queene, and her serve 6 years in warlike wise, 'gainst that proud pagan king that works her teen. Therefore I ought crave pardon till I there have been. Unhappy falls that hard necessity, quoth he, the troubler of my happy peace, and vowed foe of my felicity. Nay, I against the same can justly prease, but since that band ye cannot now release, nor done undo, for vows may not be vain, soon as the term of those 6 years shall cease, ye then shall hither back return again, the marriage to accomplish vowed betwixt you twain. Which for my part I covet to perform, in sort as through the world I did proclaim, that whoso killed that monster most deform, and him in hardy battle overcame, should have mine only daughter to his dame, and of my kingdom heir apparent be. Therefore, since now to thee pertains the same, by due desert of noble chivalry, both daughter and eke kingdom, lo I yield to thee. Then forth he called that his daughter fair, the fairest Una, his only daughter dear, his only daughter and his only heir, who forth proceeding with sad sober cheer, as bright as doth the morning star appear, out of the east, with flaming locks bedight, to tell that dawning day is drawing near, and to the world does bring long-wished light, so fair and fresh that lady showed herself in sight. So fair and fresh as freshest flower in May, for she had laid her mournful stole aside, and widow-like sad wimple thrown away, wherewith her heavenly beauty she did hide, whiles on her weary journey she did ride, and on her now a garment she did wear, all lily white, withouten spot or pride, that seemed like silk and silver woven near, but neither silk nor silver therein did appear. The blazing brightness of her beauty's beam, and glorious light of her sunshiny face, to tell, whereas to strive against the stream, my ragged rhymes are all too rude and base, her heavenly lineaments for to enhance. Nay wonder, for her own dear loved knight, all were she daily with himself in place, did wonder much at her celestial sight, oft had he seen her fair, but never so fair dight. So fairly dight, when she in presence came, she to her sire made humble reverence, and bowed low, that her right well became, and added grace unto her excellence, who with great wisdom and grave eloquence thus gan to say. But ere he thus had said, with flying speed and seeming great pretence came running in, much like a man dismayed, a messenger with letters, which his message said. All in the open hall amazed stood at suddenness of that unwary sight, and wondered at his breathless hasty mood. But he for naught would stay his passage right, till fast before the king he did alight, where falling flat great humbless he did make, and kissed the ground whereon his foot was pight. Then to his hands that writ he did betake, which he disclosing read thus as the paper spake. To thee, most mighty King of Eden fair, her greeting sends, in these sad lines addressed, the woeful daughter and forsaken heir of that great emperor of all the West, and bids thee be advised for the best, ere thou thy daughter link in holy band of wedlock to that new unknown guest, for he already plighted his right hand unto another love and to another land. To me, sad maid, or rather widow sad, he was affianced long time before, and sacred pledges he both gave and had. False errant knight, infamous and forswore, witness the burning altars which he swore, and guilty heavens of his bold perjury, which thought he hath polluted oft of yore. Yet I to them for judgment just do fly, and them conjure to venge this shameful injury. Therefore, since mine he is, or free or bond, or false or true, or living or else dead, withhold, O sovereign prince, your hasty hand from knitting league with him. I you aread, nay ween my right with strength adown to tread, through weakness of my widowhood or woe. For truth is strong, her rightful cause to plead, and shall find friends if need requireth so. So bids thee well to fare, thy neither friend nor foe, Fidessa. When he these bitter biting words had read, the tidings strange did him abashed make, that still he sat long time astonished, as in great muse, ne word to creature spake. At last his solemn silence thus he brake, with doubtful eyes fast fixed on his guest. Redoubted knight, that for my only sake, thy life and honour late adventurest, let naught be hid from me that ought to be expressed. What mean these bloody vows and idle threats, thrown out from womanish impatient mind? What heavens, what altars, what enraged heat, here heaped up with terms of love unkind, my conscience clear with guilty bands would bind? High God be witness that I guiltless am, but if yourself, Sir Knight, ye faulty find, or rapid be in loves of former dame, with crime do not it cover, but disclose the same. To whom the Redcrosse knight this answer sent: My lord, my king, be not hereat dismayed, till well ye wot by grave intendiment what woman and whereof doth me upbraid with breach of love and loyalty betrayed. It was in my mishaps as hitherward I lately travelled, that unawares I strayed out of my way through perils strange and hard, that day should fail me ere I had them all declared. There did I find, or rather I was found, of this false woman that Fidessa hight. Fidessa hight the falsest dame on ground, most false Duessa, royal richly dight, that easy was t'inveiggle weaker sight, who by her wicked arts and wily skill to false and strong for earthly skill or might, unawares me wrought unto her wicked will, and to my foe betrayed when least I feared ill. Then stepped forth the goodly royal maid, and on the ground herself prostrating low, with sober countenance thus to him said: O pardon me, my sovereign lord, to show the secret treasons, which of late I know to have been wrought by that false sorceress. She onely is, that erst did throw this gentle knight into so great distress, that death him did await in daily wretchedness. And now it seems that she stubborned hath this crafty messenger with letters vain to work new woe and improvided scath, by breaking of the band betwixt us twain, wherein she used hath the practic pain of this false footman, cloaked with simpleness, whom if ye please for to discover plain, Ye shall him Archimago find, I guess. The falsest man alive, who tries shall find no less. The king was greatly moved at her speech, and all with sudden indignation fraught, bade on that messenger rude hands to reach. Eftsoons the guard, which on his state did wait, attached that fator false, and bound him straight. Who seeming sorely chafed at his band, as chained bear who cruel dogs do bait, with idle force did feign them to withstand, and often semblance made to scape out of their hand. But they him laid full low in dungeon deep, and bound him hand and foot with iron chains, and with continual watch did warily keep. Who then would think that by his subtle trains he could escape foul death or deadly pains? Thus when that prince's wrath was pacified, he gan renew the late forbidden banes, and to the knight his daughter dear he tied, with sacred rites and vows for ever to abide. His own two hands the holy knots did knit, that none but death for ever can divide. His own two hands for such a turn most fit, the houseling fire did kindle and provide, and holy water thereon sprinkled wide. At which the bushy teed a groom did light, and sacred lamp in secret chamber hide, where it should not be quenched day or night, for fear of evil fates, but burn in ever bright. Then gan they sprinkle all the posts with wine, and made great feast to solemnize that day. They all perfumed with frankincense divine, and precious odours fetched from far away, that all the house did sweat with great array, and all the while sweet music did apply her curious skill the warbling notes to play, to drive away the dull melancholy. The walls once sung a song of love and jollity. During the which there was an heavenly noise, heard sound through all the palace pleasantly, like as it had been many an angel's voice, singing before the eternal majesty in their trinal triplicities on high. Yet wist no creature whence that heavenly sweet proceeded, yet each one felt secretly himself thereby reft of his senses meet, and ravished with rare impressions in his sprite. Great joy was made that day of young and old, and solemn feast proclaimed throughout the land. That their exceeding mirth may not be told, suffice it here by signs to understand. The usual joys at knitting of love's band, thrice happy man the knight himself did hold, possessed of his lady's heart and hand. And ever when his eye did her behold, his heart did seem to melt, and pleasures manifold. Her joyous presence and sweet company, in full content he there did long enjoy. Ne wicked envy, ne vile jealousy, his dear delights were able to annoy. Yet swimming in that sea of blissful joy, he not forgot how he whilom had swore, in case he could that monstrous beast destroy, and to his Faerie Queene back return, the which he shortly did, and Una left to mourn. Now strike your sails, ye jolly mariners, for we be come unto a quiet road, where we must land some of our passengers, and light this weary vessel of her load. Here she a while may make her safe abode, till she repaired have her tackle spent, and wants supplied, and then again abroad on the long voyage, whereto she is bent. Well may she speed, and fairly finish her intent. End of Canto 12. End of Book 1, The Legend of Redcrosse.